Доброе утро, добрый день, Астана!
Well, we're starting things just a little bit early here once again because we have a special treat for everyone. An epic show match, but Pele, I would say maybe it's a bit more one-sided to one team than the other.
I don't know, my friend. Да, действительно, сегодня мы стартуем опять достаточно рано. И все дело в том, что перед полуфиналами у нас состоится шоу-матч.
This show match, though, we had to bring out the best that the PGL team had to offer. And starting with their captain, One, he's going to help lead these guys to victory in the best way possible. At least I hope.
Ну и команде PGL нужно показать максимум, на что они способны, с их капитаном One, он же Пиксель. Посмотрим, смогут ли они это сделать.
Astana, give it up for Team PGL! Richard, you're not allowed to take the trophy. It's not even started yet. You're trying to take that. That's not allowed. The trophy stays where it is. And I don't know who Oni was able to wear shorts like that. That's a disgrace. Horrible. But who have you got for us over on the other side?
Ну что, дорогие друзья, да, это команда Бэнкса. Тут все понятно, но я думаю, что и стадион, и зрители, которые смотрят как минимум РУ-трансляцию, поддержат наших ребят. И встречаем Team Vinline!
Well, I think I know who had the better intro, and they certainly seemed more organized. It wasn't Team PGL. Maui, come up here. Booster, you're up here as well.
Иди к нам.
Why I oughta.
You're starting already? You're starting already? Do you think you could take him in a fight?
In a fight?
Может, раз на раз.
We're just playing video games, man. We're not, no fighting, no fighting.
You're rolling your sleeves up.
Why I oughta.
В целом мы предложили армрестлинг 1 на 1, но Мауи что-то немножко сказал, что не. Видеоигры окей.
Из биг. А это на каком языке?
Как по кайфу. Может,
Нормально, да, заебись. Ой. Говорю.
Bad words.
Извините,
Oh my God.
sorry. Hello, everybody. Привет. Мама, люблю тебя.
I think my guys are ready.
You think your guys are ready? Maui, any fighting words you got for these guys? Because you're kind of outmatched in this one.
You know, as much as we respect them, we will be mogging them.
Настолько, насколько они уважают вас, настолько же жесткие они с вами сейчас будут. Есть что ответить?
Есть. Олаф Мейстер, I love you.
Only love from Team Villain.
Only love until we get into the server, I'm sure. All right, shake hands, guys, fist bump, whatever you want to do.
You too. Have fun.
Good luck, have fun. I hope we're going to see some fun in this one.
I hope too, my
They're
friend.
getting the huddle ready. They already tried to steal the trophy. Who do you think's going to win?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
In both teams, you know.
Okay. I've got some doubts my side, but let's see. Maybe the crowd is a fan of my boys from the PGL team? That's better than I expected. Okay.
Так, ну сейчас собрались, да? Потому что кто за Team Villain?
Okay, I'm leaving. I'm done.
Okay, let's the show begins.
Yes, let's get it started.
Well. My man literally said, I love Olofmeister. He's already a legend. He didn't need to say anything else. I think he might have won the show match right then and there. What an epic way to throw. We do have some players in this, obviously. Forgot to say, just seeing, Adrian and Mo today it's crazy. Crazy throwback. Obviously, some of us are super old. We remember when these guys were around, so I'm super honored. Obviously, we've both been casting a lot of their games in the past, really. But I think it's exciting. Dan, how are you feeling? Show matches coming up.
I mean, you know how much I love show matches, Anders. I can't get enough.
Look at this.
I mean, it's interesting. I honestly, their intro wasn't good, but the huddle was a little bit better. For the energy is spiked up here. Maybe that's Richard Lewis as the coach.
Yeah, he's got them.
The X Factor.
I wasn't sure for a minute if he was hyping them up or threatening them. It was a little bit unclear. But I think at the end of the day, they look like they were in a good mood. So I'm going to go with the hype-up part of it. I certainly hope so. I think this will be very, very interesting. Now, it's a show match, so the whole idea is to try and have some fun. But we all know that only lasts for so long. Like, eventually, someone is going to try really, really hard. Here they are. You must say this at least. They do look amazing. He actually brought, was that an MP5 or is that an actual AK? I think it's a black AK that he brought into it to the picture. Why is Oda is tryharding just in the group photo part of it. Like, how crazy is that? But here we go, Lix. We got Booster. We've got Brachishkinov. That's a name for you right there. Yeah. Obviously, it's Mo and Adran as well. Picking a Dimitri, it's Lix. So yeah, we're gonna be having a good time.
It's crazy because there is, I feel like the skill levels should definitely be with Team Inline if we're just looking at that, from that perspective. But the way that the rules are for this show match, I feel like there's some kind of a Mario Kart-esque situation that we have on our hands where the more you lose, maybe the more you win.
There are some elements there that we're going to be able to throw into the mix later on. So, yeah, no doubt we'll be seeing some funky stuff out there. I did hear a rumor as well that we're going to be playing Train. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I guess we'll find out once we get into it.
I hope so, because I had heard Hugo talking about the strats with Maui, and it was pretty Train-centric, so
I do want to say, just as a historical thing, now there might not be a lot of people in the audience or listening in here who remember how this played out, but Adren is famous for essentially always playing on 100 ping from Kazakhstan. He, back in the day, he was still an amazing player, but it's such an awesome disadvantage. And we always made a joke when we went to LANs, we're like, oh, now he's actually finally having a chance. Well, this is the best situation he's ever had in his entire career of actually playing, in Kazakhstan this way. It's like finally we brought Counter-Strike all the way to him, which I just think is such a cool idea,
Yeah.
Because it was wild that he was playing high-level Counter-Strike in great teams, but at a huge disadvantage. Here we go. We're into it.
Yeah, the netcode was a lot worse back then, so it's basically 3 times worse than it would be today. So just so you guys know.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. But yeah, this one will be interesting. I anticipate a lot of trolling from you. I feel like I should just call you the Troll Master General, Anders.
I'm not. I'm going to be fair and balanced.
Okay.
It doesn't personally matter to me that Maui has frauded his way into Counter-Strike. I'm not going to hold that against him. I'm treating him like anyone else. I'm not even necessarily calling him a fraud. I'm just saying that some people are. I'm not trying to seed that idea into your brain before we get into it. I'm not poisoning the well against him. But we'll see if he actually can stand up to it here. It will be Harry taking the first kill, and Onapixel I think it helps him that he couldn't see who he was shooting at, that he actually landed that shot. So might have been, oh, hold on. He's typing already. Hold on. Did he just stop to type in the middle of it? Or was he opening a case already? Like, it's not, we're not 100% sure. It could have been either one. He's just putting question marks in the chat. That's so BM. Brewster is here, and Hugo will hunt him down. Okay. Oh! God damn, the energy on the stage is wild.
It's pretty crazy, but I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of situation where we see that, you know, an energy vacuum suddenly hit that side of the stage.
Right, boys, listen as well, yeah? Remember, we got some tricks up our sleeve. No pressure. We got this one. They cannot defeat us. If it gets too hairy, I'm going to call a timeout. Just lock down this one, boys.
Maui Snake is 0-1. He's actually got, what, like a negative KD? Like an infinitely bad KD at this point in time.
Washed.
Yeah, like, what did you expect though? Like, he's playing what, like ESCA main? And now he's on LAN at a big tournament. Of course he was going to crumble. Nobody had any doubts about that. Was the one thing we knew for sure, and he's unfortunately proving it right now. I'm shocked.
It's just a shame that he's not alive longer so that we can, you know, criticize him more.
I'm sure that will happen. Again, I'm coming into this with an open mind. Like, I want to give him a chance, so clearly trying his best at the moment. Hugo, oh, look at this! He will pick up a couple of kills, 3 with the auto shotgun. Nobody saw this from Hugo. He will get taken down, but I think he put some fear into them.
A British man with a shotgun, Anders, that's all I'm saying. You got to worry. You can't take it for granted.
Is that the, I don't know for sure, but Hugo does give up that sort of slightly posh feeling.
Exactly.
So maybe it's the fox hunting background, you know, he's out there with the, you know, with the weird trousers and the horses.
Yeah, he's wearing that forest green. There are subtle tells there, Anders, but I think you're catching on.
Oh no, why is he contributing right now? Why is he not talking? Why is he not hyping up the team?
That's true. He does have unlimited energy.
Hey, listen, if you've ever tuned into any of his streams, that is one thing you know for sure. It is going to be a wild fucking party in there.
He's figured out fusion before everyone else. He's just like...
I think it's fantastic. Okay, what are we seeing here? In terms of the buys, it's pretty serious on the win line side. Maui has got a 5-7. That's kind of a concession already. He's basically, I think he's basically saying, I need the bullets. Like, he's not, if you were like a real Counter-Strike player, you'd buy a Deagle and just trust in the 7 bullets. You get 20 in the 5-7, you're telling the world, like you're just tipping your hand saying, I'm actually nervous. I might not hit any of these shots. So, again, I'm not trying to read into his, you know, his mental state too much here. Oh! Adren is just spotting for the sniper. They're playing like real, you know, it's like out there saying, oh, there's the coordinates here. Or in a pixel, in position with the scout. He's also got a Zeus, but where is Maui? He's literally hiding across the map. This is shameful.
He hasn't even got a kill yet, Anders. Might as well not be connected to the server right now.
He's got the knife out. Look at it.
I mean, all right.
Oh,
the chance.
If I could die happy. I would die happy if he does it. Please make it happen. Adren, yes! Humbled on the stage.
Right, guys, we're going to take a time out now, yeah? Listen, Maui, come on, man. I need you to step it up.
I know.
You're getting schooled by this guy.
I know, I got to get back.
This is the most shameful display I've ever seen, right?
Get it together.
You got to get it together. Don't let that knife get in your head.
I know, okay.
Okay? All right.
Так. Ну, пока там ребята уже начинают тайм-ауты брать, наши выигрывают. Давайте поддержим еще! На самом деле, если что, я был в гримерке с ребятами из PGL, и они очень просто настраивались на эту историю, но мы-то знаем, кто посильнее будет. Мы вообще кейсы успеваем открывать, камон.
Oh, we've got the replay as well.
You guys have no idea how
I don't know if
high
you guys
jumped in the air. I didn't know it was possible for such liftoff to take place.
I'm so happy. Also, I did a bit of translation myself because I don't know if you guys know this, but you know my Russian's pretty good. Basically, what our Russian coach here was saying, oh, hold on, they're trying to rush it down. They've called a strategy and they're getting completely chewed up. Team kill on the Maui Snake. It's got better somehow. From a knife into shot down by Harry. This is the best day of my life, quite possibly. He's 0-3 and getting knifed. And I'm just going to say, the translation, here it is, Dan. He basically said that knife, that was for Nafany. That's what he said. That's all it was.
Dude, the British Counter-Strike is back.
It's so back.
British Counter-Strike is lit right now.
Do you think, is it possible that Harry shot him because of the whole colonies and the tea in the harbor kind of situation? Like, I know you guys are still upset, even though it's been a minute. But you are living there. You're trying to recolonize the whole area.
Yes. We got to bring it back. Hang on.
He's died again.
He's just, imagine that, being just that guy on the CT side that dies first. No one likes that guy.
I mean, at least he doesn't get knifed. That's the benefit of dying in the beginning.
Fair to say.
Hugo shut down. He was the real hope. Hugo's been the superstar of the team in many ways. Blair fighting his way back. I do like it. Aggressively, he actually did interrupt the bomb plant there, so that's not actually that bad at all. Unfortunately, Onipixel caught in the middle of a reload. It's not looking good right now. Team PGL in trouble. Harry getting hunted down and stabbed in the back.
All right, you got to be careful picking a knife fight with someone that is British. I mean, I know I'm taking the same angle here, the British angle, but still. Oh, okay. We've just been informed. We've just been informed that the AKs have been activated for the CT side. They are allowed to just talk to the admin and cheat, Anders. They're allowed to cheat.
They've got an airdrop of AKs. That's pretty sick. Oh my God! 2 knives. Team PGL getting crushed on the stage. What is Rich doing at this point in time? Why is he not getting the team back online here? Richard knows a thing or two about getting yelled at himself in some of his past, employment at various, esports sites. So I feel like he should be able to channel something more here. Okay, Maui Snake has found a kill. That might be the surprise of the match so far. Where is he? Right now, out in that A-bomb site, looking for it here. Nearly caught with a grenade in hand. Where's the coordination here? Where's the synergy for Team PGL? Why are they not trying to play together more? Ona goes down once again. Hasn't really done much. He's up to 3, which is obviously way better than Maui Snake. Not that we're making any comparisons. Oh, and Adren is looking for it. He's got a single bullet left. They got him trapped in the corner. The knife is coming out. He can't get knifed twice. He can't get knifed twice. Can he? Is so close, and he will.
I'd feel bad, but it's Maui Snake, so.
It's the ultimate situation, because you are right, Dan. In any other case, you would have to feel bad.
Yeah, I wanted to, but then it didn't happen.
But this time we can. We can just enjoy it.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of material here for anyone to use should Maui come against them in the community again.
Well, you know what? I don't think I've ever had a conversation with Maui where he didn't bring up his HLTV rating.
Right.
It's a normal, even when you go to dinner, like I've seen him talking to like random people, like someone on the street, we're in a taxi, and he just always brings it up. Like, HLTV rating kind of thing, better than the snacks, he says all the time. So I think it's been a long time coming. Hugo, oh, there we go. You did mention the thing about the British and the knives, and Hugo's in his element right now, swinging it, stabbing away. Blair taking a humane approach. Don't do that.
That's pretty dishonorable, I gotta say, actually.
Так, ну что, ты никогда не играл с таким пингом кайфовым?
Okay, we're gonna take a time out. Let's talk about it.
Сколько ножей еще сделать?
What?
Вот мы сейчас думаем, у нас была тактика выйти в 5 ножей. Что-то не получилось.
Do we have 2 million to buy Munisi? No?
Ладно, окей, давай.
All right, well, just do what we did last time then. Jesus. You want me to earn my salary? What are you talking about?
Richard. Hey, Richard.
Hi.
Stop crying.
It's okay. Hey, whoa. We'll see who's crying at the end, brother.
Okay.
I'll see you at the end. Go. I'll give you my handkerchief.
All right, we'll see.
We'll see who's going to be crying at the end. I love it.
I feel like we're learning a lot, Anders. A lot more about our colleagues than I expected.
This is why this is fantastic. I was initially skeptical when they said, Anders, you want to be cast the show match? I was like, I don't really know if we do have semifinals coming up as well, But I'm so happy that we're here. There might be, actually genuinely, might be one of the best days in my life. I'm watching Maui
Why is he hinting, though?
On stage. Shut down, just running into Mo.
Do you think he's hinting on purpose?
That will be his claim later on, of course.
Like trying to be bad.
Yeah, but we can disarm that right now.
Okay, okay,
So I'm just saying that will be his preemptive idea. ODDIK still going down. He's done nothing for multiple rounds. For a guy whose whole theme is gold. There sure is a lot of silver plays going on right now. How could that be allowed?
Well, it's back to the Brits, the British duo. Try to save the day.
I genuinely think opening a case or two right now just might bring the team back in style. Hugo and Harry, you can trust in them.
2 versus 5, Anders?
Yeah, let's go.
Put it back to a 2v2. 1 HP on Harry, 4 on Buster. So health-wise, are pretty even.
Yeah, well, they do incredible casting, but what you didn't know is that they're pretty good at Counter-Strike too.
Look at that. Look at the communication, the British connection, instant decision-making to go for the full rotate. Will Winline expect this?
Yeah, they are sneaking around back here. They're also cosplaying it really hard, the British side of it, like with the SAS gear, the special air services are out there.
Let's go.
If only they could be parachuted into the site, it would be a little bit better. Adren, though.
Oh, he's low.
You're right, he's already tied up. Harry with the wide swing. Oh, there's a Molotov as well. And Booster trying to ruin their day. Does it actually land on top of the bomb? I think it might have. You can see Hugo's confused. Why is the C4 on fire? He doesn't know. He doesn't have the answer. And Team Winline will win, and the bomb will take all of them.
Right,
Так, ну что, поддержите!
It's time. It's time for the secret weapon, brother. Let's open a case. Let's do it. I want everyone to open a case right now. It's the only way we're going to level up here. We need dopamine. This is what we do. Right, let's open. Let's see what we're getting here, boys. Come on.
Мы начинали открывать кейсы, когда они даже не думали об этом. Камон.
Can you get around here? Can you see this?
Пусть открывает.
Who's got what?
У нас бустер вон с самого начала открывает кейсы. Давай еще один.
You're doing 2 on.
Nice! Not bad!
No shit. All right. Okay, there you go. We need more Hugo.
А вы обратили внимание, дорогие зрители, что с каждым раундом все серьезнее обстановка становится? Все меньше шоу, все больше киберспорта.
No.
Now, I genuinely think this might be a momentum-changing moment. It's an underrated strategy, but opening the cases, I think Richard is onto something. Like, this game is about momentum and confidence and building that runway, and opening those cases could easily be the difference. Now, it's one of those rare strategies that's not talked about a lot in top-level Counter-Strike, because it's basically it's the hidden secret that nobody wants to ever reveal. But they've just done that. Team PGL essentially giving away what is the juice, the real juice that's going to win them this game, I think. We'll see. The bomb is planted here, but the case opening, I'm sure it's got owner back in. You can see the Zeus coming out. They sap Mo at the start of it, and now, all right, they're trying to get a bit closer, but Maui's fully fired up here. A couple of more skins in his pocket. ODDIK's landing like an AWP shot. They're right back. Dan, this is it.
The retake is on, and now he obviously only can kill people when they have their back turns. Not really a surprise.
Do you want to just explore that from like a psychology point of view? What could it mean?
I think it's one of those things where he's just too afraid to confront another human. Anders, just too much fear and anxiety in social situations. If you're making that eye contact, he starts to tremble.
Yeah. I think that's about dead on. I think you've nailed it. We might send the video to an actual psychologist later, just to have it analyzed. Look at it. This is post-case opening, and it's made an enormous difference. 4v5. I don't know if Team Winline can make it back down. I mean, we're nearing the end of the half here. This is potentially dangerous. Look at it. He's blowing him up.
2 versus 5 for them. Ooh, Barys can offer a nice headshot onto Harry. Maybe there's a way back in. Teasing Hugo, but Hugo's been on one so far. He's really been the talisman for the team. 11 and 5.
Look at Maui Snake. Quite literally slithering around in the back hallways, looking to catch them off guard. What is that? What's he doing? He needs to open another case right now. He only lasted for a round or two.
It was a 2v5, Anders. Only goes down as well. And Hugo has to save it. He's coming in from halls. Oh, this might be a good spot, though. Oh, it's so close. Oh, no, Mo. He saw it coming, and Hugo goes down. That's so unfortunate, Anders. I mean, I'm really hoping for British CS to make a comeback here in Astana. We might be seeing Danish CS making a comeback here in Astana.
True.
We saw NIP, I almost said Swedish CS, but NIP also making
I often
some waves.
feel like making the same mistake all the time. Here's a question for you, Dan. How much of that last round would you put on Maui Snake not getting that peek up in the hallways? Like,
I don't really know what Maui's contributing, to be honest.
all right. Well, apparently ODDIK has wall hack enabled, but he's got an MP9. Okay, look at him. Look at it. Listen, he's not hiding it. That's the first mistake. That's how we know he's actually not cheating on the regular, because if he was, he would know not to do this. Oh my God. Report this man right now. He's calling for the team though. There's actual coordination. Okay, look at him. He's going absolutely wild. Oh, but if he dies though, does he save the wall hack? Okay, here we go. No, even with the wall hack, it's not enough. Please, don't die with the wall hack, owner. You'll never live it out. You'll never live it down. You have to get it. No!
Dude.
ODDIK, what have you done?
Wait, is Warhack not good? Did I have it wrong all this time?
Yeah, not for the Germans, apparently.
Is it actually overrated?
Oh, what is he doing?
Knew how to use a Warhack. I would have thought only Pixel would. I haven't known how to use that. So,
listen, there is a strong history of German cheaters, but apparently, you know, we've cleared ODDIK. Maybe he was just trying to prove himself. P90 is humbling Hugo and Harry. Maui Snake are back here looking for something. All right, okay, he's got the spray pattern down. Unfortunately, the P90 is just too much. Oh, it's found him. Blair, he's back. Guns out once again. Oh! The clutch all the way from India.
Straight out of India.
Great stuff, Blair.
Indian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but listen, it's never really been a thing. He doesn't have Warhack anymore, which honestly is probably a good thing.
I think it was a disadvantage. Not going to lie, Anders. I think it was a disadvantage there for Oni. He doesn't know what happened. He is perplexed. There's a lot of emotions happening there.
I don't know for sure, but there is a chance that he did just scream "Was," which is, you know, it's an easy guess to make, to be honest. Deep nade. Hugo already back with the auto shotgun.
All right. Now he's done it again. At least he's consistent.
Yes. You know what? That's a good point, Dan. And I think we should give him some credit for that.
We've got to be fair.
If you at least be reliably bad at the game, then we kind of know what we're getting. Owner, just as bad with or without the wall hack. Harry and Hugo, the two Brits, trying to get it back. Harry, you know he is a super nerd. And you can kind of see it here, trying to swing for it. It's one more kill as Harry does bring it back from a 2 versus 4 into now just Mo alone. Team PGL looking to take the final round here.
Yeah, triple kill there for Harry. How's Mo going to do this? 12 HP. Through the halls he goes. And it does look like Harry's watching for this. He might be set up for that quad kill.
He's got the right idea.
Uh-oh.
The bomb is out there, so he kind of knows. Harry setting it up. It's one single. He does it with style. 5-7 in the first half, you know.
Pumping the team up.
In spite of Maui Snake, they got 5 rounds.
It is a wonder. I mean, I knew we had issues with North American Counter-Strike, Anders.
Well, let's see what the host has to say up on the stage.
Right, listen, guys. We got a big pistol coming in, okay? You know what you need to do. We got the strap from earlier, right? Yeah? Don't say it, we're going out live. Unless it's double bluff.
Guys, rush B.
Perfect. We'll see you on B, guys.
Так. Ну что-то они начали немножко отыгрываться. Что пошло не так?
Да нет, все хорошо. Мы сейчас за сильную сторону, я думаю, вообще...
All right, we're 100%
Я
going A.
слышал что-то про Rush
Okay,
P
good.
только что от ребят.
Да, мы хотим перевернуть КС. Мы сейчас будем за защиту рашить.
Все правильно. Вот так вот и нужно. Так, Вудуш, кстати говоря, дорогой, расскажи, как вы в самолете там потренировались, пока летели сюда. Я так понимаю, в принципе, ребята натренированные, заряженные приехали. Ну а стадион давайте еще поддержим!
All right. The old, you type out Rush B, but then you go A, only in stage form. They can plant the bomb and spawn. They've already planted, but the rush is coming in. If they lose this round, Dan, it will be the ultimate humiliation. You get the instant bomb plant. Surely you can win this one. Harry, Maui Snake trying to fight back, but they are getting crushed.
Oh, no.
It's just down to Bleth to try and save them. No,
Oh, no.
it can't be the case.
So much time left.
Mao's there. He has the kit. Oh, no. Even with the cheats, they almost lost the round.
That's insane. I thought there was more time than there was with the kit, but hey, I guess if you plant instantaneously when you spawn, Anders, it's pretty good.
Yeah, we have to give it to them, unfortunately. That was a sick strategy. And it is shocking that even at pro level, we don't see this stuff done more. I think that might just be a big oversight in the game.
What a way to win a pistol as well. Like a good round selection.
Yes.
For such cheating to take place.
Yeah, I think we'd have to probably credit Richard with that one. You could see he's been studying at home. He's been, he's been setting himself up for it. I know he's been up all night thinking about the strategies here. So obviously that comes into play in a massive way.
Now, will Maui be able to go even? That's the question.
I mean, you're asking so much down.
7-10 right now.
Why are you putting him on the spot? I'm here trying to be. I'm being fair and balanced.
Yeah, but in the green room, we will have to receive, the mental breakdown when his HOTV rating is tarnished.
Will this be posted to? Will this actually affect his rating? Oh my god!
I think so.
I didn't even think about that.
I'm pretty sure it will.
Dan, you just brought up that's a devastating point. I didn't even realize how much was on the line, but you might be right.
And there's no mistaking it.
Oh no. Never mind the show match. What will happen to that rating though? Maui, okay, you know what? He's trying to bring it back here. Trying to step it up a little bit. Here's Mo with the scouts. Maui, that's 3 kills. Now, I mean, this is still another thing you have to think about. That's also pretty greedy. Like, that's the rest of his team might suffer from just from a mental point of view. Like, you got one person who's just hogging the kills in the round. How's that going to make them feel?
I know it wasn't even necessary. There's a lot of them left. It was fine. It wasn't like these situations where Harry and Hugo grinding kills in these clutches.
Right.
That's totally different.
That's a very American thing as well, just to try and have it all. Why are they like that?
Yep. I don't know. I don't know.
Timeout. Team win line. Well, let's see. There he is, the man subject of much conversation. Apparently in the crosshairs of Donk at the moment too, if you want that little clip, which is the funniest thing.
Ooh, Adrian's got a revolver. Have not seen that in a while.
It's been a minute. I love it. Underrated pistol. Oh, look at Maui clearing the corners.
Maui pathing to connector. Oh my god, he gets destroyed. Revolver is actually delivering there for Adrian. Okay, I feel like we do need to see the return in pro play of both the P90 and the Revolver.
It could be done. People underestimated. I mean, JL had that one in the same clip on Dust 2 where he killed a bunch of people. So we know that there is at least some precedent for it. Richard is angry. I think Richard, he's expecting more. Is he pulling out the phone? I don't think phones are allowed on the stage. Normally we take them from players. Richard, what's he doing? That's crazy. He might be trying to cheat even outside of the current rules.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what kind of cheating is going to be taking place there. I'm sure we'll find out in a moment. Pistols here. Nice opening from Hugo. Gun to be collected. Bus is making his way around. Ooh, might have timing there. Does he decide to go for it?
Uh-oh.
Absolutely does.
Yeah, he wanted to go do it. Oh. You know, we've already got so much. He's been knifed. If he could get shot down with a revolver as well, Maui, that obviously would be the best thing that could have happened.
What else do we need? We have to think about that because going back to the stage host.
Right, listen, we can have infinite timeouts to clear it with Silvio and the guys. It's okay. We should have infinite timeouts. Okay, now listen. Thank you. Okay, good. Now listen, it's time for option 4. Option 4. Tell him, okay? Option 4. Option 4. Option 4.
Так, Владимир. Ну что, как оценишь, пока все идет нормально? Как тренировали?
Ребята стараются, да, я думаю, все будет хорошо. Сейчас мы всех сделаем.
Ну ладно.
I am perturbed, Anders. Option 4 seems kind of sinister in how it sounds so normal.
It does sound normal. They've got actual code names.
It's not like Project Tyranny or something like that. It's just an option 4.
It's like,
you know, like,
well, no. It could be something like that. I'll tell you. So when you die now, if you're on the PGL side here, you're going to respawn. So Harry, look at him, right back in spawn after death. How do you get rid of them? I guess it's only the once. Maui Snake is dead. Like, if he can't get something done with 2 lives in a round, oh my god! They are getting wrecked! Jumping through the smoke. That is sickening. Maui dying twice in a round.
Okay.
What's even left at this point?
Oh! Okay, he goes back. Wait, how many times do they get to come back? Is it just the one? No? Is it infinite? Oh my god, it's like infinite respawns, Anders.
Well, they're still going to run out of time at some point, right?
That's a good point. That is a very good point. Right now, Team Midline essentially playing Left 4 Dead, holding off the Horde.
How have they not won yet? They've killed like 15 people on the Windline side, and still 2 people alive here. Blake's doing the best that he can. They'll overpower it. Listen, option 4 worked.
Oh my god, that was pretty powerful. Infinite respawn. I mean, to be honest, how many kills did we even get? I feel like we should have been counting on Team Winline.
It was a lot. It was a lot. I think we're past like the 10 or 12 kills
Definitely.
or something, so... Well, they're running out of cheats, though, to be honest, on the PGL side. They're still... I mean, it's pretty close, 9 to 8 here.
Now he's still negative, of course.
That's the most... I'm glad you bring that up, Dan. I wasn't going to say it, because, again, I'm being a balanced commentator. I'm trying to be fair. I don't want to single anyone out.
Oh, my...
Once again, hogging the kills for himself, though. Not leaving a lot to his team. Look at him. Look at how greedy he is. I don't know if that's the kind of stuff that, you know, like, does that really fit in a professional game?
You need to have good chemistry on your team, and when you have such an ego, it just really displaces everybody else. It's often just better to get rid of them.
Oh, Harry, he wants the revenge with a knife. Oh, what's the one step? Okay.
All right.
Really taking the British approach. Just one player left up on the high ground, and unfortunately, the American greed has really overtaken the stage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Oh.
Okay, so Winline are going to be spawning with AKs now. Is that same thing that PGL did to limited effect?
The thing is that might be a problem is that PGL have had heavy usage of these options, Anders. I don't think they're going to have too many left.
That's true.
Winline are in a pretty good spot then.
Yeah, they burned
this match now.
They burned all of their cheats basically at the start.
Yeah.
What a rookie move.
That's true.
But that comes down to leadership. And, you know, I don't want to criticize Richard. Him and I have a long history together. But, you know, still, I feel like maybe you could put some blame on old Ricardo Luis, as we sometimes call him.
All right, so, I mean, 5 AKs on the CT side is kind of nice, especially on, I mean, really any map. I was going to say especially on train, but really any map, let's be honest.
It's a benefit. Our team, oh, okay.
Hugo's been farming with the orb in this game.
Ah. There you go, who you go.
You what? What did you just say to me?
Don't even worry. Do not worry, Dan. Adrian, you could see he's playing this one to win. He's not messing around. Maui, trying to set something up, but it's ultimately failed here. They're trapped in the corner, and he can't really fight his way out. Sadren chewing them up. The AKs come through, and Team Winline pumped up.
I mean, what are you going to do when you're against Adren except be outplayed? Brilliant peaks, exposing them.
Yeah. The original beacon of Counter-Strike for Kazakhstan, I think it's fair to say. 10-9, 3 rounds away. Maui said in the pre-game interview they were going to mog them. Now, I'm not sure if Sumo culture has actually made its way to Kazakhstan yet, but, you know, the aura is pretty atrocious here on the PGL side. They're in the proverbial skibbity toilet at this point in time, Dan.
Jesus Christ, Anders. Why are you doing this to me?
Somebody has to. Ooh.
Now he's back at it again. Just disgusting, isn't it? Disappointing, in fact. Oh! I thought Hugo had that one for sure.
There was a big opportunity. It's Onapixel. Maui betrays him by jumping straight into it. Both of them taken down with the auto shotgun. I think a real... Oh, hold on. We're going to delay that a little bit. We're going to listen in to see what Richard has to say.
All right, guys, that was a rough one. Not going to lie. But listen, we've reduced a group of pros to having to cheat against the casters. It's a moral victory at this point. A moral victory.
Ну что, ну как дела? Нормально, вроде опять собрались, пошло все, да?
Да, конечно. Вот удивляемся с режимов всяких разных.
Короче, там англичане на самом деле рассказывают о том, что они кастеры, а тут прошники собрались на нашей стороне. Есть что ответить?
Так мы комьюнити-кастеры все до единого.
Ну, кстати.
Все.
Все, давай кулачок. Все, вот и ответили.
Hold on. Does that mean they're going to be listening to the casters on the Winline side? I think it might mean that, so they can actually hear what the local casters are saying.
Ah.
That's an advanced kind of cheating, no question about it.
Yes.
I was going to say, there's a picture really being drawn up here where, like, either Maui sort of gets to get the kills in the round for himself, or they just won't, like, he won't even allow them to win.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
It's a brand new level of narcissism that's going to be shown here.
I do think Maui got a team to play with him in ESCA.
In truth, I mean, I think a lot of it came down to just the fact that, you know, he's got a bit of a brand, got a bit of, you know, something. I think he, you know, showed his Twitch stream viewership or something like that. And they just said, okay, listen, it might be insufferable, it might be hard to deal with here, but we'll have to swallow our pride and do what we can. Adrian and Buster are left here, and so far the cheating doesn't really seem to be working out. What are they doing on the other casting side? Are they informing them properly of what's going on? Now he's fumbled himself into another couple of kills in this round. Many people will say it was probably more accidental than anything else.
I mean, there's always variance, Anders.
If fire enough bullets, you will hit someone.
Yeah.
Eventually. It's like the infinite monkeys and typewriters kind of thing, Dan. That's probably Maui's approach to Counter-Strike, to be honest. Oh my God.
Wait a second.
Oh!
Wait a second.
He died anyway. I think he was supposed to be invulnerable.
Why is he invulnerable, Anders?
I think it was the headshot from the AWP that did it, to be honest. I think...
Ooh. The layers to the cheating are incredible.
Yeah, it's advanced here. No one's expecting it.
It's like one of those mixed bags of chocolates, but it's like just cheats instead.
Just pull out something new every time. I mean, that's pretty much what the show match is at the stage, so you're not wrong. Also, I thought there was going to be like a whole Forrest Gump metaphor in there, you know? But what have we seen? Okay, good kills coming through. Hugo, Harry doing the best that they can. Maui Snake trying to one-up them all the time. Okay, listen.
He must have been practicing that jump for a long time just to put it out in the show match.
Right.
I mean, it's really disgusting how much he's trying to show off.
You know what? I was about to say something different, but that is a good point, Dan. You know, are you playing just to show off, or like are you spending your time at night like strategies, like just doing something productive here? It's not a circus, Maui. What are you doing? 11-11 though. We're headed back into round number 23 here. You know, Team Winline in a little bit of trouble, but like we said earlier, they still have some cheats left in that bag that we were talking about, so maybe they can pull out some of those, see if they can get something done here. Oh, this booster moving closer. I like the aggression. Maui's running from the fight. I don't know if you noticed this. Again, like, I don't want to call him out too much, but he is just kind of running away while his team are in the fight here. What is up with that?
I don't know. It's just trying to. He needs people to bait. If he doesn't have people around him to bait, I think Anders, you know, then he just can't really get into his game.
Yeah. Look at ODDIK though, doing fantastic work getting the entry over at the A side. That's the kind of stuff you really like to see. Finally, somebody who's ready to play for the team. And I can appreciate that. Give him some credit. It's Adrian and Booster left. Getting back into the B-bomb side definitely will not be easy. A little bit of stress here on the PGL side, but Hugo scoped up and shutting down Adren. That's not bad. The shotgun here at range, not really the weapon for it. Now, who's the greedier? That's the real test here. Jumping up close, Blair trying to get the job done with the Zeus out. ODDIK coming over the knife, but he's going to get shot down. And Maui's here, back turned, surrenders at the end of it.
Still just unable to face his opponent.
Team PGL up to 12. Look at Richard.
I mean,
I've rarely seen him so excited.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that the use of cheats was not effective, but it seems like you may have been wrong, Anders. If anyone knows how to cheat, I guess it's Richard. He's been covering cheaters most of his career. He's really learned from the best.
There's no overtime either, so we could end in a bit of a stalemate here. A handshake towards it. You're right, Richard's been doing a lot of that. He is a journalist. I hope you can hear the air quotes in my voice, just for those who understand the memes. Oh, no. Blair caught sleeping on the job. ODDIK, hold the phone. I think his impact, like, he's got 9 kills to 19, which obviously sounds bad, but I think the 9 impact kills that he has, it's much, much stronger than whatever Maui's showed up with here. So that's obviously a high-level point that a lot of plebs won't understand when they're just watching the game. Like, you think it's just about the numbers, but it's not. It's about the quality of the kills. And ODDIK has completely dwarfed Maui in that sense. He's actually humbled him in this one. Maui just playing for himself and just getting the more useless kills in the round. Unfortunately, at Ren here, alone versus 2. Hugo going for the bomb plant, playing for the team. He is object-oriented. He wants to win. And what's Maui doing? Where is he?
He's baiting again, isn't he?
Just baiting.
Oh, no. Well, actually, Adren's here real fast. He's going to go for the straight defuse.
Oh, no. Stabbed at the end. Team PGL to shock and surprise by the leadership of Richard and the IGLing of ODDIK. They come up with a win here at the Astana stage. Nearly held back by Maui Snake, but he couldn't. Even in spite of that, they found a way to the victory.
I think that really just says a lot about the temerity of this team. Everything that's gone into it, just the emotional equanimity, Anders.
Yes. And if we're being honest, this might be the highlight of these guys' life, which I know sounds sad, and it is, but it's probably also just realistic. If we're being honest, Dan, we can't lie to the audience. I don't think it'll get better from here for any of them.
No, of course. We have to be authentic. We have to tell it like it is. We have to be balanced and fair, just as we have been this entire show match so far.
That's the most important thing, really. I'm glad you bring that up at the end, Dan. I think it's worth just summarizing that point, because we really can't, we can't be unbalanced in this one. The stage hosts are ready to break it all down for us.
Team PGL have done it, and they did it in style. You don't look so happy, mate.
Ну, of course, I'm not look happy. Ну что, аплодисменты! Team PGL! Ну, а Team Finland тоже заслуживает аплодисментов. Это было шоу, это было красиво. So we need to...
Yeah, let's get our captains. Oni! We'll have to run and get him. Captains, come on up here. Come on, Oni. Booster.
Кто готов? А Team Finland, кто у нас капитан? Слав, кто капитан?
He gave him some tissues. Bella, you want to grab someone from your team?
Okay. Lix, Dim. Dmitry Lix. Lix.
Let's also get someone from them.
It's too difficult to call somebody. Okay.
They're not paying attention. They're all lost in the madness of it all. But oh, look at the love. Look at the love. Oni, I'm going to start with you. How impactful was Richard for you as a coach?
Crazy. I mean, he was calling all the cheats for us. I don't think we could have done it without wall hack, without, 9 lives on one round. These guys are crazy, bro. Without cheats, we would have gotten 13-0 probably. So, yeah, heads up to them. Mao and Adrian, absolute goats, everyone. And, yeah, I hope the crowd is not too sad that we won this, but, yeah, thank you. Thank you for being a wonderful crowd. Hey, much love, guys. Awesome.
Насколько Ричард помог в этой игре? Ричард помог просто максимально, потому что он знал про все читы, подсказывал. Иначе это бы закончилось, скорее всего, 0-13. В общем, он надеется, что, несмотря на то, что они выиграли, вы, дорогие зрители, не слишком расстроились и благодарит всех за поддержку. Ну, стыдно?
Да нет, на самом деле очень весело получилось. Это же все-таки шоу-матч.
Ну ладно, на самом деле, правда, как шоу.
Можно кое-что сказать. Салем Астана.
Whoa! So, they are not sad because of its show match, you know. Ну что, вообще, как тебе Астана, как тебе турнир? Расскажи про свои впечатления от того, что ты видишь здесь.
Мне очень нравится. Хотя местную еду я еще не попробовал, но вот сегодня либо завтра обязательно это сделаем. В целом классный климат, классные ребята. Очень пока все нравится.
За кого болеешь?
За спиритов. Но, конечно, хочется какой-то сенсации, да, то есть хочется, чтобы что-то вот там, какая-то команда показала, не знаю, как темная лошадка сыграла, да, и выиграла турнир. Всегда хочется интриги.
Okay. So, Dmitry supports Team Spirit here, and he likes Astana as much as possible because the atmosphere, the climate, the weather, etc. But he does not try Kazakhstan food now, but he will do it.
Well, for sure, he needs to do that. Last words from you, Ernie, before we get ourselves into the rest of the day.
I love Astana. The city is absolutely insane. W Kazakhstan, I swear. Amazing people, amazing tournament. W PGL, W staff, W crowd. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Обожаю Астану, обожаю этот турнир. Невероятные зрители, невероятный PGL, невероятный турнир в целом. Ну и, Дмитрий, пожалуйста, от вас тоже парочку слов для наших зрителей.
Ребят, хорошего просмотра вам сегодняшних игр и завтрашнего финала. И надеюсь, вы все очень классно кайфанете от того, что мы будем видеть на сцене.
Guys, have fun today and tomorrow, and I hope you will enjoy what we'll see in this tournament.
Yeah, man.
Kazakhstan has shown their desire and passion for Counter-Strike again and again.
First contact taken. It's got to be Wakadia left in this clutch. Now everyone is wounded. This is far from impossible, but Wakadia's got to pick the right timings, the right fights. This rat through the apartments just been spotted. Senzu picked up for free. The ball is rolling. Wakadia's going, and he's going to nail every single one.
Woxic sees that cross. Mongols have mid. They're trying to split the A site, but right now it's only 9-10. He's got no support and he's got no chance. Woxic nails both.
Oh, but you ain't getting past Woxic right now. He is pumped up. But past that point, when they get the info, they know where he is. Funneled in. Senzu! 1 versus 3 and never breaks a sweat. Because they telegraph it. They'll back up, still blitz, caught with util pulled. They're moving in. They're picking up steam. Wakadia trying to take space away. And they send Mizinho into main, but he can't survive the journey. 9-10 swung on as Jota rising to the occasion with 4.
Nice 1v2, backstab, timing's good, 5 bullets.
Ima's up through the vent. The device is going hunting. Bomb now retrieved. Swing out of Ima. Device was ready for it. Good nade from JL, short. Ooh. First shot is convincing. Hot hammer now! Starts burning the hammer! So instead, he's actually gonna have to be the one making a play, making a move, or else this round never gets going. There he is in the kill feed. Yabi up there with him. JL can't hold on! Astralis are entrenched. He has no info, no idea where either of them are. And they can play on their timing. They can swing this together, and there it is.
Triple boost, no one long. Shouldn't net anything. Oh my god!
What?
And he's lost in the smoke. They can't find him. They know he's in here somewhere. It's not a great position for Yuri to be in.
He can't reload. He's only got 6 bullets. That's the cover for the bomb. Only 6 bullets as they go for MongolZ. MongolZ takes down Breno, but now it's down to Yuri. This can't be a prolonged fight, and Insani makes it a fast one. And it's a quick defense here with the dualies from safe to try to shut it down, but Yuri...
They pretty much know what they need to know at the moment here. Do they want to fight him? They will. They take it right to his doorstep. Trying to get into it here, but already they are just ducked in, trying to stay safe on the other side. Yuri, 4 kills.
Yakindar's been pushed out of that forward play, and finally an opening pick.
Yeah, did he push in front of the smoke safe? I wonder if he did. Exit. It's very good. Grenade on the MongolZ. Doesn't actually do almost any damage. Oh, he's pushed through. MongolZ is actually through the smoke, and so is Kazakhstan. He does get caught on the other side. Should be over. They know what's coming. 30 seconds. Yuri creeping on past here. It's not the best spray, but it'll get the job done. And Exit finds an ace to pick up another round for MIBR. MongolZ spots them out, does line up a lot of damage. It's Kazakhstan to take the kill on the other side here. Oh, Fallen gonna get one as well. Trying to see if they can get it done. MongolZ not really being put into play yet. Exit goes down. It's Kazakhstan with the last one. With the swing, but the spray, oh, if Snappy wasn't throwing a grenade, he would have been able to get the refrag instead. Falling back is Donk. He's already got 2, and he lands the headshot.
It's a long A. This is actually really smart, but Wrinkle's also repositioned. It's perfect.
He's going to get the kill. I think they know. Sun6 was in there too. Yeah, it's such an obvious call. Once you see this double smoke and Chopper and Sun6 in the middle, you should know the rest, and Wrinkle does. The other version of it, they end up hiding inside of the smoke towards B. They keep pushing the corner. They want to make their way past, but in the smoke, Shush will fall, and it is going to be Udrux next in line. Chopper finding them before you can even see them. He's already got the double. At least they're on with the bomb here. It's Wrinkle to get one spray down, but Chopper finding another triple kill. Can he keep it up? Doc to help out, and now they're hunting down Chopper with back-to-back quad kills.
The only way out of this is for NIP to shoot their way out as they come into the setup here. Doc gets the first player. I don't know how they're going to find all of these players dug into the site. Oh my goodness.
Chopper is out here on the other side of the smoke. He's going to spray down one of them. Is he ready for more? Dunk gets a headshot through. It's just Snappy left. And surely they come for him. Shiro to take him down. Spirits.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to amazing Astana, where we've had some fantastic Counter-Strike already played, and we expect that to continue on semi-finals day. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio, in the arena, in a mini studio, appropriate, all things considered. That's a height joke, not to worry. It is, of course, going to be Blair and Maui, the king of cultural impact. We're back. We're back together.
I know. When you think about it, just about everything could be a studio. You just have to shrink it in your mind, Richard. It's not about what's out here, it's what's going on in there.
Correct. That was the exact kind of zen you applied to the show match earlier, I noticed as well. And I will have to say to everyone at home, excuse my voice. I've got a little bit of a sniffle, and the show match absolutely...
Do I have to stay away from you?
Yeah, you definitely should keep your distance. But anyway, guys, why don't we take a look at what the tale of the tournament has been like so far? Because, as I said, we've had some fantastic Counter-Strike, and we've had some upsets, which I love when those occur. Everyone does. You can see there, right at the top, the Mongols. Sorry to do it to you again, Blair.
Yeah.
They just continue to choke in these playoff situations, even when playing other perennial chokers in the form of Aurora.
Yeah, the choke slam. Aurora just coming out on top right there. They've broken the curse. But for me, I guess for all of us, the Astralis game against Na'Vi, Maui, that was the showstopper for me.
Yeah, and then obviously you had Na'Vi losing to Astralis, the new HOTU-driven project that we're going to be talking about. Blade, no sour grapes in that social media barrage afterwards, fair enough. FURIA. With a young Kazakh in the team, in the arena, he went Super Saiyan. A memory he will treasure forever as FURIA beat MIBR 2-0. And of course, to close out the day, plucky NIP unable to overcome Team Spirit, favorites for the competition. And that sets up these semi-finals. We're going to be talking about Astralis versus Aurora in depth. But first of all, guys, just some general thoughts about the tournament so far.
I think it's been great so far, right? Like, obviously we had, I guess, a couple of disappointments. VP continued to disappoint, but I feel like the usual suspects, they made it through to the playoffs. And yesterday, yeah, a couple of upsets. And I don't know, man. I feel like the two games we have over here, things could get a little topsy-turvy.
Tournament favorites in Spirit looking at the other side of the bracket right now and just licking their chops. They're seeing MongolZ out. They're seeing Na'Vi out.
Yep.
They're saying, can we just grab the trophy already? Because Na'Vi were supposed to be the big threat here. So for them to fall to Astralis in the fashion that they did, they're upset. But Spirit's happy about that.
Oh, sure. I mean, listen, don't lick your chops too hard, because sometimes, I don't know where I'm going with this metaphor. But there you go.
You start slobbering.
We should have workshopped that instead of playing a show match, really, but whatever. Instead, why don't we start setting up this tantalizing semi-final that we've got, guys? And I'll start by talking about Astralis. I think it's only fair to do it. I am willing now to do the rarest of things. I'm going to offer up a slight, and only a slight, mea culpa, because HOOXI went on OwnerPixel's stream after they won, and OwnerPixel said, everyone is saying good things about you, and HOOXI said, I know one man who won't, Richard Lewis. So here's what I'm going to say. I'll do direct into the camera, brother. Yeah, probably in retrospect, you over Cadian might have been a better choice. I'm willing to admit that. I still haven't forgotten about G2, though. So, anyway, that's pretty
Every opportunity to bring in G2 into the conversation.
I think that's pretty big of me.
Good, well done, Richard.
Thank
Honestly,
you.
I'm proud of you.
You've turned a corner.
I've grown.
You're no longer doing the esports double down, the esports triple down. You're actually...
Followed by the esports apology, followed by not working for 2 years.
Yes, exactly.
The classic. But anyway, let's be serious for a moment, because I do want to give plaudits to the very quick turnaround that HOOXI has had at Astralis. The difference is apparent.
HOOXI has been a life raft for this sinking Astralis team. They were treading water barely. I don't even think their heads were above water, in all honesty. Missing the major, regularly missing playoffs with the exception of some PGL events. And HOOXI himself not only is he calling better, Richard, but he's playing better than Cadian. Cadian was a losing condition on that CT side. He never adjusted to the MP9. He never adjusted to the M4. HOOXi, on the other hand, he's not popping every single head that's walking into his crosshair, but he's doing a serviceable job, and that's what Astralis needed above all else.
It's not just serviceable. If you go back to the final game in the group stage, if HOOXi didn't literally hard carry them on that dust against VP, it would have been VP in the playoffs. Astralis would have to go back home again and just kind of seethe in the misery. So absolutely leading from the front, not just in the calling side of things, but also fragging out as well.
Well, I mean, we can talk a little bit about as well. He's made an instant impression on his teammates. Sometimes new IGLs, you don't get a honeymoon period, or if you do, it might last, up until the first meeting. The first Starbucks trip, let's say. It can all go south very quickly. Not the case here in Astralis. 9 days of preparation. HOOXi, all the players around him are singing his praises.
The calling is just so much more fitting than it was when it was under Cadian. Cadian called more set pieces. Everything felt like it was micromanaged to a higher degree. HOOXi, on the other hand, gives his players freedom. It's why people on Copenhagen Flames showed their individual prowess, and so many of them went on to be such great players, including a guy who's reuniting with Yabi. The fact that now he's down, they get to just kind of play in the way that they want to, they get to feel the round out, and then HOOXi constructs a mid-round regardless of what's going on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we could just hear it from the players itself, right? I think Stair gave an interview yesterday. He gave a couple of interviews, one on the stage where he's singing HOOXi's praises, and one on HLTV as well, where he pointed out that when it comes to the calling style, obviously it's a long statement. It's like, I like the system, I like his calls, he has his own system, but he's kind of like mixing up a lot of things. Cadian's more, crazy old heroic-esque style of calling. We can see that. We can see some set calls coming out as well. And it just feels like everyone seems to be super impressed with what he's bringing to the table. But more importantly for me, this is something I alluded to from day one itself, and just watching the body language of the Astralis team, not just in the server, but outside as well. They just seem to be having a good time. The pressure is finally off, seemingly, for everyone on the team, right? HOOXi's coming in, there's no real expectations. This is an Astralis not making to the major, there are no expectations. And finally, it seems like having a little bit of room to breathe, they're starting to really, kind of step up to the plate. And
I'll add, that's not just necessarily an indictment of Cadian. Plenty of staff have been let go from Astralis. Other people that may have been in players' ears, we don't really know in terms of a post-mortem what was going wrong, but we can point to what is going right, and that's what's happening right now. And I also want to add, I think for HOOXi, a year out of the game as an IGL, you don't know if you're going to be the next MSL or the next Alex, and you just disappear. You are gone. There'll be people watching the stream right now, they won't know who they are. And that's crazy, because they were IGLs on top teams that were winning tournaments, and they just evaporated because 1 minute you're hot, the next minute you're not. So I've loved the energy HOOXi's brought to it. He seems a lot more kind of grounded and in the moment right now.
And HOOXi's value as a leader will always go criminally underrated. IGLs like Pronax in the past that smooth out a loose system, but find the ways to just round it out, to put the pieces together at the end of it all. When you have such a star-studded cast surrounding you, you'll always be the last person in terms of a narrative that's being built. You're always going to be overlooked. And even we've seen players like Pronax, players like HOOXi, leaders that is, when their star players just the first tournament after they're gone, think of IEM Dallas, think of even the major that Fnatic won after Pronax left. It looks like, oh, did the IGL even do anything? But it really, what people like HOOXi and Pronax to that extent do is they create sustainability. They have a voice and a mind that's always joining all of the pieces and putting together that puzzle, even when it's thrown into a million pieces.
And to that point, Blair's actually got some rounds, I think.
Yeah, we can talk about a couple of rounds just calling. This is a loss. I picked this map. It was a Mirage loss that they had against Navi, who got completely outplayed. You look at the score and you're thinking, oh, they just got absolutely dumpstered. It was, yes, they kind of did in all honesty, but if you look at the way HOOXi was calling on the CT side with a 7-1 down, it was still very, very proactive, right? They were still trying to take a lot of these fights. This is going to be a lot of good conditioning coming in from Navi, and it's just going to be Stair, who was still, despite playing a rough role in the A-anchor position, able to deliver numbers over here. He gets isolated, they get taken down here. It's going to be a fast A-take. What HOOXi was doing here was trying to take this mid-fight, playing double cat because he knew that just fighting mid, bottom of mid wasn't quite panning out. again, credit to LXCB for really structuring a very solid round there and dissecting the defense, keeping Stair Barys lonesome. And then in the end, you're going to see, they're going to try and save. The retake's not going to quite pan out. Jail's going to get a few kills over here. And then it's going to be basically an eco round come the next one. What I like watching from HOTU is his reaction come couple of rounds later when he gets the gun. What does he do? They're going to go for an aggro push. Well, there's going to be a few of the exit kills over here from JL. And then heading a couple of rounds later, what HOTU's going to try is he's going to, we can probably jump into the round as well here. He's going to try for a more aggressive A-ramp presence, right? And it's just not just going to be a tepid just poke and just find out information. They're going to push on in over here. They're going to find early duels taking place, right? They're going to get a couple of kills. And then, of course, again, a great round being called by Na'Vi. For the side of Astralis, they're probably thinking, oh, you just got a couple of kills here. We got the lurk player as well. Is probably going to be hit. Nice play from Na'Vi to be able to isolate HOTU and get the kill. And then it's just a fake. Bomb's going to get planted A. The point of this couple of rounds we're highlighting over here is Astralis aren't playing scared. They aren't playing to default. They are being mobile. They're being reactive. And this is something which, Na'Vi just played a better map altogether. But this is something I'm enjoying watching here, Rich, because it's easy to highlight what we did on Ancient. It's easy to highlight when they were new because they were way more comfortable. But even on a map like Mirage, where they clearly one of the weak maps, they do have some really cool ideas, which I love to see from the side of HOTU.
What I already love about what we're getting out of HOTU is that he's assertive. It's so easy as an in-game leader to join a team that already has a full strat book and call from that strat book. You just pick the strat that you think is going to work best, and you don't really... At the end of that, what happens is you have zero accountability. If you go through a whole tournament like that, say, oh, we only had 9 days of practice, I was just using their strat book, no one's really going to blame you. But HOTU puts it on the line, he throws out the Ancient playbook from Cadian, just calls off of his own intuition, is able to win games off of his own intuition just from reading the game live. That kind of skill, that is what so few in-game leaders have that always say, oh, we want to build out our playbook, we don't have enough strats. That's what Electronic is doing right now. He's still saying that they don't have enough strats. You've been playing for like 4 or 5 months. Like, how do you not have enough strats yet? Like, that's not on your players anymore. That's on the calling. That's on the leadership. And HOTU has shown that he's already a cut above people like Electronic, like a person like Cadian, who wants everything to be so meticulously constructed. But at the end of the day, it's a house of cards for those kinds of in-game leaders. Whereas HOTU's, he's building a fortress. He's building something sustainable.
Oh, yeah. You can have an intricate playbook, right? And it looks great on paper. But as they always say, Counter-Strike is played on the server. And if your players can't get dialed in, they don't have that level of attention, they're not cool under pressure, particularly younger, inexperienced players, or, perennial choke merchants, as we've talked about, which Astralis has. It's like, well, listen, we're going to have to just feel this one out. And, yeah, I've been very impressed with what HOTU has done in 9 days. Now, that said, Aurora, their opponents, the explosive powerhouse that now have finally got that playoff win on the stage at the 8th attempt.
It just took them, I think 6 playoff runs back to back to finally get the win. But yesterday, what I really liked was there was a switch of Maja said, usually we start on the at the CT side, we start on the T side. They kind of dictated the pace against the Mongols, and Mongols never quite recovered over there. But I think a couple of players we need to point out here who have been, I guess we can just be a little critical of Woxic in a group stage. I said he was being a little quiet. We know some of his struggles he can have in the arena. But yesterday, Rich, it wasn't a Xantares show. It was Maja with an incredible game plan, great calling, but it was the 2 W's right there, Woxic and Wycadia, really stepping up to the plate. We saw so many pivotal rounds from Wycadia on both the maps, and Woxic just popping off, dropping a 30 bomb on Anubis, their map pick as well. And this is what you need to see. This is what you want to see for this Turkish side.
Woxic and Wycadia had... I was raising some questions about what we were getting in the group stage. Woxic had a sub 1.0 rating for what he had in the group stage. Wycadia, to me, was giving up so many weird bozo deaths where he was peeking without actually having a teammate next to him. Well, 2 things. If you hit the shots, doesn't matter if you take a bad peek. And 2, I mean, Woxic just started doing that as well. I mean, both of these guys, for whatever reason, who have had so much trouble in the playoff situations, finally just showed up here. I don't even know if anything necessarily clicked on a tactical level, but it's just that they've gotten used to this kind of environment by now.
And look, I've followed Woxic's career for a long time. I was one of his biggest advocates when he was on the Mouse lineup, saying he should be airlifted into a better team, right? Like, he's a guy that does turn up and land and perform. And then also, I saw him when he was on Cloud9, when, unfortunately for him, that was the online era. He was playing on unbelievably high ping, very frustrating for an AWPer. And, let's also be real, that frustration spilled over into poor decision-making, and that did set him back for a while until, again, he put down whatever weird beef that had been around him and Xantares for a long time. They merged, made that Eternal Fire lineup, and kind of the rest is history. They're here now with Aurora. I'm very happy to see him perform well on a stage, because for me, he's been one of the great underachievers, I guess was the word you would use.
And I mean, you speak of Eternal Fire, it was eternal rotating door of, plays coming in and out.
Yeah,
but,
that never helped.
But for me, when Jota got picked at the beginning of the year, for me, that's the final piece. I look at that, I'm like, they've made it. This is the ultimate Turkish super team. And we could see it immediately click into place, right? It's just the struggles they've had in the arena. But for me, Rich, now that they've broken the curse, so to speak, I'm excited, actually, as to what they have in store for us here.
Yeah. I mean, look, let's be clear. The Jota addition was the right move. I think when he replaced Calyx, everyone was like, look, that is a no-brainer. That has to happen. Congrats to Calyx. He's back in Eternal Fire now on their lineup. So happy to see that. But I will say at this tournament, Maui, he's kind of been, I don't want to say absent, but,
He's been a bit quiet in terms of the statistical output department, but his decision-making is still better than Calyx had last year. Calyx would sit in the same place for way too long, wait for basically the entire round to end before he gives up the fact that he's watching apps on apartment. Like, you gotta move, buddy. You gotta eventually either push into the apartments, rotate a little early, and that's Jota's setting up crossfires. He's just working more in tandem with his teammates on the fly. Even if it doesn't result in him getting kills, the people around him play better. That's so important because Calyx was such a feast or famine player. He's either getting the headshot himself or he's just dying in a split second. I'll take Jota 10 out of 10 times.
100%. 100%. Why don't we take a look at their past encounters as well, and we can add some rich context to this history.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the results, you're like, oh, this is heavily Astralis-sided, but you just got to look at the dates. This is like the major. It was a 2-1 result over there. Then you have to go all the way back to Rio Best of 1, EPL Season 19. It's been a while. They haven't played this year, Maui. They haven't played where Aurora or Eternal Fire, as they were known back then, have had this ascent, and Astralis has just been, falling stars, so to speak. So I'm actually curious, because if you kind of paint the narrative of these two teams, finally one team breaking the curse and the other team finally finding a leader they can rally behind, it's an interesting dynamic altogether.
We're getting two teams that are on the upwards trajectory, which is what makes this playoff matchup so exciting.
Yes.
And also, let's be clear, they've overcome favorites. They were underdogs in both their games, both here. One of these teams goes to the final. And let me tell you, I don't know who it means more to, because in terms of Astralis, we don't even know what's going on with the org and the ownership, right? So is winning a trophy good?
I'll take Aurora. I'll take Aurora instantly.
100%.
Right.
Aurora, for me, it definitely means more for. Sure, Astralis would love the club reward, okay? They need some financial backing to prevent themselves from going completely bankrupt. But at the same time, Aurora are a team that have made all of the playoffs of all the events that they've gone to, and now they're finally winning in a playoff situation. Despite having a poor group stage, a bad start, losing the big at the very get-go, it felt like this was them taking a step back, but now they've actually taken that big step forward over a team like the MongolZ, a top 5 team in the world. So for Aurora, now they look at this as championship or bust. Like Richard, you wanted it, Madgers wanted it, everybody around the Aurora camp has wanted them to lift a trophy. This is probably the best opportunity they're going to have this year, because the only real elite team they're going to have to beat now is Spirit.
Who they face off in all the way back in January when they had the debut event as well, right?
Correct.
And also, by the way, for Astralis, let's be real, they're just happy to be here in the playoffs. I feel like even if they'd gone out of the tournament, let's say the 2-3 fashion, and lost to VP, I don't think they'll be too hard put about it. But we tried, we saw some good signs coming in, maybe you can build into this. But coming into the arena, they would have already been happy, and obviously getting a win is always a great thing. But I have to echo Maui's sentiments here. For Aurora, it's win or bust. Even making to the finals, they still should be vying for the trophy, because they need that little bit of boost heading into the major.
Yeah, I mean, definitely heading into the major, but also just the rest of 2025 is going to get crazy. I don't think people realize how crazy it's going to get. If everything's true and Falcons, if they're still making moves and putting together pieces, are they going to, topple Vitality, take their crown? Are Mouse going to, maybe pivot and make some changes of their own? We've got a roster mania to come in. And one of the teams I would absolutely say probably can't actually make a move right now is Aurora, going right the way through 2025. So, yes, they definitely have to get a trophy. I'm amazed they haven't already, given just the plethora of tournaments we've had this year.
The fact is that people are just used to playing Aurora at this point. The style that they play, the TI4 death ball that somehow Madger's trying to reenact in Counter-Strike is just become a little bit...
Well, yeah, actually, no. Elaborate. Tell me about the style.
Okay, a lack of usage of lurkers, practically always just trying to do the most basic splits onto bomb sites, and really a singular idea for sometimes multiple gun rounds straight. So if they outlined in their preparation that we're going to hit B, they're going to slam B. They're going to try to hit it like 4 gun rounds out of the first 5, and sometimes they don't even really make the mid-half adaptation till round number 9, round number 10. It's sometimes too late, and they're too far behind. And the top teams in the world, the ones that do the preparation, in my opinion, one of the reasons they do badly in playoffs is because there's more prep work going into those kinds of matches. And once an opposing elite team hones into what Aurora or Eternal Fire was doing, then they know everything.
I mean, you just have to go back to the interview Magic gave when he said, you know, our playbook is kind of a little stagnant right now. Teams know the way we play. So they did say...
Didn't call him out for that too? Was it seized? There was a player called him out. And
yes, he's called him. A lot of people did. And I'll tell you why. Because he said they've kind of refurbished the playbook. They have a new tricks, you know, ready to go. I haven't seen that yet. And you just have to harken back to a couple of games prior when he played against Na'Vi. I think it was Inferno and Train. And it felt like Na'Vi just had to read on exactly what they wanted to do on the T side time after time after time again. So I feel like he hasn't really used that playbook quite yet. Now, you're in the semifinals for the very first time in an arena event with his 5-man lineup. You better crack that book open, because I want to see something new.
Here's the problem with cracking the book open, Blair. If you crack it open, sure, you're going up against HOTU. That's a
couple of pages, Rich. Just a couple of pages.
Out of all the IGLs, like he overworks, if anything. I think he overworks. I think one of the reasons he had trouble in G2 was he was doing probably a bit too much. I mean, like, it was crazy. Like, even when the writing was on the wall that he was going to get cut, he's dialing into Dallas going, here's your playbook, guys. It's like...
He helped himself get cut.
Yeah, I know.
He literally actually dug his own grave.
Suffering from success.
In a way, it's admirable because he actually helped them prep the strategies that Nico ended up calling, but then community sentiment, and even in the organization, they were like, well, I guess we don't need him. At least keep him as a coach, bare minimum.
Yeah, you could have offered him a coach contract for sure. But I mean, seriously, like a guy I would back to be able to deconstruct Aurora in a short period of time, it's HOTU, bro.
And the active style that we've already highlighted in some of the rounds from Astralis are perfectly suited to counter a low lurking style of Aurora. Right. If you're just willing to push extremities, if you're willing to take space that you think is vacated, hey, the secret is against Aurora, it probably is. There's probably no one there.
And also, just looking at the T sides as well, what I loved a lot, let's remember the round that actually put Na'Vi 6 feet under yesterday, the 4 spy, just with the pistols and armor.
Call. Love
and
to see it.
ballsy call, by the way, in retrospect, because if that doesn't go out, suddenly now it's a 2-round difference, you have to save and all of that. He's had a perfect read. They walked straight into the stack, and I'm like, man, he's got a great read. I think Vincere said, he's like, yeah, HOTU knew exactly what he was going to do. I didn't know what the tell was, but he's been putting in the prep, but more importantly for me, Rich, it's just the conviction he has, and the fact that his team are behind him. Also easy to have the conviction when you play with Nico and MongolZ, right? You play 2, literally some of the best players we've ever had in Counter-Strike. You've led them. You have that rep going.
No, but what I was going to say was I think it's great that he's able to do a ballsy call in this situation because he knows they're playing with house money. Like, Astralis were meant to turn up, go home. That was what was meant to happen. They're not at the major. You know, it was like, this was the perfunctory appearance that they were supposed to put in. He is not cut from that cloth. He's not accepting that. So you have to respect it. And as I said, I think stylistically, this is going to match up really well. And with that said, I can now throw you over to the stage to introduce these teams for our first semi-final.
Astana, are you ready for the semi-finals?
Astana, вы готовы к полуфиналам?
Well, let's get our teams onto the stage and kick things off in style. For our first team, you guys were loving him. HOTU was getting the cheers, he was getting the chants, and they've done a lot better than many expected. He was brought in to save this team, and it looks like he might be the man to do it. They won the game yesterday that not many expected. The upsets could continue here for them. Let's see what happens.
Главная неожиданность вчерашнего игрового дня, да и PGL Astana в целом, они победили Na'Vi. Но складывается ощущение, что HOTU именно тот кусочек пазла, которого им так не хватало. Теперь он здесь.
Astana, let me hear it for Astralis! and looking to stop the run from Astralis here in the semi-finals. It's Aurora who finally found their footing on the stage. They have struggled in the arenas time and time again, but after a fantastic performance, even surviving overtime, Aurora were able to stand strong and get what they wanted, but they don't want it to end here.
Они удивили водой 4-й, обыграв 2-0 MongolZ, которые все-таки считались вчера более сильной командой. К тому же до вчерашнего дня они целых 7 раз не могли выиграть на сцене, но эта серия прервалась. Возможно, это начало новой серии. Кто знает, совсем скоро узнаем и мы. Итак, встречаем Аврора!
Our teams have taken to the stage, and we're one step closer to getting in that server. Maja, come join us up here. Device, come with us. The rest of you can sit down and get ready. Maja, yesterday, it was a big turning point for you guys. How proud does that make you feel?
First of all, Alga Astana, Salem. Yeah, yesterday was a good day for us. Like you said, first win in playoff, but like I told you, it's the first in everything in life. So today we're going to try to show good Counter-Strike again. It's important, and with the support of the fan, hopefully we can.
Do you feel... Oh, yeah, so I got to not forget about that bit.
Thank you. Итак, вчера был поворотный для вас момент. Как вы ощущаете это сегодня? Насколько гордитесь вчерашним результатом? Как я уже говорил вчера, у всех серий есть какой-то конец, и я надеюсь, что эта серия лишь начинается. Сегодня важно показать свою лучшую игру, показать свой лучший Counter-Strike, и я верю, что все получится.
Maja, do you feel like you can sense a difference in the team after this win? Is there a change of them in how it's just feeling when you come onto the stage, what you're expecting from them now?
I don't know. I think we're just going to play our game, and hopefully it's a good day for us, and we will see.
Чувствуешь ли ты какие-то изменения ментальные в команде после вчерашней победы? На самом деле нет. Мы просто постараемся сыграть свою игру, быть уверенными и сконцентрированными.
Now, Device, you didn't have too much time to be playing with HOTU, but it's looking pretty damn good right now. How would you describe what's going on inside the team currently?
HOTU.
У вас не было достаточно большого количества времени, чтобы найти контакт с HOTU, но как ты оценишь, как команда сейчас себя чувствует? Ну и ответ вы все слышали. HOTU!
I see what you're trying to do there, but what would it mean to you? What would it mean to the team, especially in how you've been through all these crazy struggles? What would it be like if you're able to now grab this win here and go through to the grand finals with the first event with him?
Oh, it would mean a lot. We have no expectations. We try to do our best. The team is playing really well. We believe in each other, and that's the most important thing.
Что для тебя значит сегодняшняя игра и возможность выйти в гранд-финал? На самом деле для нас мы не ставим такую цель перед собой, мы просто играем, верим в друг друга и надеемся, что все получится.
All right, guys, shake hands, fist bump, whatever you want to do. Now, Both these teams have been getting a lot of love in Astana. So I don't know which way it's going to go.
Me neither.
You want to start first?
Okay. For who?
You choose, man.
Well. Окей. Итак, Астана, нам нужно понять, за кого вы сегодня болеете. И стартанем мы с вашего любимчика. Astralis! Okay, good turn.
That's a good start. That's a good start. Astana, what about Aurora?
I would like to do it one more time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We need to go again.
Давайте еще раз попробуем. Кто будет болеть за HOTU?
Yeah, I can hear the Hooksy chants coming in there. All right, Aurora fans, let me hear it. Aurora! I think we might just be winning on that. Either way, it's going to be a great game. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see indeed. We've done the narrative big picture stuff. Let's start dialing down. Let's talk about a veto that's going to be incoming. What does it look like?
I think this one's going to be interesting now because obviously Ancient Anubis should be out of the equation. Ancient, a map we've seen HOTU, he loves it with Astralis, Anubis, the whole map of Aurora. So where do they go right now? I'm thinking the Mirage punish pick from Aurora. I think that makes sense. I don't know.
I was thinking that or Dust 2. To me, yes, I think Mirage would be a greater punish pick.
Yeah.
But Aurora, I feel like they play to their strengths a lot of the time. I think they
but against MongolZ yesterday.
Okay,
yeah.
True. Okay, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there's reason for concern. I wouldn't be surprised if you're right that it is Mirage, but I'm just saying don't be too surprised if it's D2. And you got it. Nailed it.
I think Nuke could be the only option they have here for Astralis. Because if you go Inferno, man, yeah, there we go. Nuke.
Yep.
They shake hands on Inferno, Maui. This one's easy to kind of predict, but it's going to get interesting. Astralis, that Nuke yesterday against Na'Vi, that was a barn burner of a game. And I don't think I've been very impressed with Aurora so far in this match.
Little curveball, Mr. Blair.
All right, that's Major with a curveball. I did not see that coming.
I thought this was almost a sure thing Inferno handshake map, but to go for Train here, I'm surprised because, I mean, Madri, it's not been too pretty for you on Train lately, so this is going to be them with actually more prep. I didn't see that one coming.
I mean, they lost in a very narrow fashion at Na'Vi, right? I think it was like 11-13. They did also lose to NIP earlier as well. So I'm just assuming that they've been kind of learning from the mistakes they've made so far in this event. Maybe this is where that playbook comes into play, Maui. Because against Na'Vi, he was trying so many different fakes, so many different variations of trying to hit the bomb site, and he was getting red. So maybe this is where the couple of pages, which I spoke about, that's where it's going to come out.
It's a big show of respect to HOTU. You know, they felt they had to deploy something a little bit out of the ordinary rather than take on Astralis on Inferno. So that's interesting. One other thing that you should be prepared for and watching out, which we didn't really get much time to talk about, is for all we've talked about Device, for all we've talked about HOTU, Stair.
The star of the team.
It turns out he is the star.
I mean, think about it, right? He comes in, plays at a playoff games where they have no expectations. What was it? 1.5 rating or something? Absolute beautiful performance from him.
These are donk numbers, by the way.
Oh, by the way, the second highest rated player in the team yesterday in the win they had was Yabi at 1.05. Stair dropped 20 kills average every single map, win or lose. Stellar performance from him.
I'm excited by Stair, don't get me wrong, but in the HOTU renaissance of Danish Counter-Strike, I imagine that it's going to be a varied amount of kills from different players, very spread in terms of the distribution. I know that Stair popped off. He really stole the show yesterday. I imagine today it could just as likely be somebody like Yabi. It could just as likely be somebody like Stown. HOTU enables everybody, and if they have an idea of how they want to win the round, I think they just grasp it immediately.
And also one thing I've been enjoying from HOTU is just watching the way he's using Stun, right, especially in the CT side. We saw it on Ancient, for example. He's everywhere, you know, in the midst of all the action. So I'm looking to see Stun deliver because he's being set up by HOTU. He is putting fate is being placed in this young gun, and we said he's kind of this group stage hero. Yesterday was reasonably kind of quiet. What are we going to see here, Rich? That's my big question. Is it going to be the group stage Stun, or is he finally?
He was good on the maps they won. He was good on the maps they won. That second map where he fell off a cliff, though. Okay, so it's just good. you don't know what you're getting from him, unfortunately, yet in these kinds of
And
environments.
that's where I rely on Stair, because I seem to know what I'm getting from him. And of course, can't forget Tom Cruise himself, Device, always Mr. Reliable.
What I think is hilarious is that they're the ones playing well and they're in the chairman of the No-Cadians club. But anyway, it is now time to throw over to our commentators, two veteran voices that paved the way for Counter-Strike excellence in their field, brought together by fate. It is Anders and DDK.
That's incredibly epic, Richard. I really appreciate it. He's obviously incredibly high for winning the show match as well, which I can appreciate. Dan, how are you doing? You look great. What is this?
It's beautiful. My wife picked it out, so therefore it's just marvelous.
I like the
I
coloring.
wouldn't be able to pick it out myself because I have no Starlanders.
Well, me neither, obviously, but I don't know if the colors shine through, but it does look really cool. Nice. I'm ready for this game. I think this is going to be super sick. This very well could be one of the best games that we're going to have on the stage. Secretly, I think it's going to be a bit of a banger. We'll get into it momentarily, but I am absolutely fired up for this. Aurora up against Astralis. We're not going to delay any longer. Let's get into this one. Looks like it will be Aurora starting on the T side, with Astralis on the CT side. Mirage to begin with. It's the semifinals here at PGL in Astana. And already we're seeing a bit of a split coming out from that T-spawn position. WOXIK, he's got the smoke ready. Where is he going to throw that smoke? Surely it's just for the window a little bit later on, but where is he pointing? Oh, he's holding it. It looks like he's holding for a push. All right, there comes the window part.
A slow start, but it's slowly coming together. There's that window smoke. Astralis holding position everywhere at the moment. We look to have an ace split on our hands.
Yes.
It might be quite doable to isolate these CT defenders of Astralis. Yabby's going closer to T-Rab. He's going to find the bomb there. And he's going to get flashed in. The timing's a little bit off. Didn't spot the bomb, though. But now they surely know what's up.
Yeah, they do. I think they're getting the read on it. HOTU, you could see he's looking up for the Palace. He's worried that someone could be showing up. It's down to get the opening kill of the semi-final, but WOXIK with a lightning-fast return. The P250 being crept up onto the A-bomb site. Down goes down, and this is looking a little bit better here. Aurora recovering the round, getting the bomb planted. There's nobody there that can stop it, and look at the long flank that's coming in. MIBR. And not a dagger to stab them in the back, but a Glock will probably do even better at this stage. WOXIK, just stay alive. Wait until MIBR is here. It's a couple of seconds away. They should be able to win the round right then and there. HOTU, he drops as well, and here comes the backstab. They were not ready for the Danes. Shut down. Device instead to drop, and they only lose Jota.
Really well put together round. And one of the things about a round like that where a lot of players on your T side are dispersed, we saw the bomb alone, for example, is that can go wrong. But once you get through, past that danger point, obviously it starts to get really difficult for the CTs unless they are somehow able to stagger or slow down one portion. But it was just too difficult. Astralis didn't get the info in time to be able to figure it out. The only attempt we saw at that was that pop flash to T main, but it yielded not really all that much. And so that's a great start there. So if you're on the T side and you're already feeling your strats pay off from round one, it's going to feel good there for MIBR and the boys on Aurora.
That was such a relaxed kill from WOXIK. The timing on that peak, the fact that he took an extra second to actually get the headshot, that looked really sick. But yeah, I mean, Astralis also playing so far back. Apart from the ramp position, they were really far back on the map, which did allow Aurora to get the bomb planted. And I don't know, Astralis, I think, were hoping to get more out of the USPs. And I mean, it's not even that bad. Like, if they had, it would have been a different round. They do invest into this one, which is pretty aggressive and potentially also quite risky.
Yeah, and Xantares now one shot away from dying from the scout. Even a Deagle is pretty lethal now to Xantares, the star rifler of Aurora. And I love it. I love that we have 4 Deags, or well, 3 Deags, and a Scouts. Slowly but surely, mid is being taken by Aurora. We can see that the bomb is making its way through the B apartment, so they're looking at the speed split onto the B site.
Ooh. You need that shot. They're creeping closer. And you're absolutely right. The B split is going to be coming in. Xantares turning the corner. It's so close. That could have been the kill onto him, and maybe that would have given them an AK and something more to work with. There is a bit of a stack still building inside of the bomb site, and it doesn't really look like Aurora are ready to walk away from it. They might do a good job right now. The mid calling here. MIBR, look at him. How smart he is. He's investigating. They've called it up. They need to be a little bit quick with it, but I mean, if they can just get to middle, then they can kind of run there without any interruptions. This is so smart from Aurora. They might still win the round if they push the B bomb site, but it's going to be a real struggle, whereas now, it's just a clear path to a bomb plant.
And Astralis can save the guns into the next round as well, so it's a situation almost where it benefits both teams to an extent, because Astralis, they're going to have nothing in the next round. So it would be pretty great if they can hold onto some guns here, but there is a Mac 10 to throw at this. Bacardi's going to be making his way forward. Device! Oh no, he can't get out in time. He did get a tag at the very least, but now Xantares laying in wait, only with 2 HP, but is going to take another gun away. So, I mean, that's terrible for Astralis. They're carrying very little into the next round now at this point.
And having that happen after they've made the choice to save is just always extra frustrating. There's no question about it. I'm curious. I mean, again, it's obviously a calculated risk. Astralis know how this works. But it does mean they're going to be delayed in picking up the rifles on the CT side. Xantares goes up to the bomb. That's a bit of a shame, but not a really, really big deal. I do think having Xantares kind of get locked into the game early on is going to be very important, because I don't think there's anyone on the Astralis side that can really stop Xantares. You know, on a one-to-one basis, if he's playing the best game that he can, then that will be a really huge problem for the Danish side. There's no question.
Certainly. Everybody on the stage, laser focused. It's a semi-final, playing for that grand final position. Quick drop there into the underpass. Xantares, well, he's going to get a test here. Multiple players, and he's alone. What can he find, Xantares? With that rifle, the AK, the spray comes in, but it's a fast trade there from Astralis, and that's an AK to be collected. We're speeding things up here for Aurora. Straight out of the Palace into the P250. Jota takes the A site.
That's a very nice attempt. The flash in to try and take the fight. The timing is actually really good for it. Did they pick up the AK? It's hanging around in the window right now. It's a good flash there. Swakadia, another one of the very dangerous players on the Turkish side. HOTU and Stown, and I think holding on to the AK, best case scenario, which is not going to be permitted either. So really sick for Wakadia. 2 kills with the Mac 10. He can now recover the AK, so he's just made a little bit of extra money for his team. Aurora, it's a very good start. 3 on their side. And Astralis, they have to sort of limp into the first part of the half here. Again, every pro team has tried this, so it's not like Astralis are going to be super panicked right now. But obviously, I think the mood is going to be set in this next round.
Yeah,
are they chanting HOTU?
It sounded like it's the case. I think that the crowd has certainly been primed for the HOTU chants. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of those.
Okay.
But indeed, Orb coming out onto a device straight away here for Astralis. Window smokes there from Aurora, of course. Cat smoke as well. We're going deeper here. Yabi moving forward. Smoke blown open, looking for the play. Gets a ding, gets to shoot 1 bullet. It connects with Woxic's head, and Stown is coming as well to perhaps find a finishing blow. But Aurora, they're voiding the position. They're going to regroup here, it seems, into the B apartments. There's 3 players there already, and Woxic might be left to lurk.
I mean, Astralis have a weird choice to make at the moment here. They're not really holding B. They are holding middle still, but they have very little information. They still really don't know which it's going to be. Stair is at the ramp, kind of, but he doesn't really want to peek it all the way here. And now that the grenades are going in, it could be a very fast save call here for Astralis now. With that kill, it might change, but HOTU goes down straight afterwards. The bomb is up there on Madja. All right, he's making the jump down. Just a little bit of worry. I didn't want to see him trapped up there. But I think saving is, well, they're going to go for it here, but I would say it's not a good idea. Nice shot from Device, connecting with the second one, but I think they're just getting trapped in here. Woxic will find an easy kill and take down Device, and with him the AWP as well. They're going to have to make a bit of an escape, so wow. I must say, I don't mind the idea of blowing up the smoke at top mid for Astralis to push into that position, but I think Yabi runs way too deep with that play. That's the kind of play that is, you make it so that you get the, you get someone caught right at the corner. When you have to keep pushing that and extending that fight so deep in there, I think you're setting yourself up for failure. So not a big fan of that. Astralis, very slow start now. I
totally agree. It's one of those spots where you're in, that's the play, but Yabi's thinking, oh, we've invested, I have to get something. But sometimes their pacing's just not going to allow for a kill, and that is the exact example. I think that's a great call out. And we're going to see what adjustments we will find from the Astralis side as they continue to fight back in this one. But it's certainly not a great start. And Aurora with so many great calls, decisive mid-rounding. And I like, again, the switch up of the pace there to catch Astralis. But also, at the same time, I like that Astralis got aggressive in mid. I think that's a good sign.
Just to get the 1M4 pistols on the rest here. Probably liable to make another, a roll of the dice, be a bit aggressive. And Aurora, they must see this coming. They know the economy. They know what's on the other side. You could see this default that they're setting up in to begin with, where they're just really, really far back. Jota's playing back in the palace. Maybe the most vulnerable player here would be Madger in the middle, but he's not that vulnerable. Game here just is to wait and see if Astralis do anything apart from that ramp. And it will be a bit of a stack towards the B-bomb side. It's so obvious that this is going to happen, which I think is also, and Aurora have already proven, they are really good at the mid-rounds here. Late into the round, they're still going to make up their minds. There's not much to criticize for Aurora at the moment.
No, certainly not. It's just the T game plan, just so far working out perfectly. And that connector smoke, sometimes it can be a little fake, and of course, Astralis don't have info. Stack on B, of course, and Aurora. Oh, okay. What are they looking for here? Looking for a potential backstab.
I mean, that smoke that Down throws down is... It's hard to know if you're Aurora how to react to it. Right now, they're basically saying, we think that was the only thing that you've got, and we're going to try and push through. Magic gets shut down by Yabi. Smoke goes up, but it's the A-bomb side. So it's a really nice headshot. Unfortunately, it doesn't make any difference in the round. 20 seconds left here. Long-range spray. The bomb is making its way onto the stairs even as we speak. And with just 13 seconds left, they are going to get a bomb. Ah, that's a nice headshot. Oh my god, wait a minute. 10 seconds? They've been delayed. No, you can't hide on the open. Woxic goes down with a wallbang. Disaster!
Absolute catastrophe. Out of absolutely nowhere. Astralis, one headshot here, one headshot there, and it all falls down. I mean, that first play from Madger, I totally agree. The pop flash to find the info, cool. That allowed the team to go into the A site feeling confident. There wasn't much there, but this play from Yabi especially started to create some serious issues. The dominoes starting to fall and the panic starting to set in. Unbelievable result from Astralis, and that's going to get them back in this, Anders, because nothing was going, and now suddenly the engine has been kick-started.
Getting jumped into the game like this, that's a round earlier than maybe they should have been allowed to, and it actually makes a huge difference here. I'm blown away. I thought Aurora had it figured out. The fact that they were waiting in connector was just fine. They actually called the bluff. They said there's no one on the A-bomb side. We're going to be fine. But then somehow it all spirals out of their hands. And now 4-1. It's still a good start, but we'll see what Astralis can manufacture with these AKs and the AWP. That's the big question. If the Danish team can turn it around. There's no smoke in window? That is very interesting. Aurora also not really fighting. Okay, so they might have just failed it. I'm guessing that's what we're seeing. Because like I said earlier in the tournament, if you only throw the top mid smoke on the T side here, that probably means you're going to blow it open yourself. If you're Astralis and you see that there's no smoke in the window, it's such a clear indication that there is some sort of trick happening at that top mid position. So just keep that in mind if we catch it later on. But this, I think, was just a failed smoke. And it will be 4-1. It's pushing into the middle.
There's been some layers here to Astralis' info-finding game. They're playing pretty actively, so they're able to read essentially the positioning of Aurora fairly well. You can see with their setups right now, they're definitely expecting the B lean as Jota clearing the window, the ladder position. Yabi trying to re-clear, but it comes down to the headshots. Aurora hitting everything right now. 3 versus 5 for the Danes. And with 50 seconds left, there's plenty of time to mid-game this for Aurora as they actually continue to move through the apartments. Now HOTU is asking questions.
If he can win this fight right here, there is a way to recover the round. They would have a bit of a crossfire as the rest of the team comes into B, but they have to find Jota before anything else happens right now. If Jota is just a late lurk, then I think this round is going to be busted because HOTU's going to get shot in the back almost no matter what happens here. Missed opportunity. Stair will get the kill onto Jota, and HOTU, good spray down. They're a little bit back into it here. Nice shot. Madger goes down next, and it's fallen apart here for Aurora. They can't let go of this round. They have all the advantage. Centaurus drops, and Woxic finds himself alone against 2, and they're hunting for him. 10 seconds on the clock. You need that bomb picked up right now. Device will take him down. A triple for the Danish legend. And it's one more round, Dan, that Aurora should win pretty much every time.
Oh, I'm getting pumped. I got tingles from seeing Device there in that situation. On the semi-final, AWP, the confidence there behind him, and we know what he's capable of. Device getting these key kills, creating opportunities for the team. You can see that this Astralis squad are playing really well off of one another. Great intuitive plays, 2-4 now as they scrape their way back in this. And Aurora's money, their bank is just being wiped out. Justin Hero, AK on Jota now.
I would love to hear the team comms. If we can go back and listen, if HOTU actually told his teammates to watch his back while he was turned to help out at the B bomb site, that's so next level, because that was the ultimate threat there. But Jota got shot down from the A bomb site instead. Jabby, that's unfortunately not acceptable. Stown is going to be pushing forward here, and that's the bomb. Now down, which is very weird. Hero AK in the middle. Stown, I don't want to see you fighting this. Just try and fall back and see if you can make them spend a little bit more time.
He's on an island. He has to fight against the Horde potentially. No assistance at all. He's got to get the right guesses to him. One is coming in from the apartments. Did he hear anything there? I'm not sure. Stone in a position though where he can more safely play by himself. Only 2 spots to look at now. Stone is never going to get help. He's far too deep. He's alone on an island. Covering for that bomb. There's 40 seconds here. Aurora need to clear him from this position.
They don't have time. They might have to run away. They know that he's there. They even use a Molotov just to try and annoy him a little bit. But the fact is, we're down to 30 seconds here. They need to move. There's still a whole map to clear. Wakadia, he's got the right idea waiting for him. Oh, he misses the opportunity. That's disastrous. Stown back hunting the bomb. Oh, he's taken so much time away. Even if he dies, they are on the clock now. They have to run here. And it's Stair who's holding it with an AK. He could win the round. On the other side, HOTU to shoot Madger in the back again. The bomb is dropped for the Turkish side. He sits inside of the flame, giving it all. HOTU for the team. And Device slows them down. The time is up. They can no longer plant the bomb. Just run away, and the round will be theirs. Astralis stealing rounds in the most bizarre ways.
There's no doubt. They definitely took more damage than they would have liked, but we can kind of forget about that one because we go back to the round that they won in surprising fashion where they collected 2 AKs and an AWP for free. So we'll give it to them with that. But yes, really great play from Stown. There's a lot of ways to misplay that position. And
I think so.
His teammates, again, it is impossible to help him. So it's all on him making good decisions there. Nobody can tell him what to do. And he did a great job. 3-4 now.
It's also a read from the rest of Astralis because they could have also made a mistake in rushing to help him. And Aurora was set up for that eventuality for the first long stretch of that, right? That's what they're thinking too. And because Astralis essentially stay one step ahead and say, okay, we know you're going to be waiting for it. You know, I agree, it's such a good play and potentially quite hard to do. It would have been even sicker if he'd got one more kill, but still, 3-4. Let's see how this plays out. Astralis, you are right, though, to point it out, too. It did cost them a lot of economy, so tricky position here.
I like how we're seeing Astralis not really fearful of mid in any respect, just happy to get out there fairly quick. Santara is trying to find a timing from underpass. Taking quite a bit of nade damage there. And Stown under the cover of smoke. Trying to find something off the bot flash. A battle of utility here. Device finding an opportunity. Now this one is stuck there, top mid. But this is all delay right now. And Aurora don't have much util left. They've got a single smoke left after all of that.
Oh. He just barely lives through that. 4 health left on Stair from the early grenade. I mean, how much longer can he live? That was Stair as well getting challenged. Now, Yappy's there to join him a little bit. We're at 50 seconds. It will obviously be a split towards the site here, and they've actually already got Wakadia just incredibly deep into the bomb site here. This is such a rare site. But with the boost and the AWP, I mean, this is a wicked trick coming up from Astralis. I don't know if Aurora are going to be quite ready for this. Yeah, you can throw some smokes and flashes here, but is that actually going to be quite enough? Bomb being planted on the other side, and very good job here for Aurora. Even if they lose a player, I think they're in a prime position.
Just stuck there in the corner. They know he's there. Santara on the flank. That was a massive kill from HOTU, dealing with that player. 3 versus 3. WOXIK from Connector. It's really hurting the efforts now, but HOOXie's keeping a chance alive. WOXIK going for the peak, sliding into the angle, but Device from the side coming in at the crucial moment. Onto Jota. 2 players here for Astralis. Now they know where he is. Can a headshot be found? It's all, the head gets connected with Jota down to 2, and Device finds the finish, but the round is over. But at least the damage has been done, and the AWP has been saved. There's some kind of consolation.
It was curious to see Astralis not go, because I think they had the smoke on top of the bomb. They had the kit on Device. I'm guessing they just had no idea where Jota was, and because if they had known, they would have gone straight for the defuse, I'm fairly sure. But they must have thought that he might have even been hiding inside of the smoke or something really crazy, so they just weren't really sure, unfortunately. 5-3 though. Nice comeback for Aurora. Again, they had a great start, but Astralis have won 3 really weird rounds in a row, and now it looks like it's going to be more of a fast A execute, with right now Stair being the only one here. Device is going to be wheeled in. AWP to miss the first shot. It's not exactly what you want to see, but this is going to be lightning fast here. Aurora will not slow this down.
Stair on triple. Has to find the moment, but the flashes come in. Oh, he's been enabled there. 1 kill untraded, but gets good damage onto Wakadia, but the trade allows more scaling into the site. Bomb going down now. 3 players left in the afterplant for Aurora as Astralis regroup, and that's a find and a half from Wakadia.
His 12th kills to only 4 deaths right now. That's such a wild way to get the job done. 3 versus 3. Again, smoke on top of the bomb plant here. It could be sick. HOOXie, not with the kit though. It's Device who's picked it up, and that's a bit of a shame. Stown gets 1. They need to get on that bomb defuse right now, but Wakadia will not let them. He is a monster. He's already got 4, and Device running away to try and deny the ace. Oh, missed shot here. Madra jumps right over Device. He's going to get the kill, but the round will be lost here. Wakadia in a crazy mood to begin this game with. 14-4 down at the moment.
The only thing that could kill him was the C4 in that round. It is pretty wild. He's feeling it. There's no doubt that Wakadia is feeling it. And it's not necessarily the play that you're first expecting. Maybe you think of Xantares or WOXIK or Jota potentially before a Wakadia, but here we are, 6-3, and it's great to see, because I think, Anders, for me, I was like, okay, the T game plan looks great, but it's Astralis that are finding some key individual moments and then using that team cohesion, the team play, the dominoes starting to fall to find unlikely rounds. Aurora, though, now showing that if you want to win, if you're Astralis, you have to step up another level, because the individuals are coming to play as well.
The money is, and has been for a minute here, the thing that really holds Astralis back. You could see it in this buy. They're going to have the AWP, and I mean, that is something to play around, especially because Device seems to be hitting some pretty decent shots right now, but for everybody else, it's another one of these buys that will invite more aggression on the CT side, because you have to make up for the fact that you've got MP9s and a FAMAS. Somehow, some way. Round number 10. Xantares has got a Mac 10, which is kind of interesting. There is only 1 helmet on the CT side, so that Mac 10 could definitely be an annoying weapon to be up against. Even Jota on the Galil is, that Galil is now just kind of an AK with more bullets.
And this is the first time Device has positioned the AWP on the B apartments. So we'll have to see how diligent Aurora are. Sometimes in certain setups, you might just be peeking this with a rifle. And if that is to be the case, then Device gets the advantage with the AWP and just has to connect the shot. So we'll see how that dynamic plays. As you rightly say, Device is a very important part of the CT defense with the AWP.
Oh, wow. That's a very nice set of grenades to get rid of HOOXie. The bomb is still in the middle, though. They can do whatever they want right now. They don't have to make a real choice. Missed opportunity. Device trying to stay alive for another second. He almost... Did he hit WOXIK back there on the leg? I don't really know, but nearly a 2-for-1. Unfortunately, it isn't enough. The bomb will be planted here. And trying to save as Xantares is out hunting a little bit. You almost wonder, what would this half look like if Wakadia hadn't shown up in this fashion? Because you look at the rest of the scoreboard here. It's not that they're playing badly, Aurora, but he's just so ready for this semi-final.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. You need somebody to step up. There always has to be a player that can deliver some of these performances to get your team in it. And sometimes you cycle through different players throughout a best of 3. And Wakadia decided that he is going to rip Astralis a new one right away from the get-go.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's an important point, right? Having that one person who's just locked in, because it does also give the other players on the team more space to kind of like get caught up. We saw it even earlier today in the show match where, you know, they just have one player, Owner Pixel in this case, leading the team. I think it makes a big difference.
And it is one of those things too where sometimes it's the case because some of your star players in this dynamic game of Counter-Strike, they're not going to always get the spots in like let's say the first half of the game. They might not get that many. And so if a player like Wakadia has been presented with those and he can perform, you know, super crucial to see that. So 7-3 for Aurora. It's turned into a great first half. Can Astralis find another unlikely round here? The hero rifle on Stayer. And HOTU alone with the DEEK here on the B apartments. And WOXIK's going to eliminate him.
I mean, whatever happens from here on out, Aurora will be just fine having 7 rounds in the first half. That's already a really, really strong start for them. So even if some more freakish rounds are happening here for Astralis, it's still going to be fine for the Turkish side. I have no question about that. It's also the map pick of Aurora, so there is, you know, that could be something that you factor into. But I really think Astralis should be able to play this map to a decent level. Maybe you do want to throw in a couple of excuses for them here, saying, well, they've had limited time with HOTU, so how many maps could they really be prepped for? You know, how ready could they be? But either way, 50 seconds here, just about stack at the A bomb site with the M4. I mean, we could be due another crazy round where they pick it up. They've got the MP9 close to the ramp where the bomb is coming in as well. Dan, there could actually be a way to shut this down.
Certainly. The MP9 at close range. That's going to be Wakadia. That could go down quickly. Device! He finds the timing! And now Yabi. Okay, well, it's the support from Stair that does it. And suddenly, just like you say, Astralis in a 3v3. 30 seconds to go. The Deagle. Critical damage done to Xantares. The bomb is running to B. It's running to B, Anders.
Yeah, he's escaped. That's kind of dangerous right here. If they realize Stair, he's actually baiting him into it. It's so smart. The footsteps, he lets him know, I'm running away, and now he's back here. If he just runs, he's going to be able to stop WOXIK. I think he's in so much trouble. He doesn't realize, but he is already dead. Stair with the 200 IQ play. He read that whole round from the center of the map. He baited Xantares into the peak out of the smoke, and he knew he just had to get close enough to stop the bomb plant.
It's just the unlikely rounds. They seem to be the most likely. I don't understand how to process that, like, mentally, but that's just what's happening in this one. The perfect timing here from Device, and it truly is the perfect timing. It's like a second before everyone's about to coordinate the util and to move in as a unit. If you find those timings in Counter-Strike, you can really make magic happen, just like we see here. 4-7, Astralis. Let's see what they can do. A fast pace straight up into Tetris for Wakadia.
And the fact that he picked up the AWP, he took his eyes off the ramp. He's still going to do some damage, and he picks up the M4 right away. Device will not fail the shot. It's through the smoke as well. A couple of kills that go the way of Astralis. Xantares and WOXIK. Can they actually recover this round? The bomb is all the way on the other side on Xantares, and I haven't got to shout his name nearly enough in this tournament. He's had good games. He's been impressive. But my level of expectation for this man is so high. I know what he can do, and I want to see it.
Well, this is one of the things that's great about Counter-Strike as well. On the T side, 2v4 with over a minute to play with, we get a lot of potential here for Aurora to maybe find openings. But look how Astralis are playing this. They're all together. There's no reality where they can't trade for each other.
Yeah, I do like that. Saying if it's B, we'll retake it, no problem. If it's A, we're going to win it 99% of the time. So you don't care about losing rifles here. It's round number 12, so you're just going to go for a nice shot up on the ticket booth. And Xantares, unfortunately, shut out of the bomb site here. WOXIK alone might get the very same treatment, tries to get into it. Oh, there's some sick headshots. That is some real mechanics coming out from WOXIK, but again, he was always going to get shut down. Like you already mentioned it, the trade potential for Astralis was so high. All right, at the end of it, we end up at that 7-5 scoreline. I can't even explain how.
And honestly, there's so many ways that this could have been a blowout this first half.
Yeah.
Astralis getting completely wrecked by a great T-side game plan. good individual performance and calling in the mid-round from Major. Obviously, we mentioned Wakadia a lot, but they somehow managed to finish the half with 5 rounds. And despite being behind, it's kind of a weird dynamic because I feel like Aurora's camp, they're going to feel disappointed that they didn't get way more. And Astralis are like actually pumped. And you could see it there for the moment. That the vibes on the Astralis camp looked a lot better from the outside. So interesting stuff here early on in the semi-final.
Yeah, it is almost the case that you almost end up sort of suffering from success a little bit in those moments where, 7 is great. It could have been like a 10-2 first half in favor of Aurora, if we're being totally honest. So Astralis might be happy getting 5 rounds, get into the second half here. Let's see how this one plays out. Pistol round is going to be coming up. If you're just joining us, then you're a little bit late, but that's not the end of the world. It's the first series of the day here. Semi-finals in Astana. Astralis are playing Aurora. It's the first map as well. So there's a lot more coming up. Smoke into the window, smoke towards the bottom of connector as well. Astralis looking to put some pressure on. It will be an A hit here. Zantaris trying to find something, but very nearly dies.
Pace from HOTU there clears that ladder in very quickly.
They're faking B.
Back.
Those 2 smokes suggest it's going to be a B hit, and that's why Aurora are stacking the B bomb site. Woxic's the only one here, but... Oh, there we go, at range as well. Taking him down. Oh, no! He was back around the corner!
I don't know, I was going to say netcode, but we're on land. I don't know how to interpret that one, but hey, 4 versus 2 for Astralis. Aurora now on the back foot. However, Zantaris, you said you didn't get to scream his name enough. 20 HP, it's going to have to be all headshots. And Jota is not looking the right way. Just the jumping headshot from Set, just because. Why not? Get the star points in there. And now Zantaris, it looks pretty hard with such low health. And they know now precisely where you are. Oh, just to make his health even lower, just a little knock on the side.
Yeah.
6 HP. Some money from a kill would be kind of nice. Zantaris can find that.
I mean, yeah, whatever you can get, especially if they themselves want to be aggressive. Remember, Astralis bought in the second round after losing the pistol. Nice shot from HOTU. 3 kills in the round, but that wasn't even the best thing HOTU did. The best thing HOTU did in this round was obviously the strategy of throwing the kind of smokes you would throw if you're going to be going fast catwalk into a B split. They did go 2 people catwalk, and so they know that it feels like a B split. It feels already like it is, people can't walk, got the right smokes up and everything, which means Woxic is alone over on this side. Really, really just a nice play for Astralis. I wasn't lying. He was around the corner.
Well, let the devs explain that one. They won't, though.
I mean, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. A few MP9s. 4 MP9s in a scout.
And no B defense.
That's really scary, yeah. But if we talk about this, you stack it, you can just recycle those into the next round, as otherwise they'd have nothing. So easy site take for Astralis. Good call. It's kind of a gamble. A lot of the times, it's hard to predict.
And a big difference from how Aurora played this kind of round, where they really felt out what the defense was like and ended up, recalling the B hit into an A split instead and everything, which both options have risks. Going slowly can also mean you can get slowly punished by the scouts and the deagles. Going fast means you could be jumping into a stack. Like there's no real solution that works every time. Otherwise, the game also would be kind of boring.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's a great call out.
Like we'll pick the right option.
And sometimes also, if depending on like the emotional element, the context of the game where your teammates are at, if you're in a slow round, it does introduce a fear element where anything that goes wrong, it can be kind of hard to now kind of make a call and recover that. Whereas if you just go in, everybody knows precisely what you're doing from start to finish, and everyone just gets to path their way into the site. And even if it's it's a brawly situation, at least you just get to have that, as opposed to having it fall apart slowly, which actually feels horrendous. So yeah, like you said, there's trade-offs. There are a lot of trade-offs, no matter what you do.
I like it as well because there is a limited time that these guys have had together on the Astralis side. So I do think, having this kind of call, I think it does work out better for the team. Like they're going to feel like we're really up and running. Like the momentum is back with us. We're going to be sick.
And they're heavy into the apartments here, the B apartments. And for defense, there is Major with the contact on the site, and then from distance, Woxic with the scout does get the connection on the hooks. He softens him up for Maja down here. And can Astralis get out quickly, or will they abandon this one? They're going to run it back, and in mid, you've got Stone, who's been holding the ground. So there are options, and this is exactly the situation we talked about, Anders, where you lose somebody early.
Yeah.
Now you've got to regame this into the mid round.
I would say kind of a classic situation of also where they throw the smoke for the market, but they actually jump before the smoke lands, which means the scout gets the tag. The MP9 has an easier time of getting the kill. And Aurora, once again, reading this one very well. They've got a single smoke on Jota. He is at top mid, so that's not really going to make a big difference at the moment. It'll probably be down to Centaurus and Wakadia, both of them. That's a lot of bullets, and the doubling up in this position now. There is a Molotov on device. We'll see if they get to use it. Flying Mach 10 to take down Centaurus. But Wakadia's position is known. He's so good, though. Back with another kill. Almost had that one if he had bullets. I think he would have had it on step. The flank is coming in from Jota. Should be enough to seal the round. Only 30 seconds left. And Device finds himself in a bit of a clutch. He's found the first one. But without his knowledge, there is a second flank coming in from the Palace. He's already been tagged up. It just got a hell of a lot worse. And here comes the shot in the back. Maja able to steal it away. No clutch being allowed for. Very nicely played. And that's because of the saved, you know, SMGs and the rest of it for the previous round.
Exactly. And it's really interesting too, because there is a timing window after the call comes in to abandon this B hit, where for Aurora they could be like, okay, they could actually be re-hitting and waiting for us to rotate, and so there's like a certain expected amount of time that passes where you're like, okay, we are pretty sure it's not a re-hit. But they didn't actually care about that. They took mid control and figured it out that way. So amazing calling in the mid round from Aurora. 8-7. It's a full gun round here.
Straight up A execute. You guys all know what this looks like. We have Centaurus and Jota pretty close to it here, but already Astralis actually powering onto the bomb site. So far, so good. Bomb is a little bit further back right now, so it won't be an immediate bomb plant. And they might even call for a freeze here just to see what Aurora do. I think that's kind of intentional that Astralis are just delaying it a little bit. Bomb will be planted. And it's a full-on retake. 5v5. I say that just as Maja walks into a bullet, stared to pick up that kill. Yabi, very nicely handled, and it might be time to save here. Aurora, if you can get away. Wakadia, for once, without any kills in the round. Kind of a rare sight. That was well played.
That was really well played. I always love seeing how, for example, at Yabi there, he gets that info, kind of baits his opponent into shooting a couple bullets, then he gets to slide out and stop in the perfect spot to punish it, like just these small sort of in-fight movement decisions to get the advantage. And we get some discovery here on Woxic. He's just holding that because he has Xantaris, who can cover if devices to actually go closer. So that's kind of funny, but I mean, they managed to hold on to the AWP and the AK. But I think what's really important there for Astralis is that they showed that if they don't go for like a fast A set piece, they can actually feel confident that they can just, you know, roll that into a pretty straightforward win. And it's going to be on Aurora to show that they can actually retake it now. So that's in the playbook in Hooksy's head. It's like, okay, this is something that worked.
I did, because sometimes when you do those A executes, you're so stressed out about, you know, the smokes are down, let's run to plant the bomb, and it's like the only thing you think about. But slowing down that play in the middle of it, just to see if there was some sort of trick for Aurora. And then when there wasn't, then you go and plant the bomb. But that little, 5-second break, I actually think is also like a nice tactical element that's very intentional for Astralis, no question.
I think Wakadia double scoped, so it was actually pretty telegraphed that he was in this spot. So you can see that. Throw the flash to like try to aid the escape, and Yabi's even predicted. So Yabi's really understands what's going on there.
Yeah, you can't be doing that when you're close. Speaking of scopes,
I didn't realize there's double up there.
Yeah, they have another one. Oh my! Term Danish dynamite, sometimes thrown around in sports in Denmark. That was it's typically not how we try to bring it up. Smoke down to the top of connector here. Potential window look coming in from Yabi, which could be very, very powerful. If they can get rid of Centaurus in this position, then it does leave the shadow position that I think it's Jota playing in very weak. But Woxic, that's a shot to start with. We're down to 40 seconds here. They need to go right now. Centaurus already dropping a bit low. They've got Yabi in the window, but that doesn't matter right now. Stairs got the bomb on his back, or at least he had it. He was still alive. 30 seconds. And a flash to set it up. Device just barely surviving the encounter against Centaurus. WOXIK holding onto the site here. We're down to 20 seconds. They need to get onto the bomb site. It's down. How does he get the kill? 1v1. And picking it up. That bomb is right in front. Stown, he's very low on health, and Wakadia knows it as well. Looking for the hunt here. The grenade, trying to push him away, but might be a bomb plant, Dan.
He's going to be able to get it. Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, what a headshot from Wakadia. The reactions are incredible. Stown with the fake plant to draw Wakadia into the angle. You think that Stown would have his number at that point, but Wakadia just reacts. So dialed in, this man, in this game. And Mirage, 19 for 9, top fragging the server. Incredible stuff.
I mean, it's a team game, but having one player show up to this level is obviously fantastic to watch. And also the communication there. On Aurora, getting the call out saying, listen, don't use the AWP, he's low. It makes a huge difference. Because if he goes at that fight with the AWP and he misses the shot, then the round is over. Whereas the USP, I mean, yeah, you can just go, it was a headshot, but it didn't even need to be.
100%.
Okay. There's like an Aurora chant in the crowd here in Astana, and then there's a counter HOOXi chant. How strong is the HOOXi fan base? Like, they found their way to Kazakhstan. I wouldn't have bet on that.
There's a HOOXi non-profit sending everyone.
There's got to be.
So there we go. This is a great first map so far. Both teams exchanging blows, and full AKs on board here for Astralis on this T side. More of a B side lean, the mid control.
Yeah, that hurts, but he's going to run for it. Yeah, you might as well keep going now, HOOXi. You're already pretty much in this. Wakadia, yeah, he knows someone's going to be walking up behind. He's so smart, gets the one, but the trade is there. And Matcher, unfortunately, caught fumbling around between the knife and the SMG, and I think it's already time for a bit of a save here. That is, the fast calls here and the follow-through on the Astralis side is something that Aurora actually having a really hard time dealing with.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. The fast hits have been really good. And that's something that Astralis can continue to throw at them. I mean, even the A set piece, one of the ways that you could deal with that are to play, some of the more info-based games, like, the T-ramp plays, more aggressive T-ramp plays,
right.
and then play for information at the right timing so that if it's the wrong setup, you can kind of find that out quickly. But even still, though, it is risky to do that, because then you're giving up mid, you're giving up other positions on the map. And a lot of the time, Astralis have showed that in their default, they aren't really putting anyone towards the T-ramp either. So the value exchange there is not going to be great, I think. So I think it's quite hard for Aurora to figure out what should be the change of setup. And sometimes it's not necessarily about changing the setup, but it's just about adjusting what you execute within it.
I mean, right now, there's so much on the line here. This is the map pick of Aurora. It's a great relief for them to have made their way to the semi-final, but I think losing to Astralis is such a hit to the confidence right now. Whereas Astralis, I'm sure they want to prove as much as they possibly can, whatever the future holds for the team or the players or the organization, but in general, I think Astralis are playing with a lot less pressure than Aurora is in terms of proving something here.
Oh, yeah. And I think with just the addition of HOOXi, the vibes, the fact that they get to play and have fun in a way that they haven't for who knows how long. There's just so much that's up in their favor in that respect.
I'm glad you bring it up. It's 2025, so we got like vibe coding, and now we got vibe-based calling. It's like, we're just vibing out, guys. Let's just go.
Vibing out.
Bomb is going to be picked up at the bottom of the B hallways here. HOOXi. All right, not quite. He's actually going to go and check and see if anyone's pushing, but eventually we'll see how they end up doing this. There is a player at the ramp on the A side that's down. Someone remember the bomb, please.
Yes.
I'm asking nicely for now, but in about 15 seconds or 10 seconds, I'm going to be a lot more angry.
So WOXIK has changed his position, AWPing from Cat. We have seen him more towards A openings. Let's see if he's going to be isolated away from the push. That Molly is going to cover some ground for a moment.
It's going to be...
But the bomb is moving its way towards B, so they're making it look again like they're trying to set up towards A.
Oh, they absolutely are. And so far, so good. WOXIK getting pushed back here. This is unfortunate if he misses the shot, but he will not. Clips device in the air. 20 seconds, and the rest of Astralis trying to get onto it. You can see how uncomfortable it is. WOXIK not quite sure where to stand, but he's done more than he needed to. 10 seconds on the clock. The bomb is alone. If he dies here, HOOXIK, the round is going to go with him. And MIBR, I think that's enough to send it. Aurora going to be at 10 here. They're simply running out of time. They're looking for the kills, though. All right. That's kind of... That had me scared for a moment.
Me too, because sometimes there might be a little delay where you're not sure, am I trying to retake this or am I playing time? But I'm sure they had the call on time earlier. And Astralis, really close round. And we talked about the repositioning of WOXIK. That really made the difference there. Having the AWP in that position was a huge problem for Astralis when they decided to run that play. And again, you can see that generally they're starting rounds out mid and be apartments, but a lot of players mid. WOXIK in quick position there. Moving around again, it is the horrendous thing to play against a mobile CT AWPer on Mirage.
Yeah, WOXIK now joining Wakadia. Way up there, the two of them responsible for the success of Aurora right now. Centaurus, it's a really good spray down. Not really ready for the second one there, but gonna get peeked by Stown as well, trying to limit his exposure to that angle, but unfortunately will not be allowed. Stown's gonna be able to hunt him down. 4 versus 3. The bomb is headed towards the B bomb site, but MIBR finding Yabi. That was up in the B hallways. He's able to shut that down, and I think with it might just come the round. 2 versus 4 as they get the first kill on Wakadia. The bomb being brought out. Actually, Jota forced out into the open here. It's pretty uncomfortable. You've got to get him now. He's burning. He's stepping into the flames. And the headshots there. HOOXI has brought his team back into the round. Suddenly, it's doable.
MIBR's on a very long flank, first a fast long flank, T-spawn, as Stown is able to cover if WOXIK goes vent, but I wonder, does HOOXI ever expect this? Does he check for this? Gun out, finds it. That's huge info there now as MIBR teases, but HOOXI is an assassin. And it's just WOXIK left, and he does not like the looks of his chances. He has no idea where Stown could be. As Stown tries to find WOXIK, a missed shot, and that's a wrap. Astralis pick it up, and I don't know how they managed to turn that one around. That looked completely lost.
A 2 versus 4 that they somehow managed to give up. I mean, this will be the round that the desk will want to talk about right now because it is not acceptable. Aurora calling their final timeout. It's not the scoreline. It's not the fact that it's 10-10. It is the money that is going to be the big problem here for the Turkish side. Running out at the most pivotal time in the game. We're down to the last couple of rounds here in the match, or in the map at least. And again, Astralis just... Think of the rounds that they won, Dan, on the CT side. Like how many of them were totally ridiculous, but somehow it was enough to get 5, and now it's a 2 versus 4 victory. I mean, the analysis of this game is going to be really interesting.
What's been really great is, again, just seeing the level of plays, like how some of these, like this fight, the way that HOOXI was just playing with the movement, the side peek, and just like peeking on top, just like trying to mix it up, find a weird timing to just win that battle. It's incredible stuff. The individual level we're seeing that.
Okay, well, they've bought. Wakadia gets caught at the start. Still showing up to this game with very good form. But yeah, it's a stack at the B-bomb site. We'll see if Astralis can sniff it out and decide to go somewhere else here. It is a full investment here. Aurora are basically saying, we just need one freak round of our own, and then we're back at the game. We'll probably win the map right then and there. It's not impossible. Centaurus baiting for Jota in the corner. Great headshot to start with. Now they all have the focus on him. Centaurus running for it here. This is sick. 10 bullets left. It's another dink and another headshot to come through as he's now hunted for it. Device goes down. Yabi and Stown in shambles here on the T side as they have finally run into the real version of Centaurus. Good spray onto WOXIK. They can't lose another 2 versus 4, Dan. I won't allow it.
Well, Stown has been making his way around for a long time. Yabi's just been trying to hold on for dear life while Stown makes his way across. Both players isolated from one another, but now finally connecting up into this B site. 30 seconds to recover the bomb, and essentially what that means is kill everyone, and there's one spot in through the window. You know you have to take that timing, and now Yabi He's lost his only chance now to win this round, and he's going to give it up. The 5-7 in Xantares' hands. It doesn't look like a 5-7, Anders.
That is so crazy. And the fact that that was plan A, was getting all those kills. The plan B was the fact that Jota was in the corner with the MP9. So the whole point is, if they trade out Xantares, then they probably don't check the corner for the MP9, and they probably lose around anyway. But he just did all of that. All right. We need more of it, though. That's the thing. It can't just be the one round here for Xantares. It's too much fun to watch.
Here it is again. Not even spamming, you know, just I shoot heads. I only shoot heads. Really well played by Xantares, but Astralis, we might see that A set piece again, but this time we have Tech 9, so the ability to spray through not as good. Preemptive, incendiary, and Jota's looking for it, but oh, wow, the hero rifle in Yabi's hands delivers against Jota.
Okay, well, he's going to be tested again. What have you got for us, Xantares? He saw the jump out. There's the headshot. He sprays down 2 in quick succession. 3 versus 3. But that's still pretty dangerous here. They're going to steal another rifle on that side as the smoke blows open. It's Wakadia to pick up the kill on Device, and Stown up on top of the ticket booth here. He saw it coming. Oh, the relentless aggression. The panic is in. Woxic, he has to fight his way up. He needs to live. He must stay alive, and the backup is there. So Wakadia helping out his sniper. And no bomb plant has happened yet. Stare finding himself with a lot of time on his hands. Could he really clutch this one? Oh, the rating says yes. But he is at a heavy experience disadvantage against these 3 players on the other side. Just holding the line, waiting for them to make the mistake, and they've already given him one.
That's huge. That's the AWP. I don't know that will be collected necessarily in this situation, but the most dangerous thing here for Stare in this situation like this is the AWP, because he can't flash angles. If someone's posted on him with an AWP, he's just going to die. And Aurora playing it safe. They're thinking that maybe it's just going to be a re-hit, but it's actually going to be Stare in a 1 versus 2 after plant here. There's no one that can stop this.
Oh, he's going to go for the plant. He'll get at least that much done. Major is already in the market, but I think smartly he's waiting for Woxic to get a bit closer. Stare, the peak is right. He gets the first one, not quite sure. Woxic on the other side, he's so low on health here, Stare. He can't miss it, but he spins around and Woxic shoots him in the back. It's such an epic attempt from Stare, but it won't follow through. The Turkish side will survive a bit longer and extend their lead now.
Oh man, the timing there. It's such a 50-50. Heartbreak there for Astralis. But they've been fighting really hard the entire time. We haven't really seen either team take all that much of a lead since the first half of the first half.
You could hear the chants there coming out for Astralis. Quite a surprise to me, I must say. But the fact is, they need 2 in a row.
Yep.
Can't lie about the math, can we?
And also just, I mean, we're going to see what the buy will look like for Astralis, but they don't have much money. The fact that Stare was able to find the bomb plant in that round is a godsend.
Yeah. Whatever they can get right now. Another 2 smokes, another flashbang, whatever it is, just try to get some more utility. Match pause for just a second here, sorting out a couple of tech things before we get back into it. I don't know. The fact is, Astralis have won the kind of rounds that they need to win right now. Most of their rounds, I feel like, have been like this.
A few times, for
sure. So why not, you know?
Yes, and again, it's Aurora's map pick, so Astralis really showing a lot of fight. And it's interesting, because I don't think they've overpowered the game plan of Aurora. Aurora has been able to execute their game plan, and normally if a team's able to do that, they're going to be ahead. But it is these surprising rounds where we're seeing just the scrappiness of this Astralis lineup, the chemistry, the vibes that have really carried them through some of the difficult times.
I mean, the calls out of HOOXi, there's been so many rounds where you can see his footprint on the game already, which When people talk about good in-game leaders, that's what you're looking for, right? That's the thing that you want to see when you watch a team play, is whether or not they are actually making those rational choices, whether or not they're actually coming up with a good idea just when they need to. And I mean, HOTU he's hitting a high level at the moment. Whether or not it's enough, I mean, that's the question. I think one of the big problems that they have right now is just the fact that WOXIK and WCARDIA are playing such a crazy game that it's been very, very hard to overcome. And now that Xantares is also at least getting warmed up a bit more, it just won't get any easier.
Yeah, that's a great call out. We talked about Xantares and, you know, when will he appear? And he did in these last few rounds. Here it is. Some extra util for sure. Just one AK-47 and a bunch of nades. They're going to make it look like an initial A set piece, but 3 players, including the bomb, are in mid.
Smoke onto the A ramp to slow that down, and actually it will push them away. So Stown and Yabi running back. It's the early fight here, and Stare, unfortunately, unable to get the job done. They will pick up the AK there on HOTU, setting up a couple of more grenades as they do creep in towards the connector, but he's got the bomb as well. So he's going to be very, very careful here, HOTU, that he doesn't die in a weird position. The flashbang, it couldn't possibly have been better. WCARDIA flashed into next week. Spray back here, or a burst coming out, but Magic goes down. Xantares a bit panicked running onto the site. He wasn't checking it properly. And he goes down to Yabi. Jota and WOXIK running out of space here. The bomb about to be planted on the other side as they take down WOXIK. That was in the market. So Jota here. Could he really clutch it? Stown's got a triple. Yabi's got one. And that's it. Second kill as he jumps right into it. Astralis win the first out of 2. They need 1 more for overtime.
The unlikely rounds. The unlikely rounds. That's what this map will be for me when I think back to this one, however it finishes at this point. Indeed, a perfect pop flash. And Maja, it's so much pressure. You got to get at least one there. He did. Jota just not quite ready for that position. Here we go. Oh my goodness, the buy from Aurora is horrendous.
I love it.
Scout MP9. I mean, we've seen them win this round before. The 5-7 in Xantares' hands.
And they're doing the same thing, by the way, just that you bring it up. They had the double position in the corner. They're going to be shuffling away a little bit here, and they're going to realize now it's problems. WCARDIA. How many 1Ds can we get? None so far, and none at all in the round here. Stown takes him down instead. The Scout's being put into position, but there's not much of a weapon to stop this with. Stare, look at how smart he is. He waits for the flashbang, but still goes down. Xantares, hold the phone. He can't do it. Not again. Damage dealt on the other side here. Stown very low. It's WOXIK with the headshot. Astralis are coming undone in front of our very eyes. Trying to push in, but Xantares out here, hunting for device at the end, and Maja to get the shot, the kill to win the map.
Outrageous again, showing that not only can Astralis do it, they can certainly do it as well. Unbelievable. Neither of these teams are teams you can count out when the chips are down. Incredible stuff. Well, it's time to go to a quick break whilst we catch our breath. We'll see you on the other side.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s. I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. No, your eyes do not deceive you. Mirage was that close. It was meant to be a punish pick from Aurora to harm Astralis' chances. It went down to the wire. And I've got to say, fantastically entertaining. And the improvement from the previous Mirage Astralis played to this.
Oh, night and day. And I love the fact that you could see Aurora, they had a very solid game plan. What were they, 4-0 up? It looked like they were making it clean, making it nice. And then the final stretch of rounds was complete, pure pandemonium. And I loved every second of it.
Oh, the last 8 rounds were pure arena Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
just ridiculous actions. 2v4s being won, half-buys being won, individuals taking risks we know they shouldn't. And sometimes they're being punished for it, but sometimes they come up with all the goods.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, it was definitely the right thing for Aurora to do. We highlighted, you know, Mirage is a map that back when HOTU was in G2, he didn't play. We talked about how you go a little bit further back, Device didn't. So, yeah, you fully expect this to be a punishable pick. But ultimately, this came down to like 1 or 2 moments. We could easily be an OT right now.
Yeah.
This could easily have gone Astralis' way.
I mean, you can pick maybe 10 moments in that game where everything could have gone crazy.
We're going to see them all now, probably.
Yeah, I mean, like, we could just start off with Device, man. He was phenomenal. But, you know, I just want to touch upon the couple of players we highlighted before this game just happened. We spoke about just getting dubs, you know, W Gaming. It was Wycadia and Walksik just leading the charge, topping the server, and Xantares and Joda super quiet, and it felt like despite their efforts, things were going to slip away. But then, man, at the very last second, the Turkish Terminator steps up with a 5-7. You couldn't script this any better.
Hey, the cavalry, it was arriving, and in the form of Xantares, but the beginning fights were fought and won by Walksik, by Wycadia, them continuing the form that they had yesterday. On the Astralis side, I mean, take your pick. I feel like everybody had some moments there, maybe with the exception of HOOXi, but we don't really actually pin him to have those.
Yeah.
Really, so many great times, though, where just individuals were able to break open a round, and then all of the spoils were taken and claimed by just whoever followed after.
Yeah, and winning on a force buy, you know, that's just how close it was. So, obviously, you can see on the screen it is the Team W getting the W for Aurora.
Oh, for sure. But also just want to highlight for Astralis, the kill spread was phenomenal. Everyone was pitching in, even HOOXi as well. He had some highlight moments. But Walksik, man, it's great to see what's yesterday an anomaly. We were thinking maybe yesterday was a bit of a freak performance. He was everywhere on the T side, on the CT side, manufacturing openings time and time again, just being very mobile with the AWP and even with the rifles. Looking at the minimap, the kill spread, Maui, I mean, sure, as an operator, you get a lot of kills from Ticket, but look at the other frags he's getting all over the map, ever present alongside Wycadia.
The mobility was stark in contrast to how Astralis played as a whole. I mean, Walksik was moving around so well. I felt like so many of the rounds for Astralis on their defensive campaign ended up with people just pushed back as far as they possibly could be. So Walksik's mobility, the fact that it spurred on so many of the other people from his team to get active too, recognizing that he's locking down the angles, those kind of moments really shone and I would say lifted Aurora just over the edge.
I also want to say people forgot he's got a gnarly scout. That goes way back.
Yeah.
If he needs to pull it out, he can get headshots with it. And that's kind of how they closed out the game. So, I mean, just huge impact, both cultural and on the server for Aurora. But obviously for Astralis, this kind of, I don't want to say fairy tale because they've just lost a map. But, I mean, in terms of just day-to-day improvement, it's been great to witness.
I really enjoyed watching so many of the rounds they're able to kind of construct and deconstruct, right? We see it on 2v4 we saw where Device was able to, sorry, I think it was HOOXi and Device, if I'm not mistaken, able to get the round win. So many huge moments from the individuals. But I want to go all the way back when things made a little bit more sense, right? There's going to be round 5, and I just want to highlight how well the side of Aurora were playing. Look at this. What Astralis going to do? They have a couple of safe guns. They're going to be aggro ramp. We saw that we highlighted this in a pre-test segment right there. What does Jota know? Hiding in Palace is like, hey guys, they just flashed ramp. They're probably pushing ramp, and now they're going to be stacking B. So immediately, Aurora, they have the read. Magi's going to go in a fact-finding mission towards B, but then they mess up Maui. They had so much utility. All they had to do was just Molotov off short or smoke it off, and they're going to get a free bomb plant. Instead, they allow Astralis to rush into the bomb site, and I feel like this round kind of was the first domino in what was gonna be basically so scrimmy later in the game.
I mean, there was so many 3v5s being won by the disadvantaged team, 2v4s to end it off. I feel like we've got some good moments, though, from the Aurora side.
Head to round 15, I believe.
Yeah, we could get into round 15 here, just showing how Aurora were able on their defensive campaign to just seize the moment, to take it away from the Astralis side. Major just on the bomb site, able to get the first MP9 kill. But I like the tricky setup as Astralis back up. We have the Aurora who are taking space across the map, but at the same time, they're running a double under balcony setup where Wycadia over-delivers with 2 kills. They didn't expect him to be there, but then there's a double flank going on. Jota pushed all the way from top mid into T-spawn, and yet, oh, hey, another one, okay? You thought you got the one trap card. As a matter of fact, Aurora had 2 there.
And I love the fact that, you know, usually that was a B stack. They get the first kill. What do the CTs usually do when they're, all right, they're going to be pivoting back towards A. Let's rotate to CT. No, they send 4-player mid, 2 of the players going towards Shadow, the other 2 flanking from mid to T-spawn. Unorthodox thinking coming in. And then we have to talk about the final round, Rich.
Yeah, of course we do. Yeah.
This was, I won't lie, a mess up from Astralis. They got a little too over-eager. They had all the money, all the weaponry to work with. Nothing for Aurora, but Maui, this is where Xantares does his best work.
Without a doubt. I mean, the frags that they find through CT, I mean...
Why are they fighting them?
This could be argued as a mistake. Yeah, this could be... When you're coming from con, when you're coming from ramp, you tend to feel like you should be planning for middle there. Astralis, they just wanted to fight into CT spawn as well, and at that point, maybe you're biting off a little bit more than you could chew, and Aurora, they just met him head on, even though they had the weakened weaponry, the kills around the smokes that Aurora was able to find there with the pistols, with the scout, that felt like it was destined for overtime, but Astralis just kind of went a little too deep.
Just looking around history, the first half, like I said, it was so tactical, it made a lot of sense. The second half, just looking at Rich, it's almost like a tennis rally, right? So back and forth, money was getting broken. We even had the one round, which we didn't even have time to highlight, with Xantares in short with the 5-7 stealing a round away. But I agree with you. I feel like the final round was where you could be a little critical of Astralis. They knew that they didn't have the, you know, their opponents didn't have the weaponry and got a little too overeager to finish off the job.
We call that a rush of blood. A rush of blood to the head.
It tends to happen, but in the end, you get punished for it. I will say this, though. You know, Xantares, he was relatively very quiet in this game until those 2 big moments we said with the pistol. But if I'm going to be a bit critical of Aurora, Jota was nowhere to be found.
Oh my gosh.
And not just that, you look at some of the rounds, the 2 before we touched upon, I'm like, buddy, why are you fighting? He was feeding kills.
Yeah, he was the reason that those rounds that were advantage for Aurora ended up turning in the favor of Astralis. The unnecessary swings, and I'm all for confidence, but at the right times, at the beginning of a round, when you're set up for a play, when there's some kind of fallback plan, but just in a 4v2 to be the first domino, to just decide, I'm going to wide swing through an opponent's Molotov, completely unnecessary, and I hope Jota just screws his head on right, because he's going to be needed moving forward.
And especially, it's particularly surprising, because if you look at what he does on the T side on Mirage and towards Palace looking over there, I think he did a phenomenal job using his brain, his aim, and all of that. Doesn't even have to frag out, just provide information, right? But the CT side, just the fact that maybe getting too overeager or whatnot. And it's kind of unfortunate, because we set him up initially, Rich, we're like, the frags don't matter as long as he's using his head. He really wasn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get it. You're trying to force something to happen in a big playoff game. Maybe we've identified one of the reasons why, you know, they haven't been able to get one until this tournament, and that is that, you know, if you're trying too hard and you're reaching for something, you know, you're going to overextend, make bad decisions, take on this extra pressure. You don't need to. You're Jota. You don't need to be doing that in this lineup. It's certainly not on you. You just have to do your job. So hopefully that's something, you know, Magic can, you know, feed into him as we go into this second map. And this second map should be another a barn burner, because we've got Nuke. I really liked Astralis on this map the other day.
Just the way that they're able to spread out and default and work with the advantages that they find in the round, whether that's space or whether that's actually just getting the kills. I feel like HOOXie's been such a great mastermind. And also, I've been really impressed with HOOXie's own entry work. When he's helping that outside yard take, oftentimes he is the first one sent in. And I've seen him get double kill entry frags that just win the round outright. So his own firepower is felt on this map for Astralis, and his mid-rounding in terms of piecing things together too.
I feel like if you're looking at this, just the CD side setup for the side of Aurora, there's one massive chink in the armor which I'm going to try and abuse if I'm Astralis. Obviously, Woxic's going to be everywhere with the AWP. He's on point right now. Xantares kind of waking up at the tail end of that first map. Wycadia looking good. But I'm looking at Jota and how questionable his decision-making was in Mirage. By the way, guys, that was your map pick. That's a map where you should be feeling way more comfortable on. And now playing towards Ram, I'm expecting a lot of these kind of tricky plays from HOTU trying to abuse that particular position. So I'm going to be looking at how these Ram fights. And I'm going to say, I think this match is going to be dependent on how a lot of these Ram fights transpire.
Couple of minutes left, Maui. Just tell me a little bit about, what we observed with Astralis' nuke the other day.
Well, the way that they took outside yard control was, to me, the hallmark in terms of the bread and butter play, throwing the diagonal smokes oftentimes. But again, just the way that they were able to trade off of each other. Mirage got scrappy to me because Astralis, unfortunately and inevitably, when you play that map, you have to make individual moments. You have to make individual plays. You're trying to connect your guy from Con with your guy from Cat. Yep. But Astralis just they buddy up a little bit better on this map than I've seen them buddy up, or at least I just did on Mirage. So this is one where I think they're going to even out the series because they're so in tandem when they're making their way across the map.
I think the only, maybe the only caveat as to their defense, sorry, one of the small struggles on the defense I saw was sometimes we saw them fall asleep at the wheel against Na'Vi yesterday, where Device was just caught napping, Ima just running out and getting headshots, basically getting a 3K and winning the round. That shouldn't be allowed to happen because, again, you got to remember, on the side of Aurora, they have some pretty deadly fraggers. We have Wycadia, we have Xantares can just pop off as well. So they need to not fall asleep at the wheel. Also, I'll say this, T-side for Astralis, I feel like some of the outside fakes weren't too convincing, right? You need a little bit more of a fake there coming in. So if they fix that, this could be a 1-1.
All right, guys, we're ready to get back into the action, so I'll hand you back over to Anders and DDK.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the analysis as well. Something to look forward to potentially here for Astralis. The desk seem to enjoy their tactical approach and HOTU's overall impact on the map. I can't really disagree with it. But still, taking a loss in that first map, you really don't know how it's going to affect the team. What do you think, Dan? Are you seeing a third map here, or do you think Aurora has the strength to overcome Nuke?
It's definitely a hard one to interpret because I think Astralis, they definitely look like a different team with HOTU. They're on stage. We're seeing great individual moments. Right. And even though they overstepped in some respects, because they do have a honeymoon period scenario where it's very easy to wipe that stuff away and say, well, we haven't had the time to practice together, so we're not going to think into it too much. So with that said, the Vibe Astralis, they'll be starting out on that T side here on Nuke, and they are going in towards that ramp position, which has been largely given by Aurora.
Woxic just wants one kill, and then he's just going to escape. So, yeah, don't stick around. I don't think it's worth it. Re-picking it is so dangerous right now. He's risking a lot to stick around. Yeah, he's got the message now, and so is Jota. Xantares going to be rotating down. Umaja is already here. That smoke, though, he can't really stop them from planting, and he certainly can't get the kill either. Some very sloppy fights out of Aurora. I actually don't like any of this. Don't fight it, Yabi. I know you want to, but it is just not worth it here. You've won the round. It's a 5 versus 3. They cannot retake this bomb site unless you give them a bunch of openings, and that's just, there's no reason you should. Xantares is stuck around to the back now. It's a bit of a surprise, but I don't think it changes anything. Without the kit here, he can get some kills, and that's cool, but Astralis should have done enough here to win the round.
There we go. Takes down Xantares. Just a couple very low players now. So some extra money making. But yeah, ultimately, it really sucks to be on the receiving end of the pistol loss.
To be honest, because Woxic and Jota both got gushed from the ramp, it means they can't rotate down to help Madra the way that they normally would.
Yeah.
I think the idea, it was just to get a kill and fall away. If you don't get the kill, then stop. Sticking around is so scary. And unfortunately, yeah, it left Madra, like it was on Madra to try and get like 2 or 3 kills or something, I don't know.
And it's a really hard, some hard fights to even do that from control. Totally. And the thing here is that, we saw that Aurora, they won the T-pistol at the opening of Mirage, and they got to kind of just run their game plan. And Astralis, for their map, they win the T-pistol, they get to run their game plan. So we'll see, if they're able to do so smoothly. Again, there's going to be, we talked about some of those factors where maybe there are some things that they need to just keep a bit more simple because they just haven't had enough time to create these very layered and elaborate protocols and strats. So we'll see what they have to bring in terms of that game plan and whether or not Aurora is going to find disruption. We already saw that the pistols were highly dangerous, those rounds from Aurora.
Right,
and this is a map actually where you don't have to rotate as much on the CT side when you have a bad buy. So that even makes the pistols even more dangerous. So it puts it on the Ts to have a really well-constructed anti-eco, anti-force buy rounds.
Yeah, there's also some opportunities for, interesting boosts. The one in the ramp is the most used one on the CT side. I say most used, probably only used like once per half, really. But if you find the right kind of round to do it in, it could be really interesting. And then obviously you could go pretty aggressive as well out in the yard if you're feeling it. Some tape being brought out. What's the meme about? Is it like duct tape or WD-40 or whatever can fix anything? It's like one or the other.
Yeah.
It's either too loose or it's like not loose or it's like too tight. So so far it's the duct tape, I guess, solving the stage problems, whatever they may be.
I mean, you can have a lot of fun with duct tape too. There's lots of things you can do with it.
Say more, Dan, or less. Where are we going with this? What kind of fun are you having?
Cover a hole or something, or like if you want to, I don't know, Anders.
All right.
I have to say, I'm not very handy. Honestly, if you gave me duct tape, I would have 0 options of what I could do with it. So I don't know why.
Somehow wrap yourself up in the duct tape.
Yeah. To benefit society, yes, I would do that.
I'm going to be honest, that went way better than I was expecting. Dan, I was so worried for a second that you were going to derail the entire semi-final, but not the case. That early Molotov has just become a new classic, and it's thrown even in rounds where you don't really want to go aggressive because it just forces the CTs to do a lot of things. Now they're going to recommit, so smoking down behind the actual silos on the A side and on top of the hut again. There's nobody in any of those positions, but it's still worth throwing the grenades. You see the one going down, Wakadia trying to play around it, shot in the back of the head. Yeah, don't run into their own Molotov. But HOTU almost backing up into the team Molotov. Execute is actually perfect.
Exactly what we want to see. Oh. It's got to be the flying max end. Yeah, and it is what we were mentioning. You have to have a way to convert, and on a map especially like this, you need to have good protocols and good strats for anti-force buy rounds. There are definitely some things that are a bit more favorable, but the thing is you can't just run that every time because then it becomes so expected that it becomes not as favorable.
Yeah.
So because we're not just playing in a vacuum, we have opponents we're playing against. So we'll see what else Astralis have in the bag for that later on. But now they've set this expectation next time that they're in this scenario. But we do save the MP9 and the FAMAS there for Aurora on the CT side. So see what they can make of that. But so far Astralis have been keeping members alive, so building their economy in a healthy way.
It's really nicely done. Simple kind of double pump onto the site. Nothing complicated, which was the same approach that they had on Mirage. There wasn't a lot of back and forth really for Astralis in some of these early rounds. They just went really fast and committed to a bomb site, and that seemed to work for them. Let's see what Aurora can do anything in this round. Obviously, they got to save a couple of rifles for Mars and MP9. Definitely doable. Even, especially something like a Deagle here for Wakadia, who was a superstar on the opening map. If he could find 1 or 2 Deagle headshots to start this round with, that would be probably quite a big problem for the Denmark side of things. There's nobody down below defending, so if they keep going like this, finally Wakadia has shown up. But now the Deagle is maybe not the best weapon for this range.
Oh, the timing on that one. Okay. Stairs going to get it anyway. And we saw HOOXi, who's the forward man with the max 10. Jota still going to die. Oh, disaster strikes. That could have been a kill, but still might not have made too much of a difference here because Aurora totally locked out by Util on this lower side. So once again, Astralis finding their way fairly quickly and efficiently onto a bomb plant, at which point Aurora have 0 options.
Yeah. Being hit by the HOOXi 360, that's
yeah.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt the confidence.
And I like the financial discipline here from Astralis Anders so far. Just making sure they don't appear on a Caleb Hammer video sometime in the near future.
True. Who wants financial stability, like, responsibility? It's boring, isn't it? Okay. Momentary truce. Oh, But as he turns around, Stown.
Oh man,
that's the downside of reacting to the crowd. Yeah, you cursed them, Dan. Why are you doing that?
Okay, well maybe there is a future on a certain YouTube channel then for HOTU.
Get the kill. Honestly, not bad. Trying to make it a bit more expensive, get rid of a little bit of the armor. It's not bad. But for Astralis as well, like you said, they end up losing quite a few rifles. But we're done with the pleasantries. This next round is going to be critical. There's a taste of what Aurora will look like once they have rifles. They got the AWP and Woxic, and that is in itself something I'm really curious about. Also, HOTU with the MP9. How fast is he going to be here? Oh, he's running. There's no slowing this one down. He wants the entry. Major and Bacardia, they just slow it all down. Didn't even throw the grenades, just the M4 out and ready. A 5 versus 2 in this one. I do love the call for Astralis, but Aurora was so ready. And you know what? I'm going to steal a point for Maui, but I will give him credit for it. Something that I've heard him say many times. Sometimes just having the rifle out is the best thing you can do. Like, just being ready to fight is actually so important. Look, a lot of times you see people losing fights because they're like doing all this crazy stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a million things happening, but gun out, ready.
And for Astralis, definitely an anticlimactic one, just edging into Woxic's crosshair. And Stare will find himself the victim of extreme violence. Woo! Okay, well, that was a fast one, and it's not too, to be honest, it's not too unexpected to see that if you're carrying any SMGs over. It's not an unlikely round that a team will run, so.
There's something really unsettling about hearing you say extreme violence, but with a smile in your
oh,
face.
Yeah.
Just extreme violence happening. But you're not wrong.
It's pretty violent. It's an AWP to the face. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, that will ruin your day. Woxic ready to take the fight device. He is going to swing. Oh, the timing is... Yeah, he saw him. He saw the tip of the gun there. Unfortunate timing for Woxic. And Bacardia now thinking about what does he want to do. He's going to get smoked off, so that choice is going to be taken away from him. Oh, yeah. For just 1 second, I think he thought about it. Don't let Device get another kill. Centaurus moved into position, but HOTU, even if he dies, at least it's the early warning to stop Device from getting sprayed down. Jota, giant off angle here that actually Yabi is going to be peeking. He gets the headshot and keeps on running. Oh, they've traded places once again. Bacardia, does he know? He actually doesn't. Now he's going to spot it out, but he can't quite find the AWP yet. Device creeps into it. And Bacardia might have been better off waiting there. Like, that's an easy thing to say in retrospect. Major sprays down one, and he's ready for this 2v2. This is an absurd round already.
Yeah, it's resetting into the 2v2 indeed, where there's only 40 seconds left, so not a huge amount of options here. Bomb outside, Major repositioning top of hut.
I don't know if you heard the burn. I don't know if Major realized that Stown pushed in front. It might not make a difference here, but oh, he's looking for it. Great positioning. Stown right down below. Major's in trouble, and he gets killed without even a chance to turn it around. I think he didn't quite realize that he'd already run through. Centaurus sneaking up onto the high ground. We've got 20 seconds, but the bomb is getting down below, and Stown has already made his escape. They have a smoke as well, Dan. I mean, if they know where he's coming from, this is such a strong position for Astralis to be in.
Yeah, and at this point, Centaurus can truly be anywhere, and especially with the money that Aurora have, Centaurus would love to find a way to go for this one, and he also is expecting that anything could be possible. Is there some sort of lurk anywhere? He's checking absolutely everything, and he doesn't have time to do that.
Yeah.
He has a kit, but still.
I think for him, this kind of clutch hinges on whether or not he can find an early kill. If there had been a lurk out here, like you said, and if he finds that kill, then he probably goes for the 1v1. But because that opportunity is never there for him, he just doesn't want to risk it all. Picks up the AWP, makes a run for it. 4-1 for Astralis. Huge conversion on that one. I don't know, a lot of engagements in this round that could have gone another way. Bacardia's flank. Major up on the hut, getting shot in the back. I mean, there's just a lot of things could have gone differently.
And it's so painful because the reset is really real for the CTs there. They only went around quite recently. They do still have enough money, especially with the saved AWP, to create a very dangerous round. But if Astralis were to find a way to win this round as well, then the real momentum begins and Aurora start to get into quite the hole. So this really is a must-win round. We'll see what Aurora decide to do to open it up. And Astralis timeout, which I actually think this is a great spot for a timeout, to be honest, because the game is going their way at the moment.
Yeah,
it's still pretty early, and we just talked about how important this round is.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a nice way to, if you have any sense that the team is kind of running away with itself a bit, there's like too many nerves on that side, just slow it down. Don't make any silly mistakes going into this one. Not a lot of money, but with the saved AWP and the rest of it here for Aurora, it's not really a bad buy at all. So they are still dangerous. Round number 6 coming up. Early days on Nuke. Too soon to tell exactly what's going to be happening. They blow open the squeak door, and they actually do put a little bit of pressure on it as well. They wanted to see if anyone was going to fight them. It's WOXIK sounding off on the first shot deep from the ramp position, but not able to find anyone with it. Nice Molotov here will slow down Centaurus.
It's a lot of information to know that WOXIK started off in the ramp. Obviously can rotate towards the outside from there, but still, it just gives, I think, Astralis a better sense of the early setup from Aurora's side. And they are swapping players around. WOXIK indeed outside, but he's not going to be able to see anything. So Stair can go down by himself, and Aurora have to respect this. Centaurus, the man to cover for it, that early smoke. In the meantime, Astralis looking to get through into this ramp position. Smoke is in place, and Jota's going deep here. He's going to be on the receiving end of a lot of players very shortly.
I think HOTU's position is going to be very interesting here. If he can find a kill outside, I think it'd be very hard for Aurora to read, because it might feel like some sort of mini split like the one that Maui was talking about. But Stair is down here looking. It looks like they're setting up for some sort of a B split, but it could be anything. They could still fall back from the ramp if they want. There's nothing is guaranteed right now. Astralis are keeping all of their options open. Nice dink. WOXIK swung into it. Down ends up going down, and the bomb stopped. They're falling back into the A bomb site. Major calling it before they even get there. Such a sick hold. And with 20 seconds here, if Yabi dies with the bomb, the round is over, and he certainly will. Wakadia ends up getting traded out, but HOTU missing the spray. That was a big opportunity, and he's not ready for it. Essentially impales himself on the Centaurus M4.
It's one way to do it. I know you want to add bayonets to this game.
True.
You've mentioned that a couple of times.
We already have them. We just need to put them at the end of the guns.
That's true. That's true.
But this was honestly right away all the way to the end. Not necessarily a bad call for Astralis, but I think the forward positioning there for Major it's such a strong counterplay to what was going on. Yeah.
That fight there at the end with Major, that's layered, but into the next one we go, and more outside presence here from Astralis. Bacardia testing the door. And there's a wall of smokes.
They still
just the pistols ultimately. HOTU with the Galildo.
It is interesting to see so many teams show that triple cross. Okay, Bacardia. Santara is here, realizing that there's a lot of people on the other side. Probably not worth it.
If they can take down Wacardia, that would be massive here. He's looking the wrong way. The quick flick though. Is there a trade? There is. HOTU takes it, but 3v4 still. And Jota's going to make his way down. Do they have any way to plant? They do have a smoke.
Yeah, they could. Especially if they could find Jota. Might as well fight him. Yeah, HOTU knows he's out in the open. And Jota needs to disengage. You've got the advantage right now. You don't really need to die. The Desk was talking about it. He did that a lot on the opening map, and it really cost him. So it's nice to see him not really go into that battle, because there's nothing to win. All you can do is give back the advantage to Astralis if you go for the fight. And as long as he's alive, he's a problem for the Danish side here. There's a wide swing, 30 seconds, a 2 versus 4. Now, Astralis won a round like this one on Mirage. They should not be able to win another one here. Nice grenade, headshot that explodes down. Very well done.
And I have to say, WOXIK looks like a totally different player from the Swiss stage.
Yeah.
Looks totally different. And I felt like he was kind of sleepy in the Swiss stage, but since he hit the stage, first stage match, big performance. So far in this game, big performance. Not missing the shots, hitting the key, and hard flick shots.
I agree.
Stepping up for the team.
Another one of these AWP players that came booming onto the scene and then very much disappeared and has had to rebuild his career, this time with an all-Turkish lineup. But I must say, I think it's so hard to do, maybe especially for all players, maybe especially for all players in CS2, because a lot of them just don't like it, but
yep.
Woxic's done tremendous work. Just pistols on the Astralis side. What an opportunity right here for Aurora to actually build strong money. They've already got some in the bank, but if they don't lose anyone, which they shouldn't lose too many, it's not bad.
And there we go, one player dead. And so the round gets weaker for Astralis. Oh, able to catch a timing though, but still, Woxic just making the correct moves. Can't punish him if he runs away. Jota taking one down in the meantime. Oh, Woxic with another whiff, and Device picks that one up, but they can't recover the AWP. They cannot close the distance. In comes Jota, and there goes Astralis.
Yeah.
Blocks dealt with.
It's fine. They can pick up the AWP as well. They got there, so I think they're going to be all right with it. I don't really mind. Bit stressful for Woxic, but ultimately not a big deal. Another timeout being used. I do want to highlight, and maybe it's more an open question because I truly don't understand it myself, but as far as I can tell, every team in the world right now, when they smoke off, they throw the waterfall smoke onto the mini position, and then they throw 2 more smokes that cross over towards the garage. That's every team. The only one that doesn't, that I've seen, is FaZe. For some reason, FaZe, they throw 2 smokes that are in a straight line from mini, and that's like just their own thing at the moment. I'm just very interested. I've tried to look through and find demos where I could do something else, and I mean, I guess using 3 smokes outside, it does almost feel like the waterfall smoke in that case is like a bit redundant. You're just doing almost more than you need to. So maybe FaZe are ahead of the meta, or maybe I'm missing something completely.
Tweet at Anders.
Yeah, give me a good answer. I'm not smart enough to figure it out.
Well, 4-4 rifles, and there's really not a lot here for Astralis, even in the util camp. They've got 2 smokes left after throwing their wall of smokes, and we do get a little connection there onto Device. Small bit of damage.
This could be the kind of swing round that Maui is bringing up, where they might try and attack in towards mini. Oh, it's chaos outside, but still working out for Aurora as they trade favorably. HooXi does get a kill, nearly taken down on top of the container. Device and HooXi. Yeah, that's not a fight you want to take. You're going to have to get back off of that one. Unfortunately, also, that's the bomb that is slightly trapped out here. I don't know really what the plan was going to be. It seemed like they did want to just jump through and fight towards hell there, but they just got shut down really hard.
And another issue for Device, I mean, he heard the reload up there, so he knows someone's up there or could be near, so he can't really move. And now there's been so much time that's passed, he can no longer even get out towards T-spawn.
He's also staring straight into the sun, Dan. You're not supposed to do that.
Oh, there it is. Okay, well, that's it.
He probably couldn't see him because of the sun. He was
Yes, it's possible. The after burn, HooXi in, trying to find a headshot onto Jota. Oh, unable to get that done, though. Some extra damage would have been nice, because right now it feels like Aurora they are so comfortable. They're just out there on the deck chairs, leaning back, full recline.
Yeah, we've only ever had JDM try to do that in a tournament. That's a long time ago. The kids won't know.
That's true.
Well, Centaurus shaking his head. I don't know why. They're doing a fine job. 5-4. Money again limited on the Astralis side. Honestly, Aurora, from a slightly weird start here on Nuke, I must say, they're recovering this game super well. They've got money. They're already up a map. They shouldn't be sad at all. It's down with a leg and a grenade falling over. All right, he could have run into it, but that did not happen. Some shots coming through the smoke here, but there's no reason to risk a lot. If you're Aurora, you just stay far back, play grouped up, play for the trades. You know you're going to be able to get the round by like that. A couple of good shots here. And the rest of Astralis hoping for a bomb plant down below. Could be catching Wakardia, but I mean, honestly, in that scenario, you're happy to get a kill.
Yeah, and it's going to be a blessing if they can get this bomb planted. Smoke will help that, though. So some extra cash secured into the next round. He's there looking for a 1v1. Who's going to take the fights? Will he even have the timing? Well, there's a reload, so now they know precisely where he is, and his teammates there as well. They try to play the Bait game to double up on that stairs position. And, oh man, Aurora have dodged basically everything at this point, and they have closed the distance, and now they go in for the kill. HOTU finding it with the Tech 9, though. Imagine now, can he also get a kill here? Yes, finally, kills coming in. Just enough time for the defuse. That got a little hairy there. If they manage to get another kill, it starts to get really, really close, but 6-4 for Aurora.
Yeah, I'm getting really worried. It's a good job that they went for the defuse while that battle was still happening, just to, because that put a lot of pressure on Astralis. But obviously much closer than it should have been. I kind of agree. The last 2 rounds of the half is coming up now. See how this one plays out. Astralis, 4 rounds, I don't think is quite enough on the T side of Nuke. I think you're going to have to get up to about 5 or 6 to really start to feel good. MIBR, by the way, leading from the front. It's not the first time we've seen it either. 10-3 on him. It's one of the really cool things about this squad. Trade is favorable. Yabi goes down, but he did get the opening shot onto WOXIK, and now the dive down. Down has already made its way past. There's nobody else down there from the CT side. Oh, okay. We are in the semifinals. Opting to try and get the knife kill. Not that it wouldn't have been cool, but don't overplay your hand either.
It's a really good spot. And Device looking for someone to come and find information. There's your information, Xantares. And now Jota in a key position. Needs to get both kills. How many behind this? He gets both. Great performance there from him. 2 versus 2 now after that. And a minute to play with, but the key factor is the bomb has been lost at Jota's feet. And here comes a flank from MIBR, adding another kill to the tally. Oh my goodness, down. Oh no, MIBR's just destroying everyone. He's almost max money, Anders. He's got $14,000.
That is a 2 versus 4 there. Jota holding the ramp. Probably one of the most hated positions for people who play on the CT side. Nobody really wants to do it, because a lot of the time you're just, you know, running away, and then you're trying to retake the bomb site while everyone's dead. It's not fun at all. And Jota was very criticized by the desk, and I think absolutely rightly so. Not a good performance from him on the opening map, but he stepped it up here, and I think you can see it in every micro moment. Whenever Jota now goes down below to fight, whenever the Astralis are trying to plant B, you can see that Jota's not overfighting it. He's so much more careful. So I think they said, you know, he needed to get his head screwed on right, and that's pretty much what he's done. So I'm sure the desk are going to be pleased as well. 7-4. Astralis crumbling on the second map. This is their pick as well, and it started well enough. That wasn't the issue.
Yeah, and they're feeling the energy. They really are.
Yeah.
No AWP for Astralis. That might be a blessing. They're going to be able to turn up the pace here. WOXIK's going deep beyond T-Red. There he is. Fine stare, but the trade's through. Responsible stuff there, but they're going to double up on this play. Xantares is out there now. He's playing deathmatch, finding the kill up high on top of Mini. And he's going to keep going, wrapping around this outside smoke, disappearing like some kind of comic book character, villain, and he's in the back now, takes down Device. Oh no, meeting aggression with aggression. It's 2v4 for Astralis again.
It's a good thing you bring up. They've really not been scared of fighting Astralis out of this yard. They're so confident right now, the Turks. Beautiful to watch. Yabi, okay. That's a headshot if I've ever seen one. MIBR, no idea what hit him. Not even sure if he could even react in time. The bomb is on HOTU, and he's going to go plant it. I think down below. Yeah, he's doing that right now. So Yabi's just frozen in time. A 5th round here would be everything to Astralis. Yabi's going to call it out. They think it might... Oh, maybe they don't. I think they might have realized now it is the B bomb site. Xantares being held for a while, but now it's on HOTU to try and clutch it. The captain of the team, Xantares, is there trying to bait him into a bit of a fight. Oh, that's a nice headshot. Comes back in, but he's not ready for Jota, unfortunately. Aurora, you can see what it means to MIBR. His hair and his hands in the air, just ready to go for that one. Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, incredible stuff. HOTU was selling me on that one. Getting the kill against Xantares there was beautiful. But Xantares bought enough time for the assistance to come in.
Yeah.
Not allowing HOTU a chance.
Someone, it's been happening a lot, I think, in the first half here, where it's been just a lot of trade frags as well.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of room for Astralis to kind of roll an early kill into something else. They just fight so hard.
That round was totally just dismantled, except until Yabi came in with 2 headshots out of nowhere on very low health, and then he picked up the info on the one of the 2 players that was left in the hut, or rather the lobby position. So it really does feel like Astralis, even on map 1-2, they need individual moments, and then they build off of the mid rounds when some individual or other kind of pops off, gets a couple kills out of a crazy scenario. And that is generally where we're seeing Astralis find success.
Yeah.
But they're not finding the success off of really getting into good positions, off of their defaults, off of their strats quite as much right now. And that's never a good spot to be in. Especially when you're against Aurora, and they have all the individuals firing off.
They have so much to prove, Aurora. Their world ranking demands better results than what they've got so far. The semi-final, but they are actually very close to hitting the grand final here in Astana. We've got the smoke, we've got the Molotov as well onto MIBR. We'll see what they end up doing with it. HOTU. Similar thing as in the first pistol, just get a kill here, but don't overplay your hand. And HOTU understands exactly that. No reason to stick around. You might just be re-peeking into a P250. Stavn gonna fall down below. Shooting out the window, so they know that he's here. And just looking for the cross. They're not going to be slow at all. Oh, they're actually putting on some speed. Running into the control room with 3 people. A horde of Glocks coming here towards the dualies. Device will get the one, but the trades are not bad. The bomb is already planted. Santaris ready to get some more. He's running out of bullets, and the backup was nearly there, but Stavn manages to spin around, and somehow it's Astralis to pick up that pistol. I mean, that could have gone any which way.
Yeah, that looked like it must have been a pretty sick flick from Stavn. Maybe we'll catch that one. But yeah, Astralis, I mean, winning the pistol is a must. They won the pistol in the first half. You might not believe it based on, you know, if you had just tuned in towards the end of it, because Aurora had all the momentum, but they did win that initial first half pistol. Now they win the second one, and they just have to ensure that they don't lose out on the following round. If they did, I feel like that's just it for Astralis in this game of Nuke. And Aurora, I mean, they're going to have some money. They're going to have, I think I saw an AK going into this one.
Oh, yes.
And Santaris.
He's 14-6. I love it. Not going to be too aggressive at the start of it. But yeah, the way that he's been playing, I think it's a good gamble. Could see them set up for some of the early utility here. Molotov to land on top of the hut, but no one is really playing there. I guess the interesting thing is that they have one from to the back of the site. Would put a little bit more pressure on. They've already thrown it out. Nice enough grenade here defensively. Stavn getting one for the smoke. HOTU. That smoke timing is very good, and that actually is going to send Aurora back.
Into Yabi, perhaps. Waiting in the corner with the MP9. He is primed and ready. MP9 delivers the first one against Santaris. There it is. Multiple kills. WCARDIA finally trains it against Yabi, but damage has been done here. Imagine needs an individual play to save it. How is he going to find kills? The smokes go away. He's totally exposed. Totally exposed. Stavn comes in with the finishing kills. And Astralis, they avoid what would have been a catastrophic loss if they had lost that round. So the ship right now is steering clear of any icebergs.
Yeah, but it's a long way to find any kind of safe harbor at the moment, I think. Oh, nice timing for Stavn. All right, he did see the first jump there. But you're not wrong. If they would have lost this round, I mean, that could have been the beginning of the end for Astralis. Picking it up and potentially getting themselves now a little bit more fired up. Okay, you can hear. They are excited about this. No immediate rush, but it might be on to Mini if they can get there. Oh, all right. They weren't quite doing it. I love a good Mini rush myself, especially if you know how to slide off the building. They're slowing it down.
Good opening pickup there. A few more pistols to worry about. Going over to Ram. They're testing these M4s at range. It's a tough one. There we go. There we go. Few feel-good kills from Astralis. It's kind of like, you know, you're standing in the eye of the storm. Things are really calm.
Yeah.
But you know that the storm is still there, and we're about to experience it now coming into this next round.
Things are going to get a lot more real quickly for Astralis here, especially if we can get some of the early guns really working. 8-7, just a one-round lead. And what do we have? 4 AKs, 1 AWP on WOXIK. And it's a very open game, to be honest. I'm not really sure if we can call it yet. Deep nade lands on WOXIK. And Stown wants to be aggressive. He's going to be flashed in. Could see device. He's already thrown the flashbang now. Really wide swing, and it catches Centaurus. He knew something was going to be happening. Jotas made a bit of a drop down there. Doesn't take too much damage for it either. They're looking to see if they can punish Stown. They want to get him before he escapes. They know he's still out here somewhere, but not really sure. Jota not paying attention. WOXIK goes down, and they finally get rid of him, but unfortunately they had to kill, or he had to kill 3 of their teammates before that happened.
Such big damage. It's reminiscent actually of the same round when we saw, Astralis' first T-gun round. They just got demolished. And again, it's Matcha. It's got Ricardia with him as well. It's got to come down to these individual finds now. And the great thing if you're playing the CT side of Nuke is that you can hold pretty tight to your rotations. You don't have to move very much. Get between the sides pretty quick. Nadja making his way through Squeaky. Ricardia might find a timing that might be possible.
I mean, the bomb is up by Squeak, right? So this is going to be a very hard round to win, and the positioning there for Stem, I think, just nullifies any chances. Great work, honestly. And I think Astralis to some extent showing us too that in a round like this one where there could have been a lot more movement for the CT side, just playing it slowly, not making the mistakes.
Yes.
All right.
It's so cool to hear that here in Astana. 8-8. And suddenly it feels like all the past sins for Astralis have been washed away. Now they've managed to get to this point, have a good economy, and they're putting Aurora now through the paces on this T side.
Yeah, and I guess the question becomes now for Manja, how do you have a couple of good calls here? Again, we got the Hero AK picked up now. Sort of tempting to try and get out into the yard and see if you can have him play around that. I mean, I'd put some money on Centaurus winning a fight out there if I had the opportunity, so maybe a way to do it. Early smoke goes down towards the yard. Incendiary was going to try and stop the normal smoke wall there. That's the CT side hoping to block that. I don't know if it blocked one of them. Maybe it did. There is at least a giant gap here, but it's Centaurus in the yard. Let's see how he's going to be playing it. Just waiting for a reaction, but there is actually nobody out here. Finally, it's going to be the AWP showing up, clicking away. Oh, it's actually Jota to hit it, but still very well played. Stown gets one in return almost immediately. Very important to get just the one there. Yeah. And Navi now holding it. He's got Stown as well, and look at this bait. Just setting it up. If you peek, if you wide swing, you used to go right into the AK. Very well played. Astralis going to be up at 9 here, and they don't lose for more than one player.
And I love the detail there. I mean, firstly, Stown knowing the lineup for the smoke to connect with the players running stairs, that's great. But I also love how the setup works there between the vents and the decon stairs, where you've got, oh, the guy's in the vents going for reload, and then the tray frag is going to start fighting me. But instead of reloading, he just pulls the pistol out. So you're still fighting 2 people, but you're switching targets. So, you know, I love that level of detail there. 9-8, and we get the AKs back out again for Aurora. And what we had from Astralis on that last gun round was that Aurora played was an aggressive outside movement. I don't think we're going to see that again necessarily. You can't just throw it out constantly. Some teams do it.
I mean,
I'll put the question to you. Do you expect that, Anders? Do you think Astralis will go aggressive again?
No, I doubt it. I feel like they don't also have to do that. Also, you've got the AKs and everything else. So you can take some of those longer fights. What I would love to see is for Aurora to try and steal a page out of Mouse playbook on Nuke, where you set up the wall of smokes, but you actually flash and grenade your way through it and fight towards CT spawn and try and make the wrap around. I think that's something that they haven't really done yet, and I think maybe Astralis won't quite be ready for it either. Smoke wall is up. Incendiary to try and stop anyone from crossing, and then probably in a second or two, There could be an HE as well, but no, he's just going to try for the spray down. They don't actually have the HEs either, which is a bit disappointing, I guess. So, Magia's made his way down. That's a victory of sorts.
And no one from Astralis has actually rotated down just yet. Okay, stairs going down from ramp.
Oh, here we go.
They're going through Mini, and that's a great defense from Yabi, and Stown there as well. Stown activated from the Garrus position, but the trades are good here from Aurora.
Yeah, Stown needed to get that kill, and he definitely had an opportunity as well. 3-3, Aurora. This is a critical round. They have no more money. Losing this one, Astralis might be well on their way to actually winning the map, but then you'd be on train, and that is not good for Aurora. Wakadia gets dropped. Device has only got 7 kills, but that one's important. WOXIK! Hold on a minute! Yes, there from the high ground. Very nearly getting the double spray down. Recommitting into it, and the timing could not have been any better. Astralis climbing their way back into this game. It was a very slow start here on Nuke, but you could see the smiles started to creep across their faces. And same could not be said here. Unfortunately for Aurora, they're in a bit of trouble here. 10-8 is going to be the scoreline. No bomb plant. Money is questionable. And I even forgot about it, but the fact that train is the final map is...
Yeah. It's huge.
That's an issue.
And the amazing thing is, Astralis didn't really move people from the upper setup. They didn't really believe that Aurora really went down. I don't know how they worked out that read, but 10-8 up against pistols, SMGs, just a hero AK on Jota. In fact, it's a Galil. My bad. It's a Galil. Still, the Galil can be dangerous. But Astralis feeling it for sure.
Big gap in the smoke, and I think it's because of the same thing. It's the incendiary. No one's watching it. It's down. Oh, he does hear the crowd a little bit, and he wants to punish it, but not enough damage here. Device, easy shot onto Magia, and they can probably guess what's going on now. Yeah, they're going to be rotating people down. I think Astralis know Aurora might have missed their opportunity. If they really wanted to do it here when they lost Magia, it might have been just time to run and really see if you get the job done. Stown is playing such an excellent game right here. Up to 19 kills, lands a couple of headshots.
Once again, it feels so difficult. Astralis have done such a good job on this Nuke CT side, always staying ahead of their opponents. Good reads. Good positioning off of the reads. Aurora looking for anything right now. Trying to plant in the smoke, but so telegraphed. And there's no way to punish.
Yeah.
WOXIK, can he get some extra damage in here? Anything. Flick is good there. 3 more players to find with 20 seconds. Not looking like it's going to be possible. Device holds it down. And Astralis, again, going from strength to strength here on Nuke after what felt like such a difficult and a painstaking map. They finally found some footing.
It really is worlds apart from the other version of Astralis that we're unfortunately very used to seeing, but this one, not a lot of mistakes in these rounds. They're keeping it real cool. Timeout called for Aurora as the Astana crowd are chanting Astralis. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're 2 rounds away, Dan. Train looming in the distance. Again, the sheer level of heartbreak for Aurora if they end up losing the series, which, again, it's some, they won the first map, so that's good, but still, I don't know how solid they look right now.
Well, we'll see if they can get there. This game has certainly been unpredictable so far. The first map extremely close. WOXIK back on the AWP. Aurora looking to have some outside presence once again. You've got obviously the wall of smokes.
Delayed this time. Delayed to not hit the incendiary. So Aurora are learning some of the tricks. That's nice to see.
Oh, hello. Where did that go? I was supposed to slow Xantares down.
Yeah.
So Stown actually doesn't expect someone to be as deep as he is right now.
Yep.
See if it makes a difference. And Astralis, they don't really have anybody lower just yet. Because they're playing double ramp.
It's a really weird fact that sometimes you can get down almost too early and you can't really do much with that position. Because if the window isn't broken... Oh, yeah, he wanted to. He wanted to see if he could look through the boxes there. So you can see Centaurus is down there, but all he's done right now is throw a Molotov just to try and force someone to rotate, but I don't think Astralis are buying this.
They did this the same time previously, and Astralis didn't buy it that time, and they crushed around. Aurora went upper, and they got destroyed through Mini. Are they giving us a different look here?
I don't think so. I think they're going for Mini again. The bomb is on the other side by the squeak door. Jota wants to come through, waiting to run, but Stown is there holding it, and now the smoke goes up to stop the bomb once again. The timing is crazy for Astralis. They've locked them out of this one. We're down to 20 seconds. It's going to be another 10 seconds before that smoke even fades. HOTU catching them as they run through. It's an easy kill onto Madja, and we're down to just 15 seconds here. The trades are in. Woxic goes down. Astralis, they've read the whole round. They did not buy the fake down below, and the timing there for the smoke, and also obviously the smoke being held as Jota was trying to push through. What a round.
Truly. It's actually so sick that, because I'm expecting, as you often would see, at least somebody going down the vent or some kind of reposition. But that's 2 times in a row now that Astralis just don't, they know it's straight bait. 12-8 on the precipice of forcing a third map train and putting themselves into a chance of getting into the grand final here at PGL Astana. What a comeback for the Org. Oh no, absolute catastrophe. Centaurus falling off the silo, that's terrifying.
Forgot to buy the parachute. 4 versus 5. Yeah, that was going to be a much, much quicker play. And he doesn't jump, right? You just have to run across. Like, you don't actually need to jump to make that leap. So, but when you do it and you get shot, it's not the first time that we've seen it. What a miserable way to get dropped and possibly pushed onto a third map here. 4 on 5. A minute on the clock, and HOTU, look at what he's doing. It's a late lobby crunch. That's something that Astralis have not done throughout the entire half here. And they do it in a round where they already have a man lead. There's no way for Aurora to read it. Oh, what a call for HOTU. Device, nice flick onto Madja. I don't think Aurora have any more energy left to play on Nuke right now. Low on health, Woxic gets shot down. That's the bomb, lost as well, and Device with the headshot. Astralis, a giant recovery to get us onto a third map on train. I really can't believe it.
Danish Counter-Strike delivering here on stage. It is incredible to see. I mean, there's been so much of the story of just Nuke where it felt like Astralis were just done, where the energy was being sucked away from them, where they had to continually find their way back into a solution. And they managed to do it with complete composure. And it is truly astounding based on what we've seen.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The games have really delivered here in Astana, so of course we're going the distance. Astralis taking their map pick of Nuke, and now to talk about it on the desk. I mean, it's what we wanted, right? This is exactly what we're here for. The fans are loving it. So many Astralis fans, and what's been happening, for those at home that maybe didn't notice while you're watching the game, the Spirit fans are starting to turn up now, and guess what? You're going to be waiting in your seats for a little bit longer because Astralis are putting on a masterclass here today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially after the first half, it did feel like, you know, they were running out of steam. They really didn't get the game plan together. That CD side was a wall, and I just loved watching the way they played it. There was, I think, maybe apart from a couple of close-ish rounds, it never felt like Aurora ever had an in on their T side.
Indomitable. That's the defense that Stown actually showed up with here.
Yeah.
His outside yard antics were so difficult for Aurora to understand, to contain. I love how active Astralis were on their defense. This is really, sometimes you say, oh, it's a game of two halves. This was a game of one half, because when Astralis put up a defense like that, it doesn't even matter what they do on their offensive campaign.
And I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed from the side of Aurora, because they should have expected, I mean, Maui, we predicted Nuke possibly being a pick coming in from Astralis. That T side was tepid at best. We didn't see anything cool coming out, not even any convincing pop executes, no real abuse in the rotations, no real fakes coming in. Kind of just relying on the individual to kind of pop off and maybe, you know, get a few kills and get lucky.
I'd argue they tried to. I'd argue they tried to throw a spanner in the works. I'd argue they tried to throw a little bit of misdirection, but Astralis were so active in taking information.
That's what I want to say. The reads. The
layers, but that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the more you can see Astralis kind of coming back, that's just unfortunate for Zataris. Happened to the best of us, buddy. But I agree that Astralis were being aggressive in your face. It's just the fact that it felt like at the very end, Aurora, they kind of started cowering down and ran out of ideas, or rather they just lost confidence, it felt like, because the final few rounds was complete slaughter from the Danish side.
And look, I have to say it, you know, he's going to pop up on the screen probably. Stown, he's not been the star player ever since he's joined. I want to make this abundantly clear. But what I've found here is he will have the odd map. He's had the odd map. He's had some stinkers, ones to forget, but he keeps on trucking. He keeps on going. HOOXi the man to motivate him. And this, by the way, is what he should be doing every game. This is what he used to do in Heroic.
And just look at the CT side. Just look at the, you know, where he's getting all these kills. Obviously, we touch upon how he was just a monster outside, being aggressive. Again, HOOXi utilizing what he has, but he's playing a very pivotal position where he's being very dynamic. You look at the lower bomb side from Vents, where he's just moving around, making sure there's no entry path for Aurora. Could be towards outside, could be coming down Vents towards lower. He was everywhere.
Yep. One thing to look out for in these highlights is I'd make the case that of teams that are around the top 10, for being a star player, Stown's the least mechanically talented. It's more about positioning. It's more about understanding what the opponents are going to do. Like, he's getting easy kills. He gets a lot of kills where it's just people are going into his crosshair. He doesn't have to flick. Like, how many of these are really sick one-taps? Answer is practically none of them. He's just got really good positioning, and oftentimes he's shooting people in the side of the head. He couldn't make his own life all that much easier.
You might not remember a Ston kill, but you remember Ston's stat line.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, look, I'll say it as well. You don't need incredible aim if your game sense is on point, if you get in that flow state and you're reading the game and everything comes easy to you. And that's what happened here. It was instrumental in getting Astralis over the line. But not just Stown. Not just Stown. Stown and Stare together. You know, we've talked a lot about Stabby, you know, the joke, the pairing. You know, Yabby and Stown, obviously $1 million each, coming to the org, finding themselves under Cadian, the IGL. They essentially did everything they could to get away from, and then, like Thanos, he's just inevitable. You will just have to play with him again for some reason. And then, obviously, they've had all of that distraction, all of that drama, all of that pressure, the price tag insane. And then, look, Yabby's had a pretty poor tournament. He's had an off tournament. He's usually Mr. Consistent, I'd say. Stare's step up here is ridiculous. And people at home need to understand, if you're going back and look at his output in previous games, it's never been like this, especially not in these circumstances.
And I feel it comes down to the fact that he has been this kind of like the Danish journeyman everywhere, you know, even before he got picked up by Astralis. He's just been doing so many roles, just fitting in and just adapting to what the team needs of him. From there, like, there are two types of players. One who just crumbles and disappears because he's not in his comfort zone, he's not happy with the roles he's playing, or you adapt and thrive. And I feel like I've always been praising him despite, you know, when Cadence was leading and they were struggling. But now suddenly, you know, you have a real actual IGL, you have actual gas in the car that is Astralis, and you can see him start to kind of be the star of this team, if you really ask me.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's surprising because he had to swap up a couple positions with HOTU just to accommodate HOTU. Like, HOTU got to take some of his old spots back on Ancient and on Dust 2, or Mirage, that is, and Stair just had to swap, and he's still doing fine. So, yeah, he can do absolutely everything.
But that was always his secret. He's been moved around. Go and look at it. Every time Astralis were making changes, it was Stair that took, you know, I'll just play what's left.
Yeah.
You know, he's doing that all the time.
Stair's the guy when you load up into a pug where he doesn't calm where he's going to play because he'll just fill in. He'll just fill in. There's an art to that.
I feel, Maui. I feel.
3 more minutes of fill.
Yeah, exactly. I've been doing that for 20 years.
We don't necessarily have to fill yet because we have a couple of rounds we want to talk about. I just want to highlight, this is not even like a round breakdown, right? We're just going to take a look at Ston. HOTU's like, all right, Ston, just go in, right? And I do want to highlight how Aurora looked lost. He's going to be aggressive here. We saw Zentaris do this earlier, by the way. Ston recreating it, sticking around towards red. They're not expecting him to stick around. They're expecting to just left. I'm so surprised what Aurora were thinking. They're thinking he's just going to get the 1 kill and fall back. But I like the confidence play coming in because they knew they were starting to mount a few rounds together. They were building back into the game. And I felt like the 3K for me, it just, the way Aurora crumbled, weren't even able to get the trade until I think he gets 3 kills. That's when I knew Astralis were probably going to run away with this.
I couldn't believe that they didn't turn. Like the second and third kill.
What's the second guy doing?
The guys aren't even looking. You know that. So that might be a little bit of Stown actually upsetting them in terms of his positioning, but also where's the communication from Aurora there? That looked like the playoff crumbling Aurora that I'm used to from all the other tournaments.
I would love to hear the comms in that situation.
I don't think there are any comms.
It looked to me that somebody either miscalled or didn't call. Stown should not get away with it.
I'll give you another round, Rich, and this is the penultimate round of that game where there were no comms, if you ask me. I just want to highlight, just look at the way they just crumble. 11-8, right? It's a full buy versus a full buy. You know what Astralis does? Find a couple of kills initially, they get the kills, and they slowly just walk in with no time remaining. 15 seconds, they have to run into crossfires being set up there by Astralis, where in that round, they didn't go for any aggro plays. They just played a little bit turtled up. They're like, let's see what, let's see what the side of Aurora do. And Aurora, they were just waiting for the aggression to come on out. And once they realized they're running out of time, because they had no map control, because they had no players who were using the util nothing, walk into 3 CTs with a crossfire being set up in upper, and no matter how good you are individually, you're not winning a round like that.
That's when you could tell Aurora were just spent. When they put themselves in a nice split position onto the A bomb site, there was only the lone defender and HOTU behind back silo, but they just froze up. And at that point in time, it was like, nobody's going to take the onus, nobody's going to go for the entry, nobody's going to swing in. They ran out of gas right there.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're running into a brick wall, it's not very pleasant, and especially when you have to do it again and again and again and again. And you could just see the frustration was getting to the Aurora guys. But obviously, look, this is Astralis' map pick. We can argue they're meant to win it. It's all fine.
Yeah.
Then we go into this. This is the most interesting part of the draft. So let's definitely dedicate some time to it. We've got Train coming. And we were absolutely convinced it's just going to go to Inferno. Let's style it out on Inferno. Two teams that love to, not love, but certainly happy to play the map. But Madja, for whatever reason, he's gone with this. This was his design. So I'm very curious as to what they've got up their sleeve.
They're trying to play against an Astralis that has no reps on the map.
Correct.
They're trying to see if they can get the better of him. I don't even think we know these CT positions. I don't think we necessarily know these CT positions at all for them because we haven't actually seen them play it.
This is just largely guesswork.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like just filling in HOTU for where Caden used to play. that's about
well,
it.
Stair was playing B, thoh.
Yeah,
Stair was playing B
up.
on some of the rounds, too. So, I mean, I don't even, either way, I mean, it's going to be up to whoever is B anchoring for the side of Astralis, in my opinion, because Aurora love B. They love starting with heavy defaults towards B. They like doing finishers towards B. They're a team that doesn't go for as many of the T main pop dog splits onto a bomb site that Vitality has made popular. They like that B bomb site, so it's going to be up to whoever Astralis enlists on that spot.
I think it's Yabi, memory serves me right, but it's been quite a while. If that's going to be the case,
Stair.
With the Stair, okay, maybe switch it up a little bit. It remains to be seen. Let's touch upon what we know about Aurora, though. They played this map against Na'Vi, right? And it was a pretty solid map overall. I think they had a very solid CT side, very asphyxiating CT side where they're going to be taking these fights, pushing pop, taking all the deals like we did when we had a show match earlier, Maui. But the T side...
Definitely compare us, yeah.
Absolutely. But the T side is where I think they had a lot of really cool ideas, but Na'Vi had the read. The thing is, I don't think that Astralis were expecting this curveball to come in. I don't think they've had real time to look at that map and analyze how Na'Vi were able to counter the T side, because that's where they lost the map right there, did Aurora.
It's also just a map that HOTU's never called on this version of Train. So the T side for them is going to be a big mystery too. I'm sure he's watching the top level of CS, so I assume he's going to just try to go to the Vitality playbook. But if you don't have the personnel to run those kinds of plays, like again, I don't think Stout is the most mechanically talented player, but if you're trying to run a Vitality strat book, that's usually done with Flames on the entry, with Zywoo on the cleanup. Like that, you have a very different set of personnel for HOTU. So putting together the pieces here and trying to find the best strategy in a live environment, this is where he is truly tested.
This is a real test.
I actually think, though, this is definitely one of HOTU's strengths. I've always been critical of him from a tactical perspective. I always thought it was a bit overinflated by analysts. But here's what I believe. Is there a better vibes caller? Is there a better guy who can just say to people, you know what? Look, like, we've nothing to lose now, boys. Like, let's just style it out. It's fine.
It's nothing to lose. And there is a way you can make that, you kind of distill that in the tactical side of things over here, right? You're not really gonna even attempt to try and understand what Aurora are going to be trying to pull off here, or some of the tricks and nuances, right? Just play your game. I know it sounds like very reductive.
They don't have a game, Blah. They don't have a game. But they don't know what their game is.
Just frag out. Just frag out. That's what I'm saying, man. But honestly, like, I'm looking at Device, right? I'm looking at Stone right there. If they played this map in the past, just talk to HOTU, tell where you're feeling comfortable to play towards, and just go for some of the aggro plays. Disrupt the T side of Aurora.
HOTU gains a lot of credit for me if the beginning of this goes badly. First 5 rounds, all Aurora's way, but then he reads. If he makes the adaptation in the middle of the half, that's what he's been so good at this tournament, at recognizing what the opponent is doing, what they're outlining as their objective, and then trying to counter it. Those kinds of moments, doing it on the fly, that's where I want to see HOTU rise up.
Well, you're going to see it right now because we're going back to Anders and DDK.
Yes, let's go. Thank you, Richard. We are back once again. The final map here. We're going to be on Train to settle this semi-final. And I couldn't really think of a better battleground. It's not the most played map in the pool right now. In fact, it's been dodged by a bunch of teams. And maybe that's one of those things that's going to come back to haunt Aurora here, because they don't have necessarily the practice on it. I'm really, really excited to see how this one will play out. I would probably pick Astralis, but it's a bit of a coin flip here. Let's see.
I totally agree. We don't really know, and that is what makes this actually a great finisher between these two teams for the grand finals. Who is going to be on top here? T side for Aurora. Astralis still on that CT side that was so good for them on Nuke. But will it deliver here on Train?
Well, they got some utility right now. Aurora, they could just throw that very, very deep Molotov that lands in the C connector. It could be better than a smoke in many cases, because the smoke, people can obviously still jump through it, but the Molotov is going to be a bit different. So Wakadi is holding this side. They are going down towards at least checking Pop Dog. It doesn't mean they really have to commit to it, but it is dangerous if there are any CTs here. And looks like they might just follow through. Okay, so Maja is pretending, right? He's saying it's a B execute, guys. Deep Molotov flash going in. But in fact, it will be the A yard that is under attack. HOTU throwing out some bullets here, but that smoke going down towards the icon position really shuts them out of the fight. Device with a critical shot to take down Wakadi. The bomb is planted, though. And Santara is trying to answer back here. A lot of bullets for Woxic, not a lot of kills to follow. 3 versus 4. Device cracks another skull out here, and they're hunting him down. Oh, it's a burst fire. Woxic trying to get the job done, But so far, it is all Device all the way. 4 kills here. And Jota swinging wide for it. An ace. Cold as Device.
Great stuff there from Device. You can see the smile on his face. And hey, it's not just an ace, it is money being made for the player that has to buy that AWP. And here we get to see it again. The first kill did feel somewhat labored. Only a couple bullets left, but then the clinic here for Device. Falling back to a teammate before returning with the vengeance, with the wrath. And that's 3 pistols in a row that Astralis have actually picked up here against Aurora.
Man, it almost brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they've bought into this one, Aurora. They've got some Galils on deck. 3 Galils, just a 1 Mach 10 for Wakadia.
Device is a player that's been, his career has been in such a weird state, right? He had to miss the Shanghai Major because of, well, who knows what problems, but he didn't end up playing, and there's been so many questions around it, so much that doesn't seem to have gone very well. Personally, never thought that he was ever going to be able to fit into Cadian's crazy Counter-Strike, which I think is great fun, but I just don't see Device as the kind of player who could do that. The HOOXi brand here, though, I feel like he's looking so much improved. It's down and stare. Out in the yard. It is a bit of a 2-3 split right now, which actually is a bit dangerous. Again, having, well, now they've got 2 in the A yard, so Astralis have a bit of a read. Maybe going off of what the desk was saying. The grenade goes down. Very nice spray. Oh, that's so important. They don't really have the defense right now, so getting those 2 kills right off the bat is super critical.
And able to play those defensive positions, let the T's come out into the yard. Move into your crosshairs. Precisely what Device does as WOXIK now remains. And it's a quick flick, but can't find the target. HOOXi is instead the victor, and the calm and controlled CT side of Train. A map that honestly is quite similar to Nuke in how you kind of think about it in terms of CT rotations and just how you kind of crunch the numbers. And so Astralis, we talked about in the previous map too, you just have to get past that dangerous round, and they just did it right there.
Yeah, don't fall early on. Although, having said that, there are 4 Eagles in play in this round. I mean, why not? Nicely done.
Goodbye.
Yeah, they get rid of one of them. Got to do a little bit more like that, and it's going to be fine. So aggressive. Stown, he was a real machine on that second map, and I do feel like he's the kind of player that once he senses a bit of weakness in the opponent, it's like his level just goes up. It's like once he's got the upper hand, he's just willing to try a little bit more. He does the extra, and it does pay off here. Couple of good kills to slow down Aurora at the get-go. And Device just hanging around. There's no reason they need to do anything. The desk highlighted that Aurora do like to hit the B bomb site, so it will be fun to see how ready Astralis will be once they get into the rifle part of the game for themselves. A lot of different ways to try and defend it.
A plant would be really good, but with only 3 players, normally the CTs you wouldn't want to necessarily fight up close, but here, you know, we could see Astralis just contesting and just trying to deny the bomb plant completely. So it's not the bodies to throw at this. And is Antares down? Well, don't even get to finish the sentence. It is easy there for Astralis as they pick up the 3-0 start, but now, much like we said in the previous map, now we get into the territory where we would expect to see the full buy round, and, you know, suddenly Aurora maybe, you know, putting their game plan onto Astralis.
I mean, this is going to be the first real test, isn't it? Did that just rip over his Aurora sign? I think he might have. He's mad.
It's pretty common, Anders, in this situation for the CTs to actually try to play aggressive. Maybe a pop push, maybe getting T-main, stuff like that. And indeed, that's exactly what we're going to see. Stown is making his way up there.
I love it. Don't step into the flames.
Slows it down.
If he touches the flames here, they're going to hear it, but the timing is crazy. He knows what he's doing. Centaurus, I don't think he has any clue at all. You could see from the way that he's peeking that angle that he's not ready for it, and this is so aggressive. Stound's only got 4 kills, but all of them right up in their face. Like you already said it, and you could see the follow-through here. Aurora, where did they go? If you can't control this part of the map for the Ts, then there's not that much left of Train that you can really do.
And you have a game plan when you go into the round, like where you want to open the round, and a disruptive play from Astralis. Now you've just got a mid-round. You've just, whatever plan you had, you got to throw it out. You got to reassess the situation. They just took forward space on you.
Yeah, good rotation to bring in Yabi over to the B bomb site, but it'll be a bit of a wrap around here. Stound's already spotted them up with a bit of a jiggle. 45 seconds, Major, wide swing, and they, I don't know, he honestly could have caught Stound there. I don't think that was out of the question, but Stound is red hot at the moment. Burning up Aurora. HOTU Molotov out of this position, but we're down to 30 seconds. Someone's going to have to make a move. Someone's going to have to get a kill here on the Turkish side. Otherwise, they're going to get wiped out in this one. Nice shot. Device finding a kill. He's 7-0. 5 of them in the pistol, obviously. Jota, it's a nice kill, but I don't think it changes anything. 18 seconds on the clock. His teammate's not even really with him right now. And they might just have to save what's left. The AWP and the AK, no chance to get into any site here. So, very interesting start.
Oh, please. Please, Device, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him, Device. Have you been taking only pixels, Warhags? What's happening?
Try and do it. Oh.
4-0. And they can play defensively now, Anders. They threaten the aggression. So now Aurora have to necessarily wait for that. They have to respect that it could happen again. I mean, hey, Astralis could actually do it again. I mean, they could.
Well, especially, it's easier also, especially with the pop dog push that we just saw. It's easier when Aurora don't have the basic utility, because the way to stop it is to Molotov the position from T-main, which, if you don't have the Molotovs, then it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, it's easier right now for Astralis to do it if they were interested. Doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. Just some early utility to really slow things down. Wow, 4-0. They've got just 1 AK, but they've picked up an AUG at the same time on Yabi. So, definitely becoming a more popular weapon on Train. The run boost over here. It is a nice trick.
Classic move on Train since go. Oh, Jota's close. Stound has no idea. Nade in hand. Easy kill for Jota. Able to spot one more. Astralis have to fall back a little bit in the site here. Stayers really out in the open. Would have been able to play off of Stound, but right now isolated. So you've got to be cautious. HOTU on the other end. Oh, a little bit slow to that one. You can't be slow against Antares.
Yeah, got to be frustrating. He had the right read, but out-dueled here. Oh, Stairs got to get that fight. Oh, no. A couple of big slip-ups here on the Danish side, unfortunately. Will give a big opportunity for Aurora to finally pick up their first round. WarXig will dispatch of Device. And Yabi will be saving the AUG somewhere else if he is allowed to. Okay. Kind of a weird round, but you did get to see a cool bit of utility that's obviously become very popular too. That smoke that Centaurus is using to be able to fight just on his left-hand side is thrown all the way from T-spawn, and it bounces, or like it almost bounces off C-connector and goes through Icon and lands back there. So it's a very, very deep smoke. Nice find out of Yabi. They take all the guns, and Astralis put on a bit of a cooldown.
And it is a bad situation in many respects for Astralis, because obviously this initial kill, normally Stound's going to spot Jota and he gets to slow it down, and then they can readjust the setup. And then in that way, then Astralis are really playing against the strat from Aurora. But because of that kill, it just becomes a scrappy round. So we don't really know fully how that was going to execute from Aurora, but they're going fast into T-main this time. And Ricardia straight out. Is he going to get caught here? Quick incendiary to limit the space. But they're looking to go faster, Anders.
Yeah, they didn't want to slow it down. Nice smoke up here. They're going to get the first one, and that does slow them. Ricardia, the backup was almost there. It was a second away, and they would have been there from Pop Dog to help him out. But the smoke going down from the CT side, it couldn't have been better timed. It stopped the backup from showing up. WarXig double scoped on by Device, and they're going to swap it out. Stair gets the AWP. Device will play with the M4 instead. And this can't happen to Aurora. They absolutely need... And win the round now is going to be hard, but they need a lot more damage here. They need to get at least 3 kills. See if they can bring it back. Oh, it's a nice shot from Centaurus. That's the beginning. HOTU's on a flanking mission, and unfortunately, that's the bomb out there where he's headed. So if he could be quick enough, there might be a chance that he could slow it down. Some shots swinging through, but really no one on the other side to receive. That bomb is still slowed, and we're looking at 40-second. HOTU is just creeping closer. He's about 10 seconds away from really being put into the round here. Device has to play a bit of a distraction, but hopefully without dying as well. Bomb being attempted. Device, do you want to take the risk? He does, and he slows it. Even when the kill happens, no flank from HOTU. He's going to get killed instead, and it's a 2-on-2.
Jota finding a moment, but that's the moment for the CTs to go in. Gabby takes down Xantares. Jota playing the train. It looks like a trade set up here. There's the double swing. You can't do anything about that. Jota goes down. It's money for the T's, but it is a small consolation because the reality is their economy's been completely reset. They only just won a round. This is the worst way to have a half play out.
Yeah. Not bad at all. 5-1. Well, they have a bit more money than I was expecting too. So I guess that's something for Aurora. The round loss kind of kicking in, I guess, with the extra bonus. Had a little bit in the bank here, but I mean, even at that, even if they can buy this round, it's still pretty sketchy. 3 timeouts, and they've used one of them. Yeah, time to have a real serious conversation. The attempted pace change there is nice, but I think Wakadia, when he's pushed in front like that, he's hoping for a fight. He actually wants somebody for Astralis to be flashed through the smoke or something like that, which again is super common. That diagonal train is a part of the map that the CTs do want to control. Or red train.
I love it though from Astralis not going for that typical maneuver. And Astralis are in an interesting situation here because you don't typically want to get too aggressive in their spot now because the other team's so struggling just to get a round to work that you don't want to give it as an option, but they might be trying to do it. I think they tried it 2 in here with Yabi, but he got split up because of the U-tilt. Still pushing forwards. Down is behind him, I believe.
Might as well keep going now.
So they've got the setup still.
Yeah, but this time Aurora are actually aware of it. And it's also possible that they might have heard some of the burn if they're close enough by, so they look like they are very well aware of what could be happening. So it's a nice start here for Aurora. Smoke to try and slow it down. Oh, it's so important here. Madja and Wakadia both on 0 kills. That has to change. There's that deep Ivy utility. We know what's coming next. That's also why HOTU is playing anti-flash in the corner. Missed shot here. We could see HOTU's there. They know what that smoke means. They've already encountered it once. It's a really good setup. Counter flash comes out. Xantares and WOXIK on the other side. The whole round could be decided on this battle. The bomb is making its way to the B-bomb side, but actually the Danes are kind of ready for it. They've already got 2 people here, and they'll fall back from the Ivy position. Now they know the bomb is trying to get onto the site. They drop down. They don't even check the corner. Stand, not ready for a second flop drop. And Wakadia gets his first kill. That's about time. Madja adding to the tally. 30 seconds, deep grenade very nearly destroys Astound, but he is there and running and shooting. It gets the headshot onto Wakadia. 3-on-3 now.
Around the train device, he might have a really good spot here. Oh yeah, he's going to find one for the smoke. It's a double actually. He's done everything there. WOXIK in the clutch against 2. Has to buy time, but HOTU out the smoke. He's going to find it. HOTU, ever reliable HOTU. Astralis have everything behind them right now. Right on cue, Anders. HOTU chance in the arena. They are absolutely loving it here in Astana.
The Giga Chad ready. We mentioned it on Nuke already. The looming threat of Train as a 3rd map. Not something Aurora probably were very satisfied with. Yeah, a little shrug. 6-1. Round loss bonus is giving them a helping hand right now, but Aurora look a bit lost here, and look at the aggressive setup. If you swing wide to dodge the AWP, you're going to die to the rifle instead because you're running into that fight. They will be going down again. Pop dog it is. Last time they got stymied by just really good grenade usage from Astralis to slow them down. Here comes the peak as well. All right, they pulled back the setup. So Xantares gets to live.
I do know the AWP is there now. Ina hasn't been tested too much by Aurora, like some of these faster plays. Are they still going to just ship it in and go for a re-hit? Astralis looks so ready for it at the moment.
Yeah, this incendiary could be quite interesting. See if he gets the right timing. It has to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Slows them down once again. Oh, it's so frustrating, Aurora. They're all here. The entire map is lost. Look at the rotation coming in. Astralis, they kind of know it. They felt it. There's no one else anywhere on the map. A third man rotating in. This is very bad news. Turks, they must fight back. They need more rounds here. This is a critical run. Jota's already down. The bomb getting dropped in here. So it will be planted if nothing else. Good spam onto Yabi. He's going to end up getting dropped. Bomb planted now.
Yeah, flash beyond the smoke. Desperately trying Aurora to gain this forward space, but Device defends again from by that connected position. HOTU, what a headshot from him, but Xantares, the Terminator's online! Bringing the AK headshots for days! Xantares delivers for Aurora in the perfect, most crucial moments. 2-6 now as they fight their way back into this one.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is what it means to have a star player on your team. How could you have seen this coming? Disgusting kills coming out. And the read at the end.
Once he gets the first couple, you just know it won't stop.
Just makes him look like a robot, doesn't it?
It really does.
That's the second. Unfortunately, that is only the second round. Now, the big deal is the fact that the money is a bit low on Astralis, and they actually decide to invest into this round. Which, this could be the real turning point for the first half. If Astralis win this one, they might just crush Aurora. But if it goes the other way, then it's a window, a step back into the game for Aurora. They could get all the way up to something like a 6-4 scoreline actually pretty quickly. And here comes the other question, though. When you have this kind of a bye, this is where it could be enough of a surprise for Aurora if you go for an Ivy push or something where you haven't done that before. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a good setup. The stakes are super high indeed. Box is looking for the pick. Denied. No Ivy push from Astralis, but Aurora making their way down there once again. They've done it quite a few rounds. Pixie's there with the smoke for delay purposes. And it is only Yabi on the inner bomb side at the moment, tasked with guarding that one and getting any information. It's a smoke, though, to slow things down. Aurora gets some extra ground here with Xantares looking for the opener from Ivy.
Oh, good timing. The smoke just went up, slows them down, and HOTU sends a message. Don't try to run through this one. I do like this push from Jota, though. It's really important. He does get spotted, when he still very nearly had an opportunity for a kill. You could see Stare, actually, who's pushed out there, just waiting. Hard position to clear. I think Jota sees the smoke, so he probably has a bit of a read, but all things being equal, we're down to under 50 seconds. Bomb is at Ivy. If the bomb dies at Ivy, this is going to be a really weird round. Jota going to be the first casualty. A dink onto Madra, and that was the bomb there. So they're running low on time and low on health as well. Woxic with a nice crouch. Takes down. 30 seconds, spin around here. Stare, going to get the first one. The FAMAS sings for him. He gets a shot onto Wakadia. And now this round is slipping out of the hands of Aurora. They don't have much left. Stare finds one more. A triple. He's been so good for Astralis in the playoffs here at the semifinals. That kind of a round just might push them over the edge.
Back-breaking stuff. Wow. I mean, it's so, you can just see Astralis is so tuned into this one. Just even the small maneuvers like Device doing the jump peek with the scout and instantly rotating. That's going to slow down the Ivy push. He shorts up the defense on the outer yard. Staya with just incredibly good FAMAS play. Yeah. Honestly making it look way better than it is, trust me.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. Here we go, Xantares flashed, smoke blown open. He had the right idea, but he didn't quite trust it. And Stown back with another opening kill. Device has got 14-4. They're trying to see if they can get quick into the A-bomb, or the B-bomb side here. Yabi's holding it, and he is alone right now. There's a real timing for it. Let's see. Just one kill would be important. Nearly caught climbing down, and they're going to flash their way through. I love it. Pushing up the sidewalk. Yabi is more than ready. Slays 3 of them, and Madja on his own. The team has been decimated as he picks up the AWP and misses a kill here. Astralis looking for 8. And Maja looking for a miracle. It will not happen.
Yabi anchoring like an absolute hero for the Danes. Oh, you can just feel it. When you get those like first couple, it's just over at that point. Yabi keeps it rolling. And this is the stuff you're saying, you know, typically expecting the CD to flash through, but they just understand there's someone behind that.
Yeah.
Using the Silence M4, as we see Yabi styling on Aurora. Aurora have not been in such a desperate situation this entire series. They've always been able to find a way back, whether it's with Xantares with a 5-7, whether it's just with good mid-rounding. There's always been something, but right now it feels like the energy on their side of the stage has been completely vaporized.
It's also, it's a little detail, but Yabi, once he gets the fight there, he keeps pushing forward. He is the aggressor, because he knows that if he tries to fall back, there's a chance that they will wrap around the train on the other side and shoot him anyway. So it catches 2 players off guard in that fight. That's how he gets the triple. Here we go. We're back into it, round number 11. Oh, this could be such a shock. The tournament, I don't think anyone was expecting it. Astralis, a lot of chaos coming into this one. Nobody knows what the future will hold. Stair actually spotting that out. Don't really know how. Maybe he didn't just did it on timing. But Aurora making the playoffs here. That in itself was a big step in the right direction. But right now, it's the Danes that are blocking them from reaching the grand finals there as they line up the spray. It is perfect. A triple. And quite possibly enough to push them over the edge. I don't know how much there's left here for Aurora. They seem completely to a flat line.
And it's been so devastating as well. They've been on the receiving end of 3 lost pistol rounds. So they're every single time having to fight from behind at the beginning of these halves. I mean, we're not just there into the last pistol just yet. We've got one more round to play out, but we'll see what they can do here. And if they can change their fate, just 3 rounds would be so helpful. 2 AKs Galil, 2 Galils, and a scout. Little util left, a smoke, 2 flashes and a Molotov. They've got no util. It's going to purely come down to the gunfights.
So Maja wants, or at least wanted to for a while there, set up that same Ivy smoke that they've been using. I think he's changed his mind now. But a couple of seconds ago, he was going to try and play that a bit differently. Yeah, smoking off towards the red train instead. We'll see if it has an effect. HOTU, nice timing on this one. They really can't afford to go through it. He's going to blow it open himself. Is there anyone spotted on the other side? Doesn't really go deep enough. Oh, he's not sure. The crowd is. Spray, it's a good start. 45 seconds. And he spots every single one. That is so much information. He knows what's coming next. It is a missed shot for Device, but he peeks with the vehicle. That's wild and crazy. He is pushed back, but the Molotov also stops them from hunting him down. 30 seconds, Dan, as they try to make their way onto the A site. This could be another disaster. Aurora, they're not controlling it, but finally they get the kills, and that might make the difference here. 20 seconds on the clock. Where is that bomb plant coming from? It's down. I don't think he could stop it, and the mission's almost done here, Aurora. They might get that 3rd round.
1 bullet. 1 bullet, that's all he needs. Swapped out for the AK. A second for Device. And hang on, Storm's still alive. Moving from the outer site. Finding his way around the train. Device connecting on through. Maja, gets it off of the peak. Now it's down to Device. But 3 rounds is what it'll be at the end of the first half of train here for Aurora. At least something going into the last half of this semi-final. And my God, they need a pistol, and they haven't seen one in ages.
What a letdown for Aurora. Such a sick semi-final for them. But the fact is as well, they already looked a bit pressured on Mirage. That was a bit of a struggle. On Nuke, you could tell Astralis really came alive. And now on Train, Aurora, they knew they were never going to be playing Anubis against Astralis, because that's the map that Astralis always banned. Likewise, Ancient was always going to be out of it, which is why the map Vito here was always going to be really funky. I actually thought we were going to end up playing Dust 2, but it's possible as well that because of how well Astralis played against Spirit.
Yeah.
Aurora might have thought, no, we might not. I can't actually remember if they were on the Bandit, but I really thought we were going to end up on that map. Not going to be the case. Instead, it's Train as the decider. Oh my God, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. 9-3, second half is coming up. One team to go to the grand final. If it's Astralis, that surely would be a bit of a headline.
Aurora need a pistol. They need it so badly. And it might be fast in the movement, but Wicardia is here with dualies. What can he fight? Oh no! Stour gets it. Wicardia goes down. Astralis rolling it onto the outside. Many players here, those Xantares in position by Connector. Repositioning. How does that even happen? How is it going like this? The pistols are raining in furiously from the Danes, and they are taking every headshot.
There was a quick flank coming in, but that might not actually make a difference anymore because they've lost everybody else. Woxic alone against the world. That bomb being planted. He hasn't even had a chance to reload. He just wants to fight it, looking for a headshot. He'll get one instead. Device finds him. The speed with which they execute that round. And by the way, they throw right out of spawn a smoke that lands inside of the B side of C connector, which Aurora think means it's going to be a really fast B play. And I think they thought that all the way. Like, even when Stair got the opening kill, they still think there's a chance it might be a fast B play. They're so slow to rotate. They're not ready for it. And it's that one smoke that really sells it. 10-3 now. Astralis 3 rounds from the grand final.
I love those details. Just that little bit of doubt is sometimes all that you need. And a bunch of MP9s. I mean, MP9s on this map go a long way. And the scout in Woxic's hands. Certainly known for a scout highlight or two in his career.
This is a round where Aurora did want to push into PopDog, but they were denied from the Astralis utility. So that's how Astralis got the better position. Down here towards the PopDog hallway. Nice flashbang, but unfortunately Maja, he'd already spotted out Yabi. Gonna be able to get the kill. Smart move from Jota. Don't repeat that one. Listen, if you win this round, then the conversation will change quite a bit.
Yeah, especially if it's clean. Pick up some AKs. Now, Astralis in the position Aurora were in on the CT side, where you got to figure out how do you recover this. Match is still on this position. HOTU looking for the swing. It's the timing, the movement. Still not good enough. The Galil delivers, and that's going to be entry now here into the speed sites. And Device with the bomb. That's going to go down. Astralis now, the hardest part done. Get the bomb down.
And the deep utility here really putting pressure on. Xantares getting caught. There is a flank obviously coming in as well. And actually one for the CT side. But for Jota, it's a lot harder. He needs his teammates to manufacture an opening. If he gets spotted out here, which he almost already has, I think now the footsteps are being heard. Hold on, what? HOTU goes down. Jota finding the shot on Device. I need to know how that scout shot landed. Stown comes in with a flank. He gets the one and a double spray down. It's going to be plenty enough. Stair and Stown puts Astralis at 11. They survived the round, but that was crazy close.
That was so close. Woxic almost enabling something special, but the Danes, they're so powered up right now. They really are. Imagine here with that really good first opening. So close to taking HOTU down. That would have made all the difference. This is that shot.
All right.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Really well done, yeah.
Such a shame for Aurora that they couldn't build from that. But it does feel like something is behind Astralis. Fate is behind Astralis right now, that they are somehow designed for this grand final.
Look at Device on 17 and a 6. Stair at 16 and 6. He has been the engine for this team, building their way into the grand final. Such an exciting prospect for the future. Already playing better than I think most people could have seen coming. Round number 15. The buy is very minimal here for Aurora, but it's all they could do. They don't have funds for anything else. We'll see what Astralis end up doing. They are holding early on. They're watching for the Ivy push at the moment. Stown is doing that. Also, the T-main position is being held by Stair. They're well aware that there could be some aggression coming out, and they want to stop Aurora from doing anything wild at the beginning.
Really, really big slow of pace for sure. And one of the benefits to doing this sometimes on the T side is that you do drain the CTs of util, but there isn't really much util to begin with. So Astralis don't need to play super slow necessarily, because let's not forget, they're not taking contact anywhere, and Aurora can just hold their setup. So the stalemate in this particular case means that Astralis will just have to go and pick a site to plant the bomb at some point, and I think we're getting pretty close to that. You don't want to leave too little time. Ooh,
Yeah,
stabbed. Did Stone hear that?
I mean, they're bringing the bomb back, so all the way, Centaurus
I think you heard it.
Has moved a bit closer here, tries to take a peek, but Stown, that is so much patience. Think of how much time in the round has been spent just waiting for that peek. Now they get it, and it puts a lot of pressure on. Jota's position is actually not that good right now. He's going to get shot in from the main. This is scary. 25 seconds. Oh, they find the kills. It's crumbling. They had the players in position, but they can hold none of it. Wakadi is out here, and even if he wins that fight, it won't be enough. 12 on the side of Astralis. They show that they can play this super late into the round strategy too, and Aurora lose patience.
And it's so interesting there because when that steps her by Xantares, I think Astralis were wanting to regroup into B. But I think what happened there is once you understand that a player is that deep, that late into the round on the CT side, you're thinking, okay, well, that's the information they have. There's no way they're going to be positioned to defend a B. Because,
so definitely more likely.
Then they like recalled the round, I think, HOOXi. 12-3, this could be it. Astralis in the grand final.
Yeah, it's looking like it's meant to be at the moment. They find a matcher at the beginning. Device having himself what you could definitely call a bit of a vintage performance here at the semi-final. 19 kills, straight shot, stare up to 18. He's been such a powerhouse for this team. 3 versus 5, and now it's all desperation for Aurora. How do you recover? There's no wrong answers right now. Do whatever you can, but Astralis waiting so patiently for them. Yabity takedown Centaurus. They know it's on Aurora to try and take a risk. They have to do something, and Astralis just do not care. They wait it out. They have another minute to wait if they want to. At the Turkish side, they've got to figure something out here. Woxic and Wakadia. Wakadia on 3 kills. Oh no.
So little to work with, and Astralis are just bleeding them dry. Wakadia gets something, but has to go for more. And he gets shut down as well. Now Woxic, it's got to be the craziest scout highlight of his life at this point to somehow save Aurora.
They're just going to dodge him. Stown is already here, looking to get the shot to send them to the grand final. Astralis making headlines with the ascension in Astana. That is so crazy.
Incredible stuff there. It's just such a wholesome story to see what's happened to this roster with the addition of HOOXi. I mean, we knew that this team had the potential, they had the talent, the skill, but to see it get put together and to be executed on stage is another thing entirely. We just have to hand it to Astralis, but on the other side of things, for Aurora, this will be nothing but the most desperate disappointment.
Yeah, I think once you end up on the other side of the bracket from Spirit in this tournament, you think, okay, we've got a really good shot at making the grand final. And then you run into a revitalized HOOXi Astralis, and somehow that is just too much to handle. I don't know how to even explain that, but what a show it's been for them. Device looks like he's back. Stare, such a great performance for him so far. I am beyond impressed. Now we do have Banks ready on the stage.
The first team through to the grand finals. It's Astralis!
Ну что, у нас есть первые финалисты. Это Astralis!
It's down a crazy series, but an important win for you guys and for you personally. First grand final since 2023, back when you were on Heroic. How does that feel?
It feels fucking great, man. It feels really great.
Первый финал с 23-го года. Очень важный момент для вас. Как это ощущается? Это ощущается чертовски хорошо.
Now we saw yesterday you did struggle against Na'Vi on Mirage. Here you almost took Aurora on it. How did you feel after that map went down? Did you feel like you let it slip away, or were you still quite positive?
I mean, it was a bit rough times, but we managed to reset. But it was hard because I think we were the better team on Mirage as well. I think we lost 3 anti-ecos, and in MR12 in this game, if you do 3 anti-ecos, you're probably gonna lose, right? So that was tough. And yeah, our Mirage has been a bit shaky, but I believe we can, if we play really good, we can still be really good on it. So hopefully tomorrow will be better.
У вас случились сложности на Мираже и с Нави, и сегодня в игре против Авроры. Почему это так? Может быть, стоит убрать эту карту из пула? Да, случаются ошибки, но в любом случае нам кажется, что мы не так плохо играли, и все будет хорошо, так что пока мы сохраняем Мираж.
Now it comes on to Nuke. You're down 8-4, and it's looking rough on your map pick. We see this 9 CT rounds in a row. Everything was working out. The teamwork, you were going for play, you were making moves. Where did this all come from? Where did this switch happen?
I don't know, man. There's just something like, I don't know, we just vibing really great, always believing, and just a masterclass CT side nuke.
It was.
На вашем пике, на нюке, была ситуация, в которой вы сильно проигрывали, но потом каким-то образом переключились, и все начало получаться. Как это произошло? Честно говоря, не знаю. Мы просто поддерживали хороший вайб, верили в то, что можем закамбэчить, и так и случилось.
Now from here, the wins just kept on coming because Train was so impressive. Tell me, how prepared were you for Train with HOTU?
That's a good question. I mean, after we win Nuke, like the good CT side was like hyped up, and then HOTU says, everyone shut the fuck up. Now we talk for 1 minute, and then you, the guys who have to go smoke, you go smoke, and then we go and practice our grenades before the map. So everyone went up here, we joined our local offline server, and we all practiced nades, saying, HOTU, you need to learn this nade, you know, and then we just managed to just like be really good. Easy game, easy life.
Ну, я думаю, вы в целом поняли, в чем суть. В общем, вопрос был про трейн. Каково это? Ну, вы с Хукси его еще не тренировали, ничего. Но, в общем, после победы на Нюке была 1 минута, когда можно было поговорить с всей командой. И, в общем-то, Хукси сказал, что типа все заткнулись, собрались, мы выиграем и на трейне тоже. В общем, потом уже как-то по ощущениям, по наитию, и все получилось.
Now, lastly, Astana has been loving Astralis. They've been giving you a lot of cheers. Anything you want to say to them?
It's amazing. I love you all, guys. It's amazing. The support is amazing. We'll see you tomorrow in the grand final.
Все прекрасно. Я люблю вас, Астана. Увидимся завтра в гранд-финале.
One last time, Astana. Give it up for Stown and Astralis!
Yes, Aurora's train derailed by device. But where Astralis are going, guys, they don't need a train. They're on a rocket ship to the stars,
to the stars,
the grand final.
I love that CT side. I mean, coming into that matchup, the final map, Maui, it felt like Astralis picked the map. They were so calm. They were so composed. We spoke about the defense on Nuke. We're like, that's probably the best CT side we've seen from them thus far. And he's like, Hoxie's like, hold your horses. Watch this. Aurora were nowhere to be found on the map.
Yep.
To beat 2 arguably top 6 teams, this is a great run from Astralis already. What a difference a change in leadership makes to have HOTU in the stead of Cadian. It feels like we're seeing a night and day different Astralis, one that is playing with more individual brilliance and confidence, one that allows these individuals to play a little bit more of their own game. Whatever cloud was hanging over Astralis while Cadian was at the helm, HOTU blew it away completely.
Yeah. I mean, and blew Aurora away completely with his calling. I mean, look, Device has been rejuvenated at this tournament. We've seen Stown have a couple of pop-off maps. He's even got the front to go and do an interview like that and say, we had 1 minute to learn nades on this map and we still absolutely battered you. So yes, sometimes confidence is king.
Absolutely. And listen, you just go back a couple of weeks prior, Maui, and we could see a lot of people, you know, on social media, wherever, hate watching this team, enjoying watching a downfall, but just watching just a turnaround, not just in the game, in the server, in the tournament, but even the crowd, man. It's almost like a home crowd. Where was the last time you heard an arena chanting for Astralis, which was in Copenhagen?
When was the last time you even saw an Astralis fan in the wild, guys? This org has done everything it can to lose all of the good faith. HOTU actually, you should give him equity. The new owners who come in, give him equity because it's his story that's restored a lot of the good faith to this organization.
HOTU is wiping the besmirched name of Astralis clean. He is giving them a new lease on life. I compare it to just a life raft that he has thrown to them, that he actually is at this point in time. Everybody's aboard now, and they are on to greener pastures.
I mean, the sale price might have just rocketed in the span of this 1 week, right, if you think about it. But honestly, man, like just leading from the front, and we saw for Aurora, we touched upon how they were trying to throw in a curveball, not taking them into, you know, basically taking us to uncharted territory. Yeah. By the way, Rich, again, we're talking about this debut for this particular lineup with an IGL and all of that, debut in the arena. This is the first time they played this bloody map, and they just destroyed Aurora. Where Aurora, it's not like they disappeared from the game. They were looking good in map 1 and map 2, but just dismantling them in the fashion they did. Kudos, massive kudos to HOTU and his team.
Yeah, and obviously massive kudos to this guy. Everybody wants old school Device to be back doing his thing. One of the most iconic players, obviously, in the GOAT conversation, although maybe in CS2 you can't really say that anymore as we move on into an uncertain future. But certainly his contribution to the game, to Danish Counter-Strike, all those majors he won, to this organization, it always feels good to see Device get back to his old self.
So much of Astralis' success can be pinned to Device. There's been a big team effort from multiple members in their history, but for him to still be the last remaining roster member of the legendary team and still be delivering, like, I'm sorry, and this might be disrespectful, this ain't no Crimson Fnatic, okay?
No, this ain't.
This is a guy that is still contributing at an incredibly high level, has the potential to take over rounds, take over games. He was everywhere on that defensive side, and it wasn't always just the flashiest plays. He's not always just going to blow your mind with just some crazy multi-frag, although he did on the pistol. It's more just picking his spots, still reading the defenses, finding ways to make incisions so that he can just chip at them away so his riflers can do the dirty work with 1 or 2 members already taken out.
If you're talking about the legacy star, we also do have to touch upon a couple of players here. Again, we said about Stair yesterday, incredible performance, 1.5 rating in his, kind of his first arena game in a very, very long time. Today, again, 1.4 rating across the series. The guy continues to deliver a quieter game in what was basically a curb storm. 18 kills from him on that map. This guy is, for me, becoming the star for this team. We're looking at Storm, we're looking at Yabi, but for him, consistent performance time and time again, that for me is the making of a star.
I mean, look, let's also be real. Been one of the best players kind of at the tournament as well, which you wouldn't have said that at the start, right? You wouldn't even say Stair should be the best player on Astralis, but I agree. It's leaps and bounds under what HOTU has been instructing his guys to do. And again, just a monster performance on this map, a map that he's not particularly familiar with. Doesn't seem to matter.
He switched up spots half the rounds. Him and Yabi were just kind of going back and forth between B and A. More of Stair's highlights were towards the A bomb site. But again, we're highlighting the versatility. You can put him anywhere. He's sometimes playing close Olaf, sometimes he's playing close towards the pop wall. Like on the offense, he's able to get some great trade frags, play in the late round. Like, he's such a complete player, and yet he's given practically no resources. That's what's so exciting about him. Yep. I feel like the star players, because they always end up with the highest rating, always get the most buzz about them. But I always like these guys that get a little bit less thrown towards in their way, less favors given to them, less people that they can bait, and still put up great numbers. I mean, not only is Stair putting up serviceable numbers, he's putting up great numbers.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll talk a little bit about Aurora, obviously out of the tournament. I think they have to get on a plane straight away for their next tournament as well. It's going to be a real tough one to lick their wounds. And it kind
They got to play tomorrow, right?
Well, yeah, the third, fourth place playoff, but I just don't think they're going to be there. You know, you could see how disappointed they were because, look, a curveball's great. But it's got to go near the batter, right? It's got to get close. And
I don't want to be a hindsight Henry, right? Like,
no, sure.
Obviously, it's easy to say, like, oh, they should have just gone for Inferno. But in all honesty, if you really think about it, why would you want to test a map, where you want the win? They want to win this tournament. That's their objective right there. You're going up against a team on Inferno. Sure, Astralis, the second favorite map to pick is usually Inferno. Sometimes, at times, even the best map to go for. But if I'm looking at the side of Aurora, who should be on paper the better team, the more tenured team overall, sure, your Anubis is out of the equation. What's the second map you always rely on? It's Inferno. You should have played to your strengths. And again, starting on a T side, man, it can be a cruel mistress on that particular map.
I mean, I also understand why they were maybe worried about Astralis on Inferno. I can at least see the logic Madja was going for, but that was predicated on, I assumed they had something real spicy to deliver, and that wasn't what happened.
Just seeing a team that is supposed to be the favorite going for a sneak pick of Train, that shows a lack of confidence in your own Inferno. If you think you're just the better team, you pick the map that lands in the middle of both of your pools. You haven't been winning a Train game in over 3 months. There's no real reason to think that you have a really great, ironed out, airtight Train that's going to beat any loose, puggy team. So there's no proof of concept that this was ever going to be a good move.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the Train game, again, that's the thing. Against Na'Vi, I believe the Star and CT side have a little bit of room to work with here. The moment things were not really going their way, man, you can just see how mentally they were crumbling. No one's really calming. The tilt is something we've spoken about this team. And I got to say, I think it was like 7-1 or 8-1 or whatever the score was. I could just see the tilt setting in as well. So, well, just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, Rich. It's ugly.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. Look, I'll do one thing for you guys, right? You know, I always love to kind of inject just a bit of, stakes into what I do on the broadcast. You guys get it, right? So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to say if HOOXi tomorrow ends up playing Team Spirit and beats Team Spirit in Astana from nowhere, I will never talk shit about him again. That's 100% a bona fide guarantee. Take that to the bank.
Well, that seems like a safe bet as Donk on the other side, potentially, if they win today.
That for me is, I mean, like, and we've been saying that every game they win, but that is the ultimate test about whether or not they're back. As you can see, it looks great. They're in the grand final, not in the 3rd and 4th place playoff decider. Thanks for keeping me honest on that one, Maui. I keep forgetting we have those
I'm just making sure they can't fly home too early.
Yeah,
Don't want them to think that they should be getting on a flight.
They probably do want to fly home, but they're not getting the option. And obviously the next semi-final coming up next is obviously Team Spirit and FURIA. So I may as well ask you guys a few things about that. I mean, how do you see that one going?
Well, let's be real here. I feel for FURIA just making it here, as we touch upon for the side of Astralis, just should be happy to be here. And I'm sure Fallen said it as well. MongolZ, what a story. I think for him and the team, it's just about soaking in the atmosphere, trying to put up the best fight. But let's be real. Spirit are absolutely the favorites. If they even stumble a little bit over here, I'm going to be questioning a lot of things about, Zontix and his merry men.
FURIA are in a very similar position to Astralis, where it already feels like you've overachieved. Yeah, you've already overachieved.
Not only that, though, aging IGL comes back, new role, rifling, making it work. Young star, coming out of nowhere.
The parallels are endless.
Yeah, endless parallels.
Yeah. The Venn diagram is 2 overlapping circles. There's nothing actually on the
with
side.
The number 2 written in the middle.
Yes, truly.
But I mean,
obviously,
FURIA, who knows?
I mean, I just hope that MongolZ keeps up the same level of aggression. The way he likes to peak angles, I love it, man. He just walks into so many shots and just catches the elbow of a rifler. I love that. Like he's hitting pixel perfect shots, wall strafing in, having to hit the counter strafe, and it's weird in CS2. Like peeking into angles with an op is difficult. MongolZ makes it look like I'm doing something wrong. I am. Spoiler, I am.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. What a great find for him. Blair, some final thoughts about Spirit? FURIA from you? Spirit have to win this event, right?
Absolutely. Not just the match, the event.
Yeah.
Exactly. For me, I'm just expecting to see Spirit versus Astralis tomorrow. It should be a matchup. But that being said, man, from what we saw today with Astralis, and what we saw from MongolZ, just, putting up the show he did yesterday, I'm just expecting at least a close-ish affair, and I'll be a happy watcher with that.
All right, then, guys. Thanks. A lot of fun hanging out with you today, and that means we're going to take a 20-minute break. When we come back, we're going to swap out the desk. You'll have Yanko, Dust, and Tech Girl, and they'll be breaking down FURIA versus Team Spirit. Make sure you stick around.
We are playing Counter-Strike Spot the Difference. I've got Donk with me from Team Spirit. We're here at PGL Astana. I've got GamerLegion's Rez with me here. I've got Lake with me from M80. And I've got Snow from Pain with me. There will be 3 things on this picture that have been changed from what the original is. We're on Anubis. Now, before this, you told me an interesting story which might help you for this game. You used to spend a lot of time just on the maps.
Yeah.
What were you doing? What were you doing at this point?
Like, I was younger and I was...
You're still young, yes.
Yeah. And like, I was used to search something new, and I was just running around the empty maps just to find some new stuff, especially like in CSGO. It was like, it had a lot of like some pixels invisible that you can like find and use in a different way, but maybe it was a little bit unfair. But who knows, who cares? It was 5 or 6 years ago. Or maybe 7 or 8, who knows.
This part of the map is different.
Which part?
This, I don't know how to say, these tables, you know, in the water.
The bridge.
Yeah,
it's a bridge, yes.
It's different.
Definitely missing a bridge.
Not missing a bridge, but you're on the right thing.
The bridge is weird though.
What? It's shit map.
Number 1 is the bridge.
Correct. The bridge
is broken.
This bridge, it's like broken inside the game.
Yes. There you go. See, I told you it's big. Look at the big difference.
Wow, this is horrible.
You thought this was going to be a bit easier?
Yeah.
Bro, for me, this is the map.
For me, this is the map. So look at you see the doorway to A main, yeah?
Yeah.
What's near there? What looks wrong when you look at that?
The door?
Yeah, see like the arch that goes through, yeah?
Yeah.
Look on like the left of this area. It's trying to tell you to go to A.
I don't know how to say it in English, bro.
The arrow.
In the left of the A letter, right?
Yeah.
It's have to go to right.
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
nice.
Small differences, man. We're making it hard.
Oh my god, bro. This is hard. Oh my god.
So there's 2 more you need to find.
The arrow, I guess. A side on the right.
Exactly. Yes.
Thinking about logically here, the arrow on the A is left when the A is obviously on the right. Maybe.
Ding, 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 and he's correct again.
Is the window above the door over like the railing? Is it?
No, you're close to where this next one is. Don't think about the windows, think of something else. Where do the windows lead to? Which bomb site?
I mean, it leads to A.
Yeah, what about A?
What about it? Oh, it's the wrong way. The arrow's the wrong way, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey.
Gotcha. They flipped it.
Motel thing.
So what's it normally say? You know?
Huh?
You know what it says normally?
No.
Oh my god. Bro, this is the... I see.
Oh?
The window in the left, near to this... in the left, you know?
The sign, yeah?
Yeah, near to the FURIA, you know? This... in the left of this, have a window.
So you are technically correct, but if you look at the map here, this sign is here.
Oh
this sign is a real sign.
Oh my god.
Yeah, see? But I'll give you a clue. There is something about this sign that is different. But you've never seen this sign before, so this is going to maybe be hard.
Bro, I think don't have the motel, right?
Yes!
Yeah, bro!
Yeah!
Okay, it's hotel.
Okay, see?
Okay.
Look at that. That's a hard one to see.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Motel.
Oh!
And I think it's hotel in the game. That's correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay,
you got that the fastest of anyone so far. I'm impressed. Look at that. That's such a small difference. Your eyesight's good.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe the sign, maybe it's not like Motel Farah, maybe.
What is it then? What is it normally?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it's in English, right?
It is in English.
Oh, is it? I don't know what it is.
Well, you're correct. We'll give you this because if we change it, look at that. Look at that small difference.
Okay, that's horrible. This is what we're doing? This is bad. The motel and the hotel, that's a bit messed up. That's
Why
rough.
is that a bit messed up?
Because, I mean, that's just, I would never notice that.
But how did you said you never noticed it, but you still saw something was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it was a guess. Educated guess.
Educated guess.
I'll take it.
It's time for us to de-quiz the bomb once again. I've got Astralis Yabi with me here, and he's ready to take on this test, this new challenge. But Yabi, I've got to first ask you, how is it to be back with HOTU?
I mean, it feels good. It's been 3 years now, and nothing really had changed.
Okay.
So it's just really nice to be back with him, and he's the same, I'm the same, and we're just having fun as we used to. That's
a very important part of Counter-Strike that sometimes can be underrated, but here it's just me and you, and this computer and the bomb.
Yes.
And now you got to try and defuse it while answering some questions.
I'll try my best.
You'll try your best? All right, click in the middle for me.
I'm clicking now.
Read out the questions and let's go.
Which gun fires the fastest? This one. Fuck. Shit. That's not good. Who was the highest? Zaibu. Yes. Which player is the youngest major winner? Nej.
You know.
When was Cisco released? This is a guess. It's right.
It's a good guess.
Who's the youngest HOTU player? One of these. Insignio.
Yeah.
No. What is the max running speed? You don't get 250, you get 240. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Which of these is a real operation? This one. Yes. Which team holds the record for most majors won?
Oh, I wonder. It's so hard.
Yeah. What's the color of the car? It's white. I hold B side, so it's easy.
Easy for you.
Which player won the most majors in history? It has to be these two, both of them.
Ta-da!
That was good.
That was it. You defused the bomb. 1 minute 19, but you got it done, Yabi.
Yeah, okay. I could have done that faster.
You could have done that faster?
But I did it.
But I did it. Hey, we didn't blow up. Astana survives. The event can continue.
That's good.
And it's all because of you, Yabi. Thank you very much.
No worries.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
we're going to spot the difference. Counter-Strike version, PGL Astana 2025. I've got Hyped with me here from Big Clan. I've got Stan with me here from Astralis. I've got Mizu with me from HOTU. I've got MongolZ with me from G2. Let's now test your skills at spotting the difference in this Dust 2. You like Dust 2?
Not so.
No?
No, I think no.
Where do you play on Dust 2?
Not bencher, like B rotator.
Okay. So you should know the B site.
Yeah.
What's wrong here then? Tell me the 3 things you can
There
spot.
is not orange color.
Yep.
It's blue.
Oh shit. Wait, the box is blue? This box has a blue carpet?
Correct.
Okay, well, first of all, that one is not yellow or orange. That's like green, I think, maybe. I'm sure, James.
You're sure?
Yes.
There we go, right?
I'm sure. This one.
Let's do it, the box at the bottom.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
it's, yeah, bluish, okay.
Yeah, it's like a weird color. I'm with you on that one.
Okay, so we are... Oh, no, okay.
Car, not like this. I think. It's old dust. When, like this position, it was long car.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I think so.
The car looks different. And the car is different. Car is blue.
Everyone keeps saying blue.
It's like,
You're not wrong.
Actually, it's white.
Yeah.
Car. Yeah,
the car,
is
yeah.
not the right car. That's not the right car right there.
There you go, there's the real car.
One more, yes?
One more, yeah. You're doing good.
Is it this box like this? Bro, what?
You don't spend a lot of time in the B-bomb site, do you?
Wait.
And what else? Let me think. So the letter B is correct, but I feel something off about it. Is it really that big? Or is it even a letter B on it? That's the question, James.
Answer the question for me, Stan.
I think it's wrong. I don't think there is something called B on that thing.
Well, let's see. Yep,
Yes.
it's not there.
I was clean, James.
But look how good that edit is. That you almost thought it should be there.
Yes. Especially when I didn't get the other one as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, this is easy.
Oh.
The double stack box doesn't have the B. But we talk about this big box.
The big tall box in the middle, you know, like the pillar of sight.
Oh, wait. Is there a B on? There isn't a B on? Normally?
There is not a B on it normally. Da-da-da.
Oh my god, there's no... Oh yeah, there's no B on it.
There is no B on it.
It's not B sign on the box, yeah?
Correct. Yeah. It's so small, right? Because it's very light. You got it. Well done, that was good. You didn't even need much help.
Thank you.
Well, honestly, there were like LANs in like St. Petersburg or whatever back in the days when I was playing APG, and but I think if we count like tier 1, I think my first tier 1 LAN was Stockholm Major.
Yeah.
And that was really nice.
For your first tier 1 LAN, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we started like really bad. Like everybody knew we had a terrible ancient. That was during VP times, and we were playing like 10 scrims a day to actually fix our ancient. And then we came back. There was a 2-2 qualifying game from Challenger stage to the Legend stage, and we beat Mouse. Kickert had an insane game. And then in Legend stage we were 2-2 and we were playing against FaZe for qualifying, and we beat them on Ancient as well. And then we qualified for playoffs, and then we lost to Heroic. But that doesn't matter. Like everything before that was like insane.
In Ukraine it was just Odessa, like LANs. That's just like different LAN, you're paying money and you're playing.
But you played in the tournament? A competition for it?
I think I played in Odessa. Like just LAN different, like city LAN, but first like big LAN, I can say it was USF. It's Ukrainian LAN.
Oh yeah.
And I won 1 versus 5 versus some team, but it was not HLT.
That's good though.
Yeah, I remember everyone was happy at me after this, but yeah, it was my first like big LAN.
First big LAN, you do a 1v5. That doesn't happen often. That's impressive. I like that a lot.
It's hard to say because when you're in Brazil and you are grinding and trying to play tournaments, you like kind of mix up with your friends and like play a tournament here, an amateur tournament.
Okay,
there.
so just enter something.
Yeah. You just like get into it, but I remember like the first international tournament that I played.
Okay, let's hear about that.
Like the first LAN that I played. It was a little back ago in 2023, and I was interviewed with you. By you.
Katowice, right?
Yeah, in Katowice. And
I was really impressed with your English.
Yeah, yeah, that was it. Like my first LAN tournament that I like tired ass.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Good memories from that, right?
Yeah, good memories.
Yeah, I was actually really nervous. I think it was I don't remember the tournament, but I was really nervous because I had never played anything like that. So yeah.
How old were you?
Do you mean LAN tournament or online tournament?
LAN tournament, yeah.
LAN tournament, yeah. I was 17. Okay. Actually, no, I'm lying. I was 15.
Well, I think it was for me crazy. It was really nice. I didn't really think that I would go even to LAN. Like in the beginning, yes, I didn't really I wasn't sure that maybe I'm not good enough or something for first, even when people seek out to me and talk to me, I didn't really think. So I don't know, I just felt really amazed and of course I was stressed a bit because it's playing, I think we played in front, I don't know, 50, 70 people or something like this. But still, it's something for me, it's for first time, it was not easy.
Did you win? Did you do well?
I think I lost in finals, I think it was with 10 points. Yeah, it's fine.
Losing in your first finals, we'll take that, right? That's a pretty good situation to find yourself in.
I don't know which one was the very first. No, I don't. I think it was the Espoo in Finland, Helsinki.
Okay, yeah.
So I just joined Alternate in 2019, my first pro contract.
Nice.
And then we instantly got an invite to Elisa Invitational, and then we went there, yeah.
How was that for you? What do you remember from that feeling and everything you went through?
Yeah. I mean, it was amazing because, it all started, we somehow flew business class. So I was just starting my new pro contract, and then I'm sitting in the Munich Lufthansa business lounge, so I felt
really made it.
I made it, man.
Yeah!
And then, it was nice. We played some good teams. I think Ens was there.
Yep.
And it was just fun and nice to play.
Awesome, man. That's crazy. You got to go business on your first one. That doesn't happen. That's not how it normally goes down. We're dequizzing more bombs and trying to save the city of Astana from being destroyed by Counter-Strike players. I've got Furious Yukinder with me here. He's already laughing. Why are you already laughing?
Bro, trying to save Astana from the bomb. Okay, but that was super funny.
We are trying to make sure it doesn't explode, and you're now the man to try and do it. Okay. Can you do it, Yukinder?
Okay, so I'm the responsible one. If everything is
I'm just here, I'm just hosting, man. You have to save the city.
Okay, I'm ready.
You're the Counter-Strike expert.
I take the responsibility, I'm ready.
There we go. Okay, let's see if you can do it. You're going to click in the middle. The questions will come up. I need you to read the question out to me as it's going on as well, and then choose your answer. I need to hear that beautiful voice.
Okay, I choose myself the answer, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't choose it for you. That's definitely and bad.
Okay, I'm going for it.
Let's go.
Can I ask you for help or no?
I can kind of look at you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going. If I don't know,
I'm
you're
sorry.
just going to see me blank.
Sorry. Which rifles has the lowest damage per bullet? ODDIK, FAMAS, Galil. Either FAMAS or Galil. I will go with Galil. Is it right? ODDIK. Which SMG has the highest damage per bullet? MP7, I think. UMP? Yes? P90? P90.
You didn't understand my
what is that? Who was the top ranked player in 2018? Simple. Who was the highest rated player of 2024? Zaiwu or Donk. Okay, I'm forgetting the years. I have not played for 4 months, okay? The minimum amount of USB shots to the body to kill an opponent without Kevlar, 3 or 4? 4. I go for 4. 3, oh my god. Which player is the youngest major winner? Kerbai. Oh wait, Donk.
That's close.
Oh yeah, Kerbai was the before one. How long is the fuse of a high explosion grenade without hitting any surface? What is this question? Like 2.1, 1.8? No, 2.1. 2.1? Yeah, I'll go 2.1. 1.8, fuck. How much income do you get winning by eliminating the enemy team? Eliminating, 3.2. Yeah, plus minus $50. Like I should have gotten that. I should like that's not fair. Like honestly, CS players don't know this probably. Only they understand approximately what they're getting and everything.
When Robs did this at another event, he smashed it.
Yeah, did he?
Yeah, he's very geeky at this stuff. That's Rob.
Robs is smart. I'm an entry fragger, bro. He's a lurker. He's meant to be smart and being last alive.
You're just giving away.
I'm here just to give away kills and throw the game. Honestly.
You see, I gave you more help than anyone as well, but I admit I may have fucked you on the
Yeah, on the UMP. Yeah, I'm like UMP. You're like, I'm like P90. I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
So you just blame me for your downfall.
Well, honestly, I'm sorry, Astana, but we're exploding up.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end right now.
Wait, so I'm the lowest? 109?
You might not be the lowest.
Okay, who is the lowest? Who's dumber than me, bro?
I need to get the whole calculator. I'm not editing it. I'm just watching and enjoying.
Okay.
You'll find out at the end.
Okay, but at least I got some people laughing, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We tried our best.
Before they exploded.
Before we ended it all. Before we gave up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for playing, Jacinda. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. We've had a quick change up here on the desk for your second semi-final. Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Yanko are here to keep you company as we move into this next matchup. Tweedledum explored Astana this morning. You went all over. What did you do, Dust? Tell us about the city. What did you see?
I got to see all the iconic architecture, I guess you could say, kind of in the center of the city. It was like a nice 5-kilometer walk. It was a good time. Enjoyed
That's impressive. Yanko and I stayed in our dark rooms watching Counter-Strike.
Dark, very warm rooms.
Yeah, Yanko has a bit of an issue with the heat here, obviously coming
just
from
in
Serbia.
general, nothing to do with this place.
You're from Serbia. You're used to freezing cold weather all the time,
exactly, just
right?
like Donk.
Just like Donk, there we go. We're getting into all of the action. Before we start chatting about the game that we're going to be focusing on, I'd love to get your insight into our first grand finalist. What do you think about Astralis making it through?
Yeah, it just seemed to be one of those miraculous runs that we're seeing, the honeymoon period as well. Guys stepping up. I think you could see it. We heard it in some of the interviews. They're just feeling the joy again of playing the game. I mean, the last year and a half for everyone except Huxi has been miserable, and kind of for him because he had to watch from home. So you could see what they're capable of, and they're just when everything is in its place, and unfortunately for Aurora, that sort of calling the bluff and going for train didn't work out in the end for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that this will be Astralis' first Grand Finals and a significant event for 6 years. I mean, the last time was like a Blast World Premiere event in 2019, so to see HOTU in his first event be able to bring them higher than they've been in quite some time is very impressive. You're seeing Stair continue to deliver these playoffs, which is great. I think he's been one of their best players for some time. Very slow group stage, but has really picked it up for the playoffs against some high opposition. Device looking good with the op. I mean, really, everything's pointing in a positive direction for them going into this. Certainly, I don't think anyone had predicted them to be, you know, they were on the death side of the bracket. So to see them make the grand finals, I don't think anybody would have predicted that.
And I think also we finally found a cure for Vitality. We found a way to stop them.
Okay.
Just put Cadian in.
Put Cadian
And they're
in the
done.
Vitality lineup.
Oh,
Apex out. We're all sorted. That's a great idea. HOTU needs a bit more credit, though, because when he was in G2, there was so much like hate towards him. But how many grand finals does this guy have to get teams to before we give him a little bit more respect?
I think it's also misunderstood a little bit his time in G2. It's not necessarily that, you know, they moved on from him because his calling wasn't great or he wasn't working hard or anything like that. I think it was more his attitude. Sometimes he would get a little bit too down on himself. He would be too harsh on himself and put too much of the blame on himself, even though that wasn't necessarily the case and team didn't feel like it. And, you know, after a while, sometimes just a change, a fresh start benefits everyone. And with the way this tournament has been going for him as well, probably a bright future with the rest of the lineup.
If Astralis lives to see life
Well, maybe
after
somewhere
the
else.
measure. Who knows? Let's get into the next semi-final, though. It is going to be FURIA up against Team Spirit. And Yanko's good friend Moses had this conversation with me recently, and he's kind of changed the way I frame things, because he mentioned to me, you've always got to think about what expectations do you actually have for a team before you look at the matchup. And I mean, from my side, on the one side we have Spirit. My expectation would have been grand final at the start of this, trophy at most. On the other side, zero expectations for the international FURIA lineup.
Okay, but if I asked you, do you think FURIA can beat MIBR and ODDIK, what would you say?
Well, my expectation would be that they could probably sometimes on a good day, right?
I mean, they're the better team even with this lineup, and that's who they had to play. They played MIBR 2-time, ODDIK, and sure, the GamerLegion one is the one that stands out, but apparently it was the worst tournament for them, you know, going out 0-3, which no one expected. So yeah, I think it's also similar to Astralis, right? Just on the opposite side of the bracket, a team that made some significant changes, brought in new blood, especially with young MongolZ coming in. I just said young in 2 different languages. And, you know, they seem rejuvenated as well. They're enjoying the game. Again, had a stage game yesterday where they managed to beat MIBR and now are in the semifinal against Spirit.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see what FURIA has done, despite the fact that, yeah, they did have a couple of easier Brazilian domestic opponents to do it. But still, when you think of someone like MongolZ, who is playing his first big international LAN, his first time on stage, he's doing it in front of his home city. And the way that he has been performing has been really, really impressive, even against, you know, MongolZ, who they lost to, and GamerLegion, another top 10 team in the world. And I think what makes him so interesting outside of just the base numbers is how aggressive he is as an opper. He goes for a lot of opening attempts on both sides of the map, and you can see that he's very successful at it. So he brings just that flair that not many operas really have had. And honestly, you know, I know this is something that you were talking about where, you know, in his first outing, he is comparable to some other big names out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the first arena game, we talk about the lack of experience, how it's different, always getting on the stage. And I just thought it would be curious, you know, to check how some of these other guys did in their first arena showings, the likes of Zaiwu, the likes of MongolZ, the likes of Shiro, where he actually did better than any of them. And if you're thinking maybe, oh yeah, but he had to play MIBR, and, you know, I know MongolZ did it against VP, Zaiwu did it against NRG, right? Shiro did it against FURIA, actually, Keiserato and Yuri over at PGL Stockholm Major. So it wasn't like they had to face world beaters themselves, and it's just very impressive. I think a lot of things can depend on how good your start is, especially for a young player. It's a kind of a weird environment. I mean, you're going to a team that was fully Brazilian. You're playing with Fallen, who you probably grew up watching, you know, compete on the highest level. Like guys like Keiserato and Yuri, Yakinder, someone more close to your own region. So being able to just have a really good game, no matter the opposition, no matter anything, really fills you with confidence, you know, just moving forward regardless of this game with this project.
I think from the confidence side as well, so we hyped on this a lot yesterday about the fact that he was playing in his home city, right? This is where he was raised. And that is, I suppose we hyped on it as a positive thing, but I think it also probably adds a massive amount of nerves to the equation as well. Your friends are probably in the crowd. This is your first time on land. Maybe your parents are here. There's more pressure to not stuff up. He arrived and he rose to the occasion. He had an incredible game yesterday, Dust.
He really did. And I mean, I think even before the game starts, I think there's just something to be said that he just grabs the mic from the interviewer and says, I'm going to talk to my crowd out there and show just, complete poise in a situation where he's surrounded by a stadium full of people. And then, I mean, the game that he played yesterday against Beta Brazil for his first 8 games was fantastic. I mean, his train performance in particular was astounding. And then really just for the entire series, he played well. And I think one of the more impressive things to talk about in that situation is when you have an aggressive operator like MongolZ is, some of those guys, when they get put in those situations, they play a little bit more timid. They don't go for the big plays as much anymore, but he seemed unfazed by the environment and was still the same style of opera that we have grown to like throughout the course of this tournament. So to be able to carry that over to the playoffs, that's one weapon that Fury can hopefully have at their disposal in this matchup.
Obviously, we were on that desk. Yanko, you weren't. What did you think of the FURIA MIBR matchup?
I think it's just FURIA managing to outlast MIBR on the first map and then MIBR crumbling a lot on the second one, because they played train both times that they met. And I really liked some of the approach from FURIA on the T side, right? It was a little bit uncharacteristic in a way, but they're going all in some of these rounds. I think we even have an example for one of them, which will be interesting going up against Team Spirit, right? The use of timings, the use of utility, sort of kind of giving away your hand immediately. You will see here the second gun round against MIBR, first real one where there's an op on safe. Gonna see the fast 2 smokes for sandwich, for stop sign, right? And immediately after that, Fallen gets dropped a smoke. He's gonna throw one for back 6-2. MongolZ pre-smokes mid, he throws a molly, he's gonna go back to B, and Yikinder is here drawing attention to himself. They also smoke deep upper. This is all 5 smokes used in the first 10 seconds. So there's nothing to end it, against an op to do anything, but they have a set call. In the first gun round, they just went 3 upper. They're gonna walk through this smoke. You're gonna see just throwing some utility here from Falling. He's gonna set up with the Molotov. Yikinder tried to draw attention to himself mid. They're just going for a timing push. 2 guys upper, 2 guys lower. MIBR is so occupied with outside because they're feeling there's no way they're going to do the same thing twice, but they do. They get 1 kill, and this is it, round over. And I think this is the sort of approach they're going to have against Spirit too. They're going to have to think a little bit outside of the box, try to frustrate them, try to surprise them, because if you just try to play by the book, that's where Spirit definitely has the upper hand.
Yeah, it's been nothing by the book here from Furia so far. They definitely, in a round like this, and really just throughout everything we've seen in this tournament, they have really been playing just a up-tempo, but very deliberate execute style of play, and it's been very effective against everyone they played against. And what I think's been very interesting is who is leading it. It's Fallen, and not the way that you might think. I mean, yes, obviously he's the one calling the shots, but he's also the one at the tip of the spear a lot of the time. I mean, I think people need to take account of what he's been able to accomplish, and this is even against bigger name teams like MongolZ and GamerLegion. He's taking a lot of the opening duels with his team. He's very successful on the T side, and this is the first time that he has served as a main rifler of a team that he is playing for since 2015. That's 10 years of being a primary opper, all of a sudden making the big switch. This is one of the biggest concerns I think we had about this team, aside from it going international, was how is Fallen going to do as a rifling IGL, because we all saw what happened with Kaden when he tried the same thing. And Fallen, meanwhile, is performing at a very high level so far this tournament.
Fallen is never going to retire. He's just going to change it up. That's what he's done. He actually said that. He said he was thinking about retiring. Now if this rifling thing works out, we got another 2 years, right?
Well, we'll see how it pans out, but he's giving it a go so far, finding some success. We'll see if he's in for a rude awakening against the likes of Team Spirit. But I think with Fallen, I mean, he's just an incredibly cerebral player. He knows what his job is, right? It's just getting the hang of how exactly to execute that and how to do it is going to take definitely a lot of him getting used to. And I wonder if Yikinder is helping him with that, because that's just been his role ever since he started playing with CS professionally. But yeah, they're winging it in a way. They're patching it up on the fly, and as long as it works, who cares?
Yeah, so far so good was what I was going to say, because I mean we've mentioned kind of the bigger names, but Yuri's taking a whole different role on this team now, but still performing very well. Case Rao is still kind of the same guy we thought he was, performing at a good level. And Yikinder, I think he's been pretty admirable considering where he came from. I mean, obviously his last stint at Liquid was not the best. He's been their best player on the CT side the entire tournament, playing very aggressive roles. So it's been a well-rounded performance.
It is the honeymoon period, though,
True.
for this team. I say honeymoon, they haven't even committed to Yakinda yet. He's kind of just along for a fling. But they haven't, like Yanko said, they haven't exactly played like massively challenging opposition. They lost to the Mongols. All the other teams they played in the group stages were on shaky ground. MIBR yesterday as well. Now you go up against the juggernaut that is Spirit. And we saw exactly the damage Spirit can do against NIP yesterday. And the expectation is that they lift the trophy. How does this team compete with that?
Well, with a lot of difficulty. It really is a David versus Goliath sort of a matchup. I mean, Spirit hasn't dropped a map in this tournament, right? It's been really dominant. They're actually, you know, if you just look at the map win rate, the most dominant team behind Vitality this season. So one team to also win a trophy outside of them at the very start at Bounty. But yeah, I think for Spirit, it's so funny to me because you watch these games and like someone like Donk, he just looks bored. Like he's really bored. Like they haven't been properly challenged yet. He doesn't really respect any of these teams. And I think that's the only reason why the game against NIP was close. It's sort of, you definitely have this feeling on a team when you're playing someone, like you're gonna win no matter what. No matter what's going on actually in the game, you're gonna win the game. And I think that's what happened on Dust 2 yesterday. Yeah, Spirit is behind. Okay, they get reset. Their economy is in the bin. We'll beat NIP, right? And in the end, that's what happens, 13-11. So I don't think their approach, mentally, their attitude is going to be any different today.
Yeah, and I don't think it's surprising that the two stars of this team are the top two players at the tournament. I mean, I think that's kind of what everyone would have predicted. Daunt being one of the most prolific riflers we've seen in Counter-Strike in some time, and Chiro obviously just being such a stable op presence. And, you know, one of the big things I wanted to point out, though, is a difference I've seen in Chiro. You know, you talk about Daunt being bored, and, I mean, he hasn't really had to do a heck of a lot. But what I think has been cool to watch Chiro do over these last couple of tournaments at Blast Rivals in this event is that he's a much more aggressive opper than I'm used to seeing in the past. And I think it's added a whole new dynamic to how this Spirit team plays. He's just, you know, willing to go for more opening plays on both sides of the map. He's willing to push through utility. I never had to worry about him, like, anchoring sites or holding passive lines, but to see him being willing to push past utility, to see him willing to hold his ground a little bit longer than normal, to see him going for those big plays, I think that just kind of, you know, shows the evolution of Spirit over time and shows that Chiro is trying to be a little bit more active because it's something that we've critiqued him for in the past.
It's been going on for way too long, though. I was jokingly calling him the janitor in the Katowice Grand Final because he shows up after everyone's already done the work and just mops up, right? But you just have to do it, not because he will be able to do it the same way, I don't know, Amonesi does or another aggressive opera. You have to do it just to put it on tape so that when teams go up against Spirit, they know that Chiro is not just going to sit card the entire round, right, on A or something like that he will throw something aggressive in there to have them expend more utility in their default, to have to think about and guess where is he going to be. So for him to re-aggress in the mid-round, just sometimes, right, just enough that it makes more difficult for their opponents to game plan. It's never going to be his sort of signature style. He's always going to be the Punisher that's going to, you know, punish you for being overly aggressive, right? And holding the lines and being one of the best clutchers in the world. That's definitely things that he has going for him, but you need to just throw this in a little bit to be more versatile.
They're very different styles of play, and Yanko's kind of touched on it a little bit here, but when you put those two Orpas head-to-head, MongolZ and Chiro, I mean, what are we expecting in the server?
This is going to be the biggest test that MongolZ has faced throughout this entire tournament. This is the first time he's going to face off against one of the top oppers in the world, and he's going to have to go head-to-head against them. Particularly, what I'm most concerned with is FURIA's probably going to have to play Dust 2 for the first time. You know, that's very likely going to happen here. We'll get to that later, but that's a map where there is going to be a lot of open range duels that he may have to take down Chiro heads up, whether that be both going for long A, both going for mid, whatever the case may be. And yeah, you're right. MongolZ is a very different opper. He has a little bit more swagger about him. He does like going for the more aggressive plays. He kind of reminds me more of like a Wrinkle or something like that, where they had this just wild, crazy style, and maybe he's going to miss a lot of shots because he goes for a lot of them, but he allows him to have such massive impact and be an entry weapon for his team that not many other squads really have. Meanwhile, Chiro, we see he's dabbling in, you know, being a little bit more forward and aggressive, but it's still not to the same degree as MongolZ. But what he is very good at is holding aggressive players, and so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I think the key to victory in a way for FURIA is if MongolZ can avoid Chiro, because Chiro will put him in his pocket. Like that's exactly the kind of a style that he thrives going up against. And on the other side, if MongolZ can sort of just keep finding the riflers in a way and keep finding openings in that department and frustrate Team Spirit in a way, I feel like that's one of the few ways in that they have in this series.
Just keep it dynamic as well. I want to see him moving around. I want to see him with the same tempo and confidence we've been seeing him all tournament long. Don't shy away now because you're playing a top 4 team. Keep it up because, again, that is one of the biggest win conditions FURIA has in this matchup.
I'm a little bit curious, and I'm going completely off track here, but with Team Spirit specifically, the way we speak about them, do they have enough depth in this lineup to constantly evolve? Like, say they get to the grand finals here, they beat FURIA, they lift that trophy. Next is the major. We've seen other teams start evolving, finding depth, trying to lift their ceiling. Is there enough in the Spirit lineup to compete with them?
Well, I think probably you need less depth when you have the best player in the world, and that's the luxury that they have, right? Eventually, sure, they'll probably have to upgrade in some departments. That's not a problem that they have in this matchup or in this tournament, really. They have plenty of depth. I think it is when you look at some of the supporting cast, like, okay, Fallen is the poorest player individually on the server, but if you look at Yuri and K-Serato versus the likes of Chopper, Magix, like however you want to put it, like, yeah, these guys, if they play their A game, I mean, they can edge them out. The problem is, like, Donk is the best player on the server, and Shiro is probably the second best player on the server, and in that scenario, it just takes a lot more from everyone on FURIA to be able to make up for that.
Yeah, everyone who has surpassed them so far on the world rankings has picked up more talent. Vitality picking up Rops, Mouse picking up Spinks and shifting Rolling into an in-game leader position. Falcons obviously has been throwing bags out there, grabbing some of the best players in the world. So in that sense, Spirit maybe is outpaced skill for skill with some of the other top 4 teams in the world. But what I've at least seen from them is at least evolutions in how they do things with the lineup that they currently have. So obviously the one that we've already touched on that's most recent is Shiro playing a little bit more aggressively. That's a cool dynamic. I've also seen late last year and really throughout a lot of this year that sometimes they're not just throwing Donk into these entry roles. Sometimes they're putting him in a controlled space that they have and let him play solo and call his own shots a little bit and see what he feels is best for him in the mid to late round. So I think at least I'm seeing strides in that direction. But yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes long road. But in this tournament specifically, they have plenty to win the trophy.
I think it's also a problem they've been skipping too many tournaments. I don't think any of their players care. Like, they would play every single tournament if they could. And sure, you're trying to take care of them maybe by having them not attend a tournament here and there to get some rest, but they're just grinding the CS anyway, when they're not at a tournament. And you look at, that's why some of the ones where they are at with all these other teams matter so much more, and every single time they ended up losing to someone, and at that point, now they're here, the next one is the major, right? And all of a sudden, if you have one bad series there, it's all over.
I was a little bit overwhelmed by the crowd yesterday, but I do believe there was an interview with Spirit, and I can't for the life of me remember the player, but I do remember him saying to Banks at one point, we've been playing so many tournaments, and I was like, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. Like,
it's funny how different it is, because Donk at Blast Rivals had a very telling interview where he was pissed that they haven't been playing more tournaments. This guy wants to play. He knows that he is in a great spot in his career. He wants to rack up as many trophies as he can, rack up as many accolades as he can. He wants to be the best. That's all this guy cares about. He doesn't care about the money. He doesn't care about the fame. He wants to be the best, and he has so far proven that he can be.
FURIA did pick up Yakinda, so everyone else made a change. They picked up Yakinda. Is it enough for this team to go toe-to-toe with the best in the world? Have we even seen enough to make that call?
I don't think we've seen enough. I think he's playing much better in this tournament than people expected. How much that has to do with the level of opposition, I don't know. He's always, a guy that's pretty much all in with his play style, and that's going to make him, a great resource or a liability to your team. So I guess it comes down to how consistently can he perform on a high level and execute his role on a high level, right? If he can, then maybe, there's something there for them. It's just initially a guy that also speaks the same language as MongolZ and was an in-game leader and helped with some stuff, So for FURIA, it will take the remainder of the season really for them to be able to put a pulse on it and see if it's something that can work longer term.
Yakinda the translator, there you go. It is now time for FURIA, this new lineup, international lineup, to face their true test. They go up against Team Spirit. Let's welcome the teams to the stage.
We're ready for our second semi-final. But Astana, are you ready?
They understand everything.
They're starting to understand it all, but we need to understand what shape our teams are going to be in. For Spirit, they have not dropped a map still. Chopper spoke to us. Mistakes are being made. It's a very clean slate right now. They are the favorites for this trophy, but they still need to deliver when the pressure is on them. And now there's going to be some pressure from the crowd.
Ну что, дорогие друзья, ни одной проигранной карты на турнире. 2-0 против НИП в 1/4 финала. Очень легкая победа на трейне, но некоторые проблемы все-таки возникли на Дасте. Что это было? Расслабленность. Сегодняшний соперник такой расслабленности может не позволить. А еще мне тоже очень интересно, за кого же будет болеть арена.
Astana, raise the roof. It's Team Spirit! And their opponent already succeeding further than what was expected for a brand new team. Ferocious FURIA have been fighting and using the crowd to their advantage as they have a new Kazakh Orpa joining them. They've changed up language, they've changed their way of playing, but right now they've got their ultimate test.
Но я думаю, что вы слышите, друзья. Уверенная победа в бразильском дерби вчера. Потрясающая поддержка арены, как и сейчас. Невероятная игра от молодого. Но сегодня проверка еще серьезнее. Ну что, встречаем FURIA!
Well, this is the Astana we wanted to see and hear.
Можете еще погромче!
A very special feeling. Yakinda, you stay with us. The rest of the team can sit down. Magix, come on over here. Everyone else can sit down. No, that way. You're with us. There we go. Yakinda, the first thing I want to ask you here is that how impressed have you been with what you've seen from MongolZ, especially with how he managed to perform on the stage in his first game like that?
Я отвечу на русском. Я думаю, никто не ожидал. Точнее, ладно, я шучу. На самом деле все ожидали, что MongolZ покажет такой результат, это же очевидно было. Но я хочу ему пожелать удачи, и я надеюсь, он ценит. Он ценит этот момент, когда он находится в казахстанской арене у себя дома. И спасибо всем большое за всю поддержку, которую вы ему даете.
Everybody expects to show his performance from MongolZ, but I wish him best of luck, best of his performance today, because it's a more important game today. And thank you all for the support.
And it's some wonderful support out there right now. For you, You definitely don't seem to be in a slump anymore, mate. You got the confidence back?
Let's be honest, it's been only one event, and it hasn't finished yet.
Okay, I like that.
Что ж, вернули ли вы свою уверенность? Пока это только первый ивент, поэтому не будем забегать вперед.
Now for you, Magix, it seems to me that even if the score can get close in the games, you guys have not really been tested. Do you feel like you have been tested at all this tournament?
No, there was a couple of difficult maps for us. So, yeah, I think we could have lost at some maps throughout the group stage.
Есть ощущение, что хотя было несколько уже достаточно сложных карт, в то же время еще настоящей проверки не было. Да на самом деле у нас были действительно сложные карты, которые могли закончиться поражением на одной из них.
Now, I know you're used to playing against the crowd, but I thought this would be almost a home crowd for Spirit. You ready to make them very quiet and all Spirit fans for tomorrow?
We'll see.
Сейчас, возможно, вам придется играть против этой публики. Сможете ли сделать так, чтобы эта публика завтра болела за вас? Мы увидим, посмотрим.
Shake hands, fist bump, go take your seats. FURIA taking on Team Spirit for that final spot in the grand final.
Друзья, Фурия против Team Spirit за последнее, за единственное место в гранд-финале.
But I still think this is quite a split. They love MongolZ, but do they really love FURIA?
Да, наши зрители любят молодого, любят Фурию, но... А любите ли вы Spirit?
That sounds like more for Spirit. Okay, Astana. But what about MongolZ?
Team Spirit!
All right. Everyone in this whole arena, let's get into the semifinals. Make some noise!
They cheer for MongolZ, but they're backing Spirit.
It's tough to say a split crowd because Spirit certainly does represent a crowd favorite for many, sharing the same tongue as many in the audience. It's one of the elite teams out there. But MongolZ represents a true hometown hero, a knight to represent Kazakhstan in what is going to be an epic battle against one of the best in the world.
An epic battle or an absolute struggle for FURIA, Yanko?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We talked about some of the opposition that they've had to face so far. I think if this tournament was in Brazil, we would have been saying it's rigged. But we'll have to see, you know, coming down to the maps. It's interesting that FURIA hasn't played Dust2 yet in this tournament, right? It was a map with the old lineup that they would even pick. It was a map that they beat Spirit on at the Shanghai Major, right? In the best of one. So there's one of two things that can happen. Either Fallen will prepare for Dust and let it through, or he'll try to ban it and sort of tease Spirit to kind of play Domination.
Oh, is he?
I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's just going to try prepare Dust the best he can. And when it comes to the pick for the side of FURIA, it's like, okay, you could pick Train, which you did against MIBR, and you won 2 times. Spirit has won every single Train people are trying to pick against. It's only happened 5 times, but they're 100% win rate on that map, so you really have to have something special installed if that's going to be your plan.
Yeah, the map pools are very different for both of these squads. Team Spirit, really one of the best map pools in the world, probably only Vitality best them in this regard as far as how well-rounded they are. Obviously, Dust2, they are the kings of that, but still very good on Anubis and Nuke and Train in particular that you mentioned could be a pick for FURIA. Dust2 is going to be certainly a big test, but Nip did prove it is possible to defend against him.
I mean, Nip thought it was. Snappy was making all of these comments about their tricks, and then you saw at the start when they were getting rounds on the board, the big grins from NIP, and then they moved to the second half, and Spirit just completely shuts them down. But enough talk from me. The veto's here. Let's see if Yanko is correct in where we go.
It's the permabans that we expected. FURIA taking the Train pick. I think that was certainly one of the main options we thought would happen. And Spirit going for Nuke first.
That's interesting. That go for Nuke out of all maps. I thought if Dust2 was going to be banned in some scenario. You know, Mirage is another one that they could go for, despite being shaken. I mean, Fallen does not know how to hold B. It's just, you can just go B every single round, or just like make your game plan around that. And actually, they do get it for the decider. Spirit decides to get rid of Anubis themselves, right? Dust2 is going to be an easy ban for FURIA in that case. And I wonder if this is just Spirit throwing a curveball in a sense of, I'm sure that FURIA was expecting Dust2 and that they were heavily preparing for it. Nuke probably wasn't at the back of their head, and Spirit just saying, yeah, we're a little bit bored of picking Dust2, let's switch it up.
It showcased that we are the best in the world. We'll just beat everyone on every map, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is still a very strong map for Spirit. It's just Dust2 has been their main pick all year long, and while Nip certainly did give it to them in that first half and were very good at disrupting them and slowing them down and not letting them get a whole lot of their T-sides, they're still one of the best there, but Nuke still certainly a very viable map for Spirit, and you're going to favor them really across the entire map pool here, although it has been commendable what FURIA has done
and
so
for
far.
any new viewers, Yakinder isn't praying because he's going up against Donk. That's actually how he plays the game.
He's actually trying to gain every edge he can. If he can be inside the game, he would be.
I think he explains to OnlyPixel what he sees when he looks like that. It makes no sense to me. Train is where we're going right now. It is Fallen's, I'm going to say favorite map. I don't know for sure, but we see him on it enough.
One of, for sure.
For sure. It's the true test now. FURIA's had a pretty easy run up until now. Can they beat Spirit on this map with the way that they play?
It's interesting because they're a team that doesn't play Ivy unless they're sending 3 there, but then sometimes they'll let Fallen aggressively lurk it, and so it's really interesting. And then we've already seen from Yanko's example earlier, they just have like these very set, aggressive plays that they like to run. Their utility is very well drilled, and they have a lot of talent to handle it.
They have to play from ahead, right? It's very difficult to go for those rounds when you're 0-3 down or 0-5 down, and we'll see if they'll be able to frustrate Team Spirit.
Here we go. It is our semi-final at PGL Astana about to kick off. 2 of my favorite voices are ready to take us into game, so I'm going to hand on over to Harry and Hugo.
Thank you, Sam. We have an event favorite in the house tonight. Team Spirit in a semi-final in an event that we say there is no excuse. They are here to win, and they should win. There's no doubt about it. Na'Vi already eliminated, and they got to take on a hometown hero while they do it. They got to break some hearts here in the Barys Arena tonight.
Yeah, but let me just say, the atmosphere on the ground is wild, right? This arena kind of divided between their hearts and their minds on this one. Spirit might be the big favorites, but MongolZ is the guy getting the people going. And when you see, you know, the young AWP walking on a stage, first Tier 1 LAN event, to the chant of a packed out arena, that is something special. That is Counter-Strike right there.
Without a doubt. Doesn't get more hometown than this. Young player, this first big event, and he's going to come in swinging, taking down the world's best in Donk. Pistol round is explosive from FURIA, as it has been all tournament long.
MongolZ leading the charge. There's some help out of Yakinder. And with some real heavy hitters knocked out, MongolZ just keeps on going. What a debut in the semi-final for MongolZ. 2 kills to propel him into the pistol, and FURIA looking to start things off with a bang on Train.
Zontic's locked out. And the inevitable waiting to happen. FURIA just to force this one through. Fallen's ready to re-swing. Zontic's clearing positions. But we all know where this one's going to go, and Yakinder makes it so. It's very easy to get behind this MongolZ story, but this is still such a one-sided game on paper. But I can't help but buy in early, Harry.
Just listen to it, Hugo. And you know, FURIA they know this as well. They've played with the crowd advantage. They played with the crowd backing them up. They want to send MongolZ in. They want to get him feeling very, very comfortable up here.
I love the ego. I love the balls for FURIA, playing some very aggressive T-sides in this tournament. Sure, we can talk about how this team has just been beating up on Brazilian squads, and this is the true test, but they already look like they're bringing the same pace into this semi-final, like there aren't stakes. Like this isn't the event favorite. Ticking the molly, Donk gets hurt, they know he's round the corner, and they clear him out with ease. Fallen, rolling back the years. He's a rifler, by the way.
They know where Shiro is, but they've given him all these fights. Hold on a second, everyone's low. You don't want this to be a misstep for FURIA so early in the game. They're brimming with confidence, but that has given Shiro a way back in.
This could get weird. They're so static right now. FURIA are standing still, so they don't actually know this flank is coming in.
Oh my God, going back.
No, wait.
Yakinda taking steps backward, holding on to this. That's a big miss for Shiro.
Disaster.
That could have been the round right there. And instead, he's got to go through the motions. FURIA will get that bomb planted.
I mean, knowing Shiro, if he had that bomb control, he could be a bit more static. One shot per player, that could have been his round. And one miss goes a long way. FURIA look good to convert this. He is very cautious, and he doesn't have the time. So FURIA off 2-0 start. On a map that they are trying to make their own. And while Spirit don't pick it, they're happy to play it. They've beaten up on every team they've faced. But we've seen it get close, Harry. We've seen Nip take them the distance.
Yeah.
Who's to say FURIA, with prioritization of training their map pool, couldn't take a map off Spirit today?
No, it's one that they've been keen to bring in since its addition. And yeah, like you say, with Nip kind of twice over doing a good job of pushing Spirit here, it doesn't feel like a safe bet for the Spirit squad.
No doubt about it. We need the stars of the show. We need Shiro, we need Donk performing strong in the game today. Often reliable factors.
It is so unbelievably loud in this room. FURIA picking up some steam as they lean over towards this B site.
And the last time I heard a crowd chant for FURIA like this was in Rio.
I think the Brazilian component of this FURIA squad sometimes suffered with that home crowd, you know, like the idea that they really wanted to do right by the fans that were supporting them in this one. Because all the support's there for MongolZ, the rest are kind of acting like a bit of a supporting cast to him, trying to big up the guy that everyone's cheering for. And you said something coming into this, FURIA don't have to play like, you know, there's a whole lot of pressure. They've already exceeded expectations for this lineup at the event. Now they're running on vibes. And they're all looking clean to open up train. Is that force up for Spirit? And now the pistols brushed aside. They will get off to this clean start.
Vibes are a very renewable source, Harry. Just ask Hooksy. Astralis in a grand final, waiting for the winner of this matchup. In a BO5, in this very arena, in a sold-out Sunday. This anti-eco simply done. I'm not jumping the gun. I want to see this first rifle round for Spirit. High expectations for them to come in swinging. Clean enough for FURIA. And now we get going. Donk's a menace on this map. Seen many a multi-kill. Close pop, E-box, red train. That's his domain. Playing up close. Furious flashes are going to be integral to stopping Donk in his tracks. You do have the flash god fallen. These nades, every single round for FURIA, they're setting that precedent. You're not going for the B-push, Spirit. You're not getting that free real estate. We will punish it. Spirit takes space elsewhere. Donk, close main push with a deep smoke.
Yeah, Yakinda is someone who you're going to have to keep an eye on here for FURIA, right? You know that him and Donk have these chances of clashing early, and I think those are fights that Donk actively wants.
Oh, that's a big block. That's a lurk smoke that we've seen Yakinda been using. It's an accidental block for Spirit.
No one's been able to get the spot on that blocked smoke yet either, so now re-smoked in at main. Still time left for FURIA, not the end of the world. They can wait that out. They're in a strong position to split out onto this A site. The Donk is that first point of contact, and he will wrestle for the main control. Good for two, he'll get traded. Yuri suddenly turns on a dime. and brings this round back to life for FURIA. Still in with a chance. They got to get past Zontix. It's the home crowd favorite, MongolZ and Yuri. 3 kills deep. Yuri is on for the ace. Will get knocked out of this. And so here is a big test for MongolZ. A clutch factor for the Spirit squad is Shiro. Closing in, he has no idea where the orb's gotten to. Is he going up? Going up, spotted on the jump up. And time is of the essence for MongolZ. He did get the bomb back. Chance at the plant. Shiro gonna try and run him down. Charges in. Locking MongolZ down, stopping Yuri in his tracks. That's a hell of a first showing for Shiro when he brings out that AWP.
Yeah, that's not the passive Shiro that you expect, right? He knows that MongolZ is going to go for the stick. The experience on the stage reigns true. Shiro runs him down. Does not think MongolZ would fake that bomb. He reads it right. And Spirit get on the board. Double up from Donk, close main as well. Yuri's 4K absolutely wasted for FURIA. Coming out pop quick. It's the kind of thing we see Donk do on the T side of this map as well. Great round for Yuri, even better for Shiro.
Yeah, I really like that for Shiro. You're dead on. It's not what you would usually expect, but that's an experienced play. A guy who, you know, had his own tumultuous time going from that online era into the arenas, into the stages. He knows the kind of pressure you're under.
Oh no. Oh, they screwed Donk there. They just missed the smoke into main.
This is huge for FURIA right now, though. They're stopping Donk from getting rolling early.
Yuri coming with a point to prove. Another entry out pop. Spirit are locked out.
Will get burnt alive, but as far as Yuri's concerned, he's done his part in the round. There is this big flank on the cards for Magix, but it won't come to matter if Spirit fold in this sight hold. And with Zontix overran, all the faith put on this flank for Magix.
Bomb is in the open right now. MongolZ just repositioning. They spot him from afar. Oh, it's labored, but Magix gets the kill. Shiro might have to just activate now. Smoked off in connector. Magix has nowhere to go. The bomb is in limbo. The FURIA push forward. Plant committed. Shiro holds the smoke. And Magix can't reset again. There simply isn't time for this play. Are they thinking about saving? FURIA might buy a way back in for Spirit. MongolZ peeks Shiro. And just like that, that's the round.
That's ludicrous. That's a fight he doesn't have to take there. If anything, him taking it gives them a way back in.
It's the only way you lose that round if you die to Shiro in that position. Magix will come back through main. MongolZ almost went over Red Train earlier, got caught by Shiro. He's instead his undoing. And he's hunting CT Spawn with the orb. Magix knows he got the spot. So actually, might be able to grab an orb for Shiro here. It's a possibility, but MongolZ turns back.
He is not missing right now. MongolZ is locked in. And a really early timeout called through for Spirit. They don't like how this game started. There's some red flags early.
I mean, when you think young and inexperienced players, you think to Donk's story, coming in onto the Spirit team, coming onto the stage in Katowice, his debut big event, and just making an incredible run, an unbelievable performance to take the trophy and top the scores. Well, MongolZ, he's a young player. He's an inexperienced player. He's a guy that a year ago, Harry, to the week, he played his first LAN in Astana, Kazakhstan. And now he's back a year later, facing one of the world's best.
Yeah, the thing that's kind of wild there, you know, is like Donk joins a Spirit project that was in a far better place than this FURIA squad was, and was never running the huge change of going international either. So in a lot of ways, you could argue that there's a lot more working against MongolZ in this debut as well.
The Spirit get their money broken. Donk, a force by the Hero M4. The only piece of this puzzle for Team Spirit. Can they slot it in the right place? The map is quiet. They don't know whether FURIA might just be executing B. So Donk makes a rotation. FURIA are taking the bomb that way. But this still looks pretty tenuous, like it could be a pop split. Spirit won't have the util to stop it. So the gamble right now not paying off. Fallen with the fake. Spirit swallowing it whole.
Shiro will get the spot at least. That's going to trigger everyone to try and fall back, but that might just leave them running right into Yuri, who's already on this deep line. FURIA have outmaneuvered Spirit here in their hero gun round.
Ooh. Yeah, I'd be scared. It's a dangerous position to plant, but they're perfectly safe.
Yekindar going to catch the spillover, or at least he was meant to. Does a lot of damage, puts Donk, or Shiro rather, down low.
Donk really should probably save. Just by position, he knows. So FURIA are onto 5, awaiting another gun round, another opportunity for Team Spirit. Coming in cold. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that, though, for Spirit. I'm never going to count this team out. Yesterday against NIP, if you caught it, they went down 9-3. They got 3 T-side rounds on Dust 2. They won that game 13-11. Spirit, the kind of team that you can't count out at any scoreline. And so FURIA have to keep it tight. 5-1 lead is a great start, but it is only a start.
I've seen folks saying MongolZ is looking for that honorary Brazilian citizenship. I think if anything, actually, with how the game's going right now, Yuri is the one looking for Kazakh citizenship, 8-3. He's been electric from round 1, and Yuri can have games like this, right? Where he does just step up and dominate, look to take a lot of control.
I don't think you're ready for this. He's just going to sit behind the wall. Donk runs in! Yekindar teaches him how to entry. Double kill for the Latvian. And FURIA, just like that, are on a roll. They're looking at this B-side with lust.
He's still going!
Might have more.
And that should be round secured. Yekindar has done enough as a one-man army. It's a team effort right now for FURIA. Not every day you see Donk getting deleted like this in head-to-head fights out in the yard.
Just such a sick opening move because it's not telegraphed at all. He drops the lurk smoke in main to put out that Molotov and just gets behind the Olaf box with a flash. And Spirit have no info. They don't know he got there. Donk's moving into play his close position. Yekindar knows that. And a quick punish turns into a triple kill in yard. All the meanwhile, his team were ready to go B. FURIA, they've come in with tricks on train. Team Spirit getting surprised.
I mean, this is just already kind of the wildest of starts, you know, even coming into this with the struggles you've had Spirit getting away with on train, with the fact that FURIA are well versed on this map. You might have expected FURIA to hit fairly hard, but this type of scoreline out of the gate, Donk getting cancelled out in the yard.
Yeah. Just have one multi-kill. It was Spirit's first round where Shiro clutched up, otherwise it's been relatively irrelevant. And another thing is, like, if you think about how Spirit like to react on the CT side, what do? They do the pop cross and they push up. They push B ramp a lot. What have FURIA been doing? They've been nuking ramp every single round. Not with the molly that you can smoke out and you can maneuver around, but double HEs every single time. They're saying, Spirit, you can't force the play. You're on our clock now.
Fallen's been cooking.
I think he has. The professor taking this young man to school. Will Spirit learn a thing or two?
Oh, close for Keserato, but blinded off the line.
What a nade from FURIA. Got 2 Spirit players low before they've seen a thing.
FURIA grouping B though. Yekindar's put a lot of pressure on over here towards A, and they spotted the AWP there earlier. The info that Spirit have is that it was a kind of heavier start over towards A main. So that keeps them 3 strong over towards this A site. They will bring an extra piece around to B. That's a gnarly fake smoke out through Ivy. Starts to make Spirit paranoid as to where ending up here. But it will just be this B exec.
Explosive bomb flies in there for Fallen. It's got no support right now. They need to start scaling because there's 2 players back at CT and rotates are flooding through the connector. Yuri got to go back, prioritize that plant. K-Serato provides the cover onto Donk, and Yakinda's followed up, deleting the lurk. 1 by 1, all that's left is the B anchor. He's not even had a chance to fight, and FURIA end his round just like that. K-Serato triple kill. FURIA are feeling it.
Yeah, this is very, very concerning. Now it's just a revolving door of FURIA players, right? MongolZ starting this game off with multi-kills. Then Yuri throwing his name into it. You had the big 3K round out of Yakinda. Now it's K-Serato's turn. Everyone has had one of these multi-kill, high-impact rounds. And this is in a game where Spirit don't have anyone going yet. Donk is 3 and 7.
Can you blame him? Just with the rounds we're seeing out of FURIA. Yakinda does it again. He gets behind the box. Where is Donk? Back sight. Spamming through the smoke. Pressure. As Spirit are depleted in an instant through that smoke. Yakinda finds Donk. That's twice over he's found kills through that smoke. He's got a gap on it. He can see just over onto that bomb train. And Spirit, they're seeing things they've never seen on train. 3 maps played. FURIA
remade. Zontic's forced. Shiro can't win that all on his own.
I mean, they're writing the playbook right now. FURIA are setting the meta on train in front of your very eyes. How do you problem solve on the fly? I mean, we have to see some pop push, some Ivy flank, something for Spirit to get some space to catch FURIA off guard. The B push is being stopped. Close main is off limits.
You kind of, you have to credit, like you've been talking about to no end, just this util game plan for FURIA, right? The bullying of B, but the fact that even when Spirit went to one of those pop crosses, they get dumped by the nade at E-Box. They get annihilated trying to make it over. They had the timing, they had the smoke down, they decide not to do it because both players are half health. Rounds barely even started.
No time to get that AK, it flew to the back wall. Magix has to run, and to save what, an MP9?
And we've been very FURIA focused. I'll say justifiably so at 8-1. They are storming the board. But for Spirit, this would continue a run of problems they've had. It's only map 1. It's the start of the semis. You're hoping that this team, with 2024's best player in it, can turn things around. The current, reigning major champions could have a recovery, but this year hasn't really shown that. They've been getting stopped in semis since the very first event they attended. That was the only one they were able to lift the trophy, and it was Blast right at the start of the year. Other than that, they've been running into Vitality. Maus, you didn't think FURIA were going to push their buttons the same way.
All right,
this is a far better start. This is a round that Spirit have to hold on to.
Magic's full flash. He doesn't have the gun for the job. K-Serato runs and guns through the smoke from Chopper. He'll pay the price. 3 on 5, favored now. Shiro's got to save him. Bomb dropped, and that gives time to reset for Spirit. Reroutes, try again.
I mean, Shiro is someone giving you a little bit of faith. Is the reason Spirit have this 1 round on the board. And he's still alive towards the tail end of this one.
Oh, that's
K-Serato dead, and now it's MongolZ's time in the limelight. Everyone's had their turn. MongolZ getting pressured. First shot sails past. And Shiro will clothesline him, cutting him out of that clutch round again as Shiro bests him in one more of these tail end of the round moments to find yet another for Spirit. Both rounds coming off the back of Shiro.
Yeah, Yanko said it. He said this is the counter to MongolZ right now, right? He's had a very explosive appearance into the arena in that quarterfinal, but Shiro needs to be the guy to shut it down. It's not been in the way you'd expect in AWP head-to-heads. It's been pistols, rifles, but whatever Spirit can get, they'll take. looking for 4 on this CT side, and even then, that was a 3-on-5 that FURIA almost close out. Shiro returns to the orb. Zontix sat back at B, and MongolZ attempts an entry. Yakinda's been very successful, not in these last 2 rounds. Shut out by Chopper. Bomb just going down, committing like that. And Keserato rails Zontix's head off. MongolZ with the cover, bit by bit. Spirit fall again. It is just a whirlwind of death. FURIA shut the door. And anything but a save is the wrong decision here. Spirit have to concede.
There is like a real electricity in the air in here. And it kind of felt a bit like deja vu. The only time I've had this weird type of electricity in the room I can ever think of before was back during FURIA Na'Vi, all the way back at Rio.
And you want to know something funny about that game, Harry? That FURIA Na'Vi Rio Major match at the end of 22, that was the last time that FURIA as an org won a playoff match in an arena. 2.5 years ago.
I mean, even now, in the timeout, they're trying to keep the crowd pumped. I don't think Spirit can believe what's happening.
I mean, they have to stay focused. We know this team can come back from 9-3. We saw it just yesterday. But it does just feel the way that this is going shows that FURIA aren't just hitting a lucky streak and catching some nice headshots. They've come in with a regimented game plan. Their stars are firing. Their util is suffocating.
Yeah. You know, I think as well, when I was watching back that game from yesterday, NIP versus Spirit, NIP did have them on the ropes, right? And then it suddenly felt like the game closed up, and Snappy was forced to a lot of these kind of set-piece calls out of spawn. Felt like they were playing fast in the beginning just to try and get that one round to put the game over the line. Ultimately, then, you know, you kind of hit this point where it feels like you've tried everything in the playbook. You're running out of ideas. Nothing's working. They hit this brick wall. And that's going to be far harder to do versus this Fallen-led squad where, sure, you have that new international element. You have new players. But Yakinda here, an experienced player, someone with a lot of ideas. The Brazilians around Fallen, a lot of experience on their shoulders. MongolZ is the only guy who's fresh-faced to the stage in this FURIA squad. And so I think it's going to be far harder for that type of, you know, kind of capitulation of a team to occur. You know, this will be a grind for Team Spirit.
Absolutely. Where you don't have breathing room, where you've got to be near flawless. And it's not a problem that's just coming down to one player either. Like you said a moment ago, everyone having their moments for FURIA. Who will shine in this final round of their T side? No nades on B, they want the push. MongolZ orbs the line. Zontix starts passive. Yuri on a lurk. Shiro in the right position.
If FURIA can shoot for double digits right here, right now, that feels like it's too far gone.
For sure.
And they would have never, outside of, you know, 2 big Shiro rounds, they would have never let their finger off the pulse here. But they've lost Yuri early. That is a serious bit of firepower removed from the FURIA squad.
Ooh.
There's Yakinda in the kill feed, though, and he's taking heads off! Yakinda has just laid waste to Team Spirit. Shiro's still in this. The one guy giving you anything right now, but he's not alive for long. And Magic's left on this lonely 1v3. Late from Ivy, spotted now. And there's no saving anymore, Magic's. He's got to try and go for this one. They'll give him fights. FURIA just brimming with confidence. MongolZ. The resident Orpa sends him 10-2 onto that CT half.
Was anyone ready for this team to come out swinging as hard as they have? You could have hoped, you could have dreamed. But this is unbelievable. We talk about Astralis having 9 days of practice. This roster just got formed as well. Seeing such an uplift from Serato and Yakinda at the front of this T side. You want to talk entry power? I mean, ever since we've seen these few games of FURIA, MongolZ and Yakinda make up about almost 60% of the opening kill attempts for this team. That's 2 players. That's a crazy jump. Everyone else's has dropped off. Even Serato's has dropped off, but he's having more success in those opening fights. He's getting to pick his plays, choosing. Yakinda's happy to be the tip of the spear. And Spirit are getting stabbed.
And like that's the way you want to use a player like Serato, right? Don't have him forced to be the guy to open. Let him pick and choose. He's got a great eye for the game. All right, Spirit, let's see if they have any chance here on Train. This is where they have to stake their claim to a comeback on this map. Or else FURIA blow them in the water to open up this semi-final. Serato forced off the angle. Moves already being made for FURIA. Double push through the pop dog. MongolZ falls first. That's the reaction Spirit were hoping for. And they'll go right into Yakinda, finding a little bit more. Sights now set on the A play. The smoke from Fallen, does it make them reconsider? It will start to pour on out. Main lost. Fallen feeling pressure. They're all around him. Oh, but Fallen holds on. Delivering a second chance to FURIA, maybe. No. How much further can Fallen take this? 3 kills deep. Now he's got Serato moving in with him. They close the gap. Fallen has to fly solo. In this all alone. Made the change to rifling this year. A huge task. The dawn of the international squad. Fallen has risen to the occasion well. But expecting him to win this clutch now. Surely that's asking too much. And Shiro will shut him out of it. The anti-clutch for Team Spirit.
Absolutely feels like a 1v9 right now for Shiro. Just every single round attributed, credited to this player. Good pistol for Spirit, I want to say that. They forced the reaction of FURIA. They get exactly what they wanted. The B pressure, bomb shown upper, only to get that pop flank. MongolZ and Yakinda bite down. And so Spirit, it gets a bit shaky, but they've opened up the path to redemption. Can they walk it? Only time will tell.
Full USPs, a Fallen double flash setup. And his flashes are real good. The problem is, there's no one in main. Now, they play contact on the flashbangs. They don't want to use them too early. Fallen's the guy in danger of going down and out of the round, and so those flashes never get to leave a dent. As a result, Spirit should be keen just to run this one over. FURIA focusing on the buy in the next round.
Simply done. Never should have been close. If you remember, that's the play that we saw FURIA do the other day, where they took T-spawn control, got that bomb, won the round. Spirit don't put anyone in the limelight. It's all up to this FURIA full buy.
And this is like, you know, this is a test for Team Spirit on their ability to come back. It's also a bit of a test for FURIA, right? Because you've seen comebacks out of this Spirit team. You've seen them close the distance. We get to gauge very, it's a kind of a classic FURIA here.
Oh,
they've gone for the partial buy. That's going to allow them to bring out an AWP a little sooner.
We call this the FURIA.
Yeah.
started doing it last year. When they have money for full buy, they go MP9 armor, they keep the pressure on, they maybe get AK upgrades. You know what they can do? They can run at you. MongolZ meets his makeup. Molly nade, just the same. Spirit shut it down. Oh, that was close, but Yakinda whiffs a spray. And so Spirit find out what they're up against, and they have no issue dealing with it.
One thing that's kind of liberating here is like there's no incentive to save if you're FURIA. And so screw it, right? Even in this 3-on-5, you're keen to give it a go.
Oh, right.
Spirit have to grind this one out, and the boost up won't be expected, but Kaysarato's missed the opportunity. Fallen giving chase, closes the distance. This MP9 holds on. And Fallen lives to tell the tale. Right now, that bomb, low HP. On both players, it could link back up with. Shiro is far from a safe bet. And as Zontix clears out the B site, the one position he won't have a spot on is Yuri lying in wait.
Yeah, he tells his teammate to check it out. Magic's well, falling on the head, but still Fallen with a chance, Fallen with the option to get wild. 1v2, tagged up players, Shiro on 8 health, and he's a long way away. Will Fallen's patience pay off? Yes, it will. We're on.
Down to the 1v1. The battle of the Young Guns chasing glory and the legend defying time. Can Fallen make this happen? Taps the bomb, tries to bait the peak. Shiro doesn't fall for it. Shiro doesn't take the bait. Fallen no longer has time to win this. He'll get all the kills, but the glory goes the way of Spirit. Shiro with another anti-clutch round. He keeps on locking FURIA out of these 1vx's.
Yeah, I think knowing the money situation helps Shiro a lot there. He just makes the guess, the gamble that, hey, firstly, I'm low. I can't risk just peeking into Fallen faking, but they're probably not going to have a kit on a buy like that. Fallen 4 kills. I wonder if he just drops over the orb straight away into this gun round. It looks like he has. Fallen sets up his young star, and the damage done off that bonus round put FURIA within touching distance. Win this, Spirit might be broke. MongolZ makes it happen. Donk is getting humbled today.
Donk's learning how it felt for those teams back in his debut in Katowice. He just can't find a thing.
I feel like he hasn't even got to play a lot of these rounds. Even if he's feeling cold, it's probably as a result of these rounds. He's been getting hit with util.
Important one back for Zontix. At least give Spirit a fighting chance in this round. Chopper lobbing in a bit of a fake, but it's just that one smoke over onto the bomb site, and FURIA already have deep info on main.
And MongolZ remains mobile. It's what we've seen in these group stage games as well. He takes a shot, he repositions, he's all over the map, he's everywhere. Spirit can't get a read on him. Can Chopper piece it together? A push out A with a back turn. If he took that peek, he would have had Fallen dead. Instead, a barrel for Kaysarato, and he'll rip off Chopper's head.
Spirit were coming back to link up with their captain. And now they've lost him. That was the one guy with a bit of ownership over A. That just leaves him in the firing line of Kaysarato, who's getting away with murder right now.
You should say.
Spirit have imploded in this round.
In this game.
They lose Donk, they never recover. Limp follow-up couple of fights, and FURIA in pole position.
Oh dear. Nothing guaranteed, nothing safe. Fallen finds Shiro, and it's just the orb dragged into that next round. We're only going to see an orb and 1 AK, maybe some Galils. That's the best case scenario for Spirit right now. It's been a mix of excellent preparation for FURIA, but additionally strong individuals. And Spirit never got started. They never got the chance in this T side to get started. Donk on a Deagle being defied. FURIA 11-5.
Yuri with aggression. Trying to find that fine line of looking for the equalizer, pushing and prodding, but not getting caught and making matters worse. He will manage to get down the ramp. Fallen also spotted over on upper.
Look at the reset, so decisive. But Spirit will be committing to this B execute, and I don't think FURIA realized that. Fallen backs out of the bomb site. Yuri throwing his nades upper. They're just running out.
He's been able to get on this line at ramp now. That should be calmed across, but flash dodged. Yuri will get run down. Big pickup for Chopper, and FURIA know when a round is too far gone. Not insignificant for Spirit that they pull up here, putting all their money in, everything on the line, riding on this round. They get out with 5 alive.
That's why FURIA save as well, because this is the kind of round that reignites a team like Spirit to make a comeback in this map. It's still going to be a long road on this T side. But FURIA know their money matters, and they should take every opportunity they can. So saves allowed, Spirit play their own money, and they hope, they pray that Donk can get activated.
First timeout used for FURIA.
Wow.
I mean, I think that speaks volumes both to how one-sided this game was, but also how quickly they can close up. 4 T-side rounds for Spirit thus far. Wrestling one back from FURIA when they really had to. If they fell short there, that was the map. It was over. But FURIA know how quickly these leads can close up. So bring it in early. Figure out the game plan here. MongolZ held on to his AWP, so still has that to work with. Usually see him starting off over towards Ivy, but not afraid to make his own plays. And in this round, he's trying that. Leaning B with Yuri, looks like they want to take space. However, Spirit are quick. Out through main, they bring fights early. Good nade damage. MongolZ's AWP will deliver at that B site. And for such a mobile AWPer, often does put himself in great positions to succeed for someone so new to this level.
Yeah, you're happy it's not Donk who goes swinging in. Even though Zontix has more kills, you don't want Donk fully tilted out of this game right now. Spirit still have the opportunity to come back, so Donk still gets to play this round. 5-14, looking for the B exec. MongolZ backs up, but he remains the sole piece of this B defense. He's playing a very unorthodox position to have an AWP in, and if Spirit go through this smoke, he's going to miss them entirely. Try and stop them from scaling. Spirit announce their presence, and MongolZ soon to be the same.
Oh, wow! Wow! Can't follow up with a third. MongolZ's done his part in the round. Leaves it to the rest of his team. Donk gonna nail your Kindar, but the fight's not done yet. Shiro with a bit of aggression, creeping forward. This is a powerful line with the AWP.
Would have had one.
Decides against it, gonna try and swing on a timing here.
Scared of that smoke.
Donk allowed to just pepper up Yuri. This is getting more and more unlikely by the second. FURIA wasting some time. It's gotten Shiro to a very powerful position. And there he is to close. There's no doubting the mileage that Shiro is giving you right now. He is very much the guy that has kept Spirit in this map.
Yeah, FURIA lost track of him completely. They never knew he made it back oil. They were trying to hold the ramp.
For a guy that so often, has been overshadowed by Donk and what he's been able to accomplish, but still has that output, has been trying to reinvent himself, be more involved. It's a promising sign for Shiro, at least.
Yeah, not shy on this stage. Wants to make a statement. Oh my god, MongolZ caught off guard completely. Donk just runs out main like that. No fear for Donk, but maybe Double nade puts him on his last legs. Fallen runs through the smoke. He runs through the smoke. Team killed by his captain.
God.
It comes crumbling down.
MongolZ might put them on map point right now. Missed shot sails past, but Magix is on borrowed time. One back from MongolZ. And this clutch would be game defining for Magix. Around the Spirit did everything they could to lose. Caught up in the chaos of FURIA. Can Magix wrestle it back? Patient early. Supposedly a virtue. But a time will come where Magix has to play his hand. FURIA are not trying to fight him. They want him to feel that pressure. They want to catch him with a double peak.
What a position.
But Kaysarato's creeping up. Kaysarato's throwing a bit of caution to the wind here. They've lost track of Magix. And they're starting to consider other options. His decision to just slow right down has made FURIA nervous.
FURIA's dead. Magix knows he's here. He saw his foot under the train. Back turned. FURIA considers. Magix takes the win. 1v1 now. Sticking in the smoke. Kaysarato right behind. Would he really do it?
These are the rounds Kaysarato's supposed to bring FURIA. These are the rounds he's meant to step up in. Wrestling with Magix. Kaysarato's Eagle does it. Map point for FURIA. No business winning it. A Hail Mary from Fallen. Follow up from MongolZ. And Kaysarato is cool in the clutch.
That's got to be it, you think. Donk must feel done. He gets team killed by his captain after finding the 5v4. Fallen, disrespect through the smoke, and FURIA stack in the outer sight. Spirit are submerged in it. That's not an easy clutch either. With the smoke adding RNG, Kaysarato keeps his cool. And FURIA a guarantee of overtime, worst case scenario.
So reassuring to see Kaysarato winning rounds like that as well, right? Someone who is supposed to be the best in Brazil, someone who individually did take a bit of a nosedive, seems reignited by this international FURIA. And if you ask Kaysarato, or any of the Brazilians that were in that squad, back in, you know, Brazil's major, or the various times they've played and lost there, they will tell you nothing hurts more than losing in front of your home team. Well, in that round, he was pulling one forward for MongolZ. An important clutch, a swing round out of FURIA to put them in pole position. They have 5 chances now to get Train over the line.
Spread thin. Magix cautious on Ivy, just throws a flashbacks up. That'll keep MongolZ here, but he doesn't even believe it. MongolZ calls the bluff. Look at the read. Look at the call on this young player immediately to reposition. Faster to assist this A site if required. Spirit setting up smokes for the outer site. But 3 strong at B. There could be some trickery in store here. It's Kaysarato and it's Yuri. Side by side on this B-bomb site. XX getting thrown on both sides of the map. Uncertain as to where Spirit will end. They walk out upper again. Kaysarato, strong position up close. He could drop the bomb on its own. Chopper's kicking up dust in the face of Fallen, causing drama on this A site. He goes through the connector. He can backstab this play. Holding down B is Kaysarato, and that's the bomb. MongolZ covers his team. Kaysarato gets a dink, and Donk is so low. 20 seconds to get that bomb back. Can FURIA stop it in its tracks?
Another from MongolZ, the close for Yuri! And it's not a melody, it's a symphony! The choir is countrymen, light up this arena! FURIA run away with Train to launch themselves into one hell of an opening in this semi-final. Spirit never felt in this. They felt like they never had a chance.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Listen, sometimes I get way too caught up in the moment, and even though my head knows better, my heart gets excited, and I've been running around shouting at Yanko about how there could be a Fallen and a Device in the finals. It's going to be incredible, all because FURIA just did so damn well there on train. Wasn't that just fun to watch?
It was very exciting to watch, right? We said if FURIA is going to have any sort of a chance, it has to be playing from ahead, and that was exactly what they were able to do. You know, I don't think anyone had in store Donk having a stinker and not being able to get going whatsoever, but it was everyone on FURIA stepping up, having their moments, contributing, making big plays, and yeah, it was just a very, very convincing FURIA win.
It was crazy, man. I mean, they had that opening kill in the pistol round, MongolZ v Donk. They win that battle, and then they went off to the races for that entire first half, and they did it a multitude of ways. I want to give them credit. I mean, it started with Yakindar. I mean, this guy, you know, entry fragger history, but lack of success in the past, comes out. He got to Olaf so many times, had so much impact on these outer takes. You know, they weren't ever going for that E-box fight, and said they were really doing a good job just going there. And then Yuri also did a very good job countering any type of inner halls aggression or any pop aggression. And so it's like FURIA were just able to create so much space so early and really, you know, did well with it. And it wasn't until way later in the half that they had to make any adjustments.
Honeymoons are also, I've been told, I haven't been on one yet, are these incredible moments, but then you get home and suddenly like the realization of real life and dirty dishes sets in. And I really believed that train would be the dirty dishes for FURIA. Seems I was completely wrong. What was it that they were doing right, specifically in that first half, that Spirit was just unable to stop them?
Yeah, I mean, in broad strokes, again, I just think that FURIA did bring the same level of pace that we've known them for all tournament long. Just, you know, very good speed, just getting out into open space as quickly as possible. Yekindar was having a hell of a performance as an instrument on both sides. We're able to see Yuri get out into open space and be a good trade fragger. And then we saw them make good adjustments throughout the course of the half. Whenever, you know, we did see Spirit try to get a little bit more in their face and get a little bit more aggressive at team main, they just pivoted and would hit Ivy or hit Inner. So they did a really good job just kind of dodging and weaving Spirit really throughout the entire course of the game. It certainly helped that they were just in better individual form this match. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
And the problem is FURIA went B 3 times and Zontix got 1 kill those 3 times. And that's actually when he was the last player left alive. It was with in the Serato 3K from upper round. So when people did come his way, he struggled. He got most of his impact and kills, you know, on the rotates when they were going towards A, and when that happens, and then you have Donk being shut down on A, and FURIA constantly being able to find openings, it's a recipe for success for FURIA, absolutely.
Just a really slow start from Spirit as well. I feel like it didn't even look like they had warmed up when they got on the server. Do you think maybe I hate using the vibes term, but maybe the vibes weren't there just yet?
I don't know what to say. I mean, Donk is usually so prolific in being able to get such aggressive as a defender in that outer yard, or even at times pulling off plays and, you know, aggressive inner halls pushes, but he was just completely stuffed. I never really saw him really ever to break past the E-box line. He was getting shot over the top of smokes, through smokes. He was getting crushed whenever he got in people's face. Like, it was just very different than what I'm used to seeing, you know, out of Donk, who is normally just so damn good. This is their first loss on Train this year.
Yeah, and they had the benefit that people always picked it against them, right, to try to punish them somehow. So they would always start on the CT side, and they never got fewer than 6 rounds, right? But this time around, obviously, was a lot more of a dire situation, right? And I just love, you know, K Serato, 16 kills. I feel like at least 12 were high impact, you know, in some of these rounds, being able to find multi-kills to defend the bomb, right, prevent the retake. And that clutch against Magix was also huge, you know, to definitely felt like the dagger in this particular game. And, you know, a guy who, even when FURIA was struggling, was really, really good, but recently he also had problems with his form, you know, with them trying to find answers.
I think the biggest thing you got to see with the duo of K Serato and Yuri, the OGs of FURIA, is in a lot of these rounds that you're watching in this highlight package we have going, is that they're able to get out into the open space that Yekindar and Fallen are creating. And so they're getting put in comfortable situations where they can thrive with their aim and trade fretting scenarios. And they were outpacing their opponent throughout the entire half in those situations. So it's just nice to see that even though some of these guys have to kind of change their roles a little bit to make room for some of these new players, they're still finding ways to thrive even despite those adjustments being made.
Yanko, what did you think of Yuri's performance on this map?
I think it was really good. I think early on he was able to find important kills, multi-kills to get them going, and it's another player that, you know, at times really has struggled, and he has the positions, you know, that you carry a lot of responsibility, you know, playing, for example, Yard or Nuke, and definitely felt like he struggled at times at that. But now bringing in someone like Yekindar, who's truly, you know, a proper opener, and someone like Fallen, who on the rifle is definitely not going to bait you, and who's not going to be afraid to take space, allows you to sort of play at your own pace a little bit more. Same like K Serato, and he's been also great in this tournament.
So I mean, taking from that this change in the FURIA lineup's been positive for these two, specifically K Serato, who we used to always say will never reach his full potential now in this Brazilian lineup, or maybe his time is done. This could be the breath of fresh air he needs.
Yeah, the breath of fresh air for them was MongolZ. Let's talk about him. I mean, I guess his overall numbers probably weren't the most amazing in comparison to some of the other stuff we've seen in this tournament, but I think the fact that he kept that same tempo, you know, it was the perfect one, just going for the aggressive picks, particularly on the CT side at the op. He was incredibly mobile, whether he was picking the upper side of inner, whether he was taking shots at outer. I felt like he still lived up to the hype, even though he was up against a much higher level of competition than he's ever faced before with this giant crowd in front of him, even though they were certainly rooting him on, and that helps a little bit. There's still a lot of weight on your shoulders, and you're up against one of the best players in the world, and he still held himself together.
Let's move into deep diving into some of the stuff that we've seen, specifically in the earlier rounds when FURIA was on that T side. Yanko, what was it about the way they were playing that Spirit didn't have answers for?
I mean, they were just able to shut down Donk completely, and I think it starts from the very beginning, but also in the reset round, in kind of the mid round, they missed the smoke for main Spirit, you know, and that's where Donk is sort of floundering, okay, caught in the middle of the map, right? You can see here he's very quickly traded by Yuri. This is his chip. Look at this, the smoke is missed. So now he has nowhere to go. He's stuck in the middle, kind of has to take a bad fight, dies there again. one more time. Now Yekindar is out in Olaf, kills him. Next round, like they even do this thing where Spirit equals, they drop an M4 to Donk because he can always make something happen. He wasn't able to find kills in those rounds either. Like he was just getting really wrecked outside by the likes of Yekindar mostly and also Yuri at times. And that, we said, FURIA has to sort of frustrate Team Spirit. We know Spirit sometimes has problems with getting emotional, you know, with things spiraling out of control and whatnot. And there's no better way to do it than shut down Donk completely.
I'm curious, and I don't actually know if either of you can answer this, to be fair, but let me try. Do you think this has a lot more to do with the preparation FURIA did coming into train, knowing what they were up against, or is that victory more about the fact that Spirit just wasn't firing on all cylinders?
Ooh, I lean more towards the latter of what you said. I just don't think you're ever going to anticipate a time where a team's able to maul Spirit that heavily coming out of team main like that. Usually Donk is just so good at posting up there and finding fights. I think one of the only things I saw them do that was slightly different is instead of taking the E-box fight, a lot of teams will do when they spoke off Sandwich and Camera, is they were trying to just post up Yekindar on Olaf and let him kind of shoot over the smoke into the bomb train. And then it was also just, you know, playing confidently. And then they made the big adjustment. You see, Spirit all of a sudden starts getting aggressive in team main to try to slow FURIA down, and they actually do catch Yekindar. But the problem is, FURIA's already a step ahead. They're already thinking about this. They just send 3 out lower ramp, dry, no utility, no telegraphing, no way to respond, and then they just get the trade frags and cut off the rotation. So again, it's FURIA not only capitalizing in the duels, but then making the adjustments to stay in front.
Yeah, Zontic just dies again. Magisk a little bit naive to sort of try even and swing through connector without smoke. The Opera is alive. That's the one thing he's going to be holding. And yeah, it was just problematic. But I think in the second half, it looked like they had an opportunity. And then, you know, against a sort of an eco where MongolZ has a hero up, it completely crumbles. Like the pressure starts to mount a little bit. Donk even gets a kill, and then cue the Benny Hill music because now they're blind. They're shooting at each other. One player is burning. Shiro is burning in Olaf. Chopper kills Donk. And all of a sudden, Magix is like in a 1v2. He's like, what the hell happened? And actually, I think he played it really, really well. He was even aware of KScerato in the end, just couldn't hit the final shot. And this clutch from KScerato put the final nail in the coffin of Spirit on this map.
I love the way Magic slowed the pace down completely. I actually thought that was genius. Like you could see that there was that big match temperament was there. The way he slowed it down was like, I got time, I got a minute on the clock. But for some reason, it was just FURIA's day.
I think the biggest problem is FURIA, everyone on FURIA plays better than their counterpart on Spirit at the moment, right? You can argue that Shiro had a pretty good game. Sure, struggle to find impact. How can you when your teammates are dying in the first 10 seconds of the round left and right? It's just a very difficult scenario. So this is one of those situations where Spirit right now in the locker room, I mean, Halley should be losing his mind right now, right? Like, and they should be losing their minds at each other in the sense of they should get pissed off. Like they just got completely manhandled by FURIA, who sure has pretty good players actually on the team, but they shouldn't be making it work, right? So I think for Spirit, you're going to see them come out and play with a lot more decisiveness, you know, play with a little bit of anger and sort of show why you are one of the top 3 teams in the world.
Okay, boys, let's go. Dump on my fallen fangirl dreams and tell me about how Spirit is going to take Nuke.
Nuke's a tough one because while Train's kind of a wild card map, Nuke is tried and true, and Spirit has a great record. Their only loss on this map are like overtime losses to Mouse Sports, then Vitality and Na'Vi, so they're very, very well poised on this map. I do think that there's a huge mismatch that's going to take place in the yard. That's going to be Donk versus Yekindar. I think Donk, if he can find his form, which I'm not going to let one map kind of scare me away from that, that should be a matchup that he should be able to dominate on both sides of the map because both guys are playing there. But outside of that, I think for Fallen and Co. on the other side to find a way to find victory, keep the same tempo. Let MongolZ keep calling his shots with the op. Keep playing the fast-paced executes. That will find them success on Nuke earlier this tournament against GamerLegion made in Brazil. Just keep that same attitude. They did that on Train. It brought them success. Do it again.
GamerLegion and made in Brazil, though, are very different opponents to Team Spirit, Yanko.
Yeah, and it is a little bit surprising that they picked this map. I guess because there's no tape on FURIA on Dust 2. You don't want to go into the unknown if you're Halley, and probably you see Nuke and you're like, okay, we can match up well against this. I think for Spirit, the key thing is play slow. Try to kill the pace down, right? Because that's where you should have the upper hand. You don't expect a team with FURIA, especially switching to international, having to communicate in English on a map like Nuke, where rotations are crucial. Like, it's probably we're going to be able to find some gaps and exploit them. You cannot play at FURIA's pace. You cannot let this become a sort of a quick back and forth, chaos everywhere sort of rounds, because that suits them. FURIA wants to drag you in that mud, so to speak, and beat you there because they just don't have the team play at the moment, right, to be able to match up against a team like Spirit.
This is it. There is a chance Fallen could be on the stage with Device in the grand finals, and that chance relies on them winning on Nuke. If Spirit takes it back, it's going to be a tough struggle. Harry and Hugo are ready to take us into game. Let's find out if my little girl dreams will come true.
Let's find out if MongolZ's boy dreams will come true. Right up here on this stage in front of his countrymen, a map up already, a shocking win over Spirit, but now we head to Nuke. I mean, this has been a wild semi already, and all of FURIA were outclassing Spirit on that opening map. Now, this is where times could change. I want to talk a little bit about the vibe between the two teams as well during that downtime. Spirit all left. They went back to the locker room. They had the team talk. They had to decompress. There's a lot to go over and probably a lot to clear the air on at the end of train. FURIA stayed in their seats. They've been sat out here soaking it in, waiting for this second map to start.
Loving every second of this, our FURIA, but is that going to change with a T-side on Nuke for Team Spirit? Train maybe underprepared, maybe too early to call. Nuke, as Dust said, reliable, proven. Spirit on a pistol round, get a bomb plant, and that already feels like enough for FURIA. They may have a flash setup here in the heavens, but they're so low, and they've got no kit. In it comes.
Oh, Yuri dead before the flash even goes out.
And it falls short.
And so the hope of a last-second retake surely cooked here. Spirit come out the gate swinging with that top side hit. One kill puts them in the right place. And FURIA go no further.
It's a big bomb. This is where Spirit absolutely should be able to reset if they truly are the championship team that we know they are. I mean, this is your bread and butter. Sure, losing a really awful first map in the way that they were lost it, outclassed all over it, both halves, by seemingly every player. But this is a team of championship level, known and proven, and should have the gumption in them to turn this series around, especially on a map like Nuke, where experience is so important, and FURIA only have 2 maps played with this new roster. Donk is faking outside, but he will pull back to the lobby as Spirit set up for this topside execute, trying to abuse Fallen as the anchor. Fallen even said, I have ideas of what to do in these positions, but when util comes flying, when players are running around the corner, it's a very different situation. Every second counts, every micro movement as an anchor, so important. And right now he only has a pistol.
Oh, Molly spreads out a little, but they power right through it. K Serato, good for one, but he's chewed up in the doorway. And FURIA with 2 players down at lower, they both have to fly up the vents. Right now it's not being held. Don gets picked up for free. That's weird. This is meant to be a really hard part to get back through, but they fly up their vent, they make it happen. Magic's holding on. Chopper peppering from back in the lobby. It comes down to this clutch for Magix. He's got the edge. Knows where Yakindar is. Wider on the angle, but it won't matter. Every reason to win that, but can't stick the landing.
Magic's again shut out in a clutch, and he just looks confused. I don't blame him. How does Yakinda win that round? That was meant to be for Magix. And a final second stick on that bomb. That barely got defused, but it does. And FURIA find their force by like that. 2 up the vent in a 3-on-4. And Donk's frustrations must continue. He's just getting sniped out. Also worth noting, Yakinda wins that round. He immediately drops MongolZ and AWP. You know Spirit are forcing. This is a high-risk play. He's trying to get his new start activated. Spirit are on Tech 9s. They could overwhelm. You don't see AWPs this early in the game for that reason. But FURIA, I mean, this whole team is high risk, high reward. The transfers they made, the role changes, and now the results speaking for itself. MongolZ, his position is important. He goes back to support ramp. Yuri's already here. Spirit will meet them. Oh, there's Dong.
Big pickup. MongolZ in the kill feed, and they'll molly him off. But Yakinda holds on to lower, at least from the secret side. Is he ready for this three-man push out through ramp?
Oh, Donk's angry.
Dealt with straight away. Donk warming up into this semi-final. 2 kills deep on Donk, but still has to go even further if Spirit want to take this one over the line. He's got Shiro left in the round with him. This was the guy who shut FURIA out of clutches all train long.
Esports needs to get down the ramp. He needs to get there quick. Shiro's so low. Box into a corner, hits that crucial headshot. Unbelievable kill that might force a save out of FURIA. Do they really want to risk everything they've got, including the AWP? They go quick into Donk. 3rd kill of the round. Donk has had enough. Shows up to play this semi-final. Better late than never. And he has to run. That bomb is a problem, and it will take Donk down. At least the AWP survives, but Spirit find a round.
Saw the kind of impact that buying that AWP up so early had, right? MongolZ never really in a position to go for that. He was always playing to the extremities, letting his 2, rifling of SMG teammates make the play first before he committed.
And if he had a weaker gun, he probably would have been there to trade out Yakinda, get into that 1v1, then it's very winnable all of a sudden.
But let's see him having that AWP and saving it out of the last round. MongolZ is very much the man to keep an eye on here.
Oh, I love this call.
Fast pop site hit out of Spirit. They know the AWP is the only thing to worry about. They're going to run through Kayserato.
My God.
Will hold the line. Gets out with a lot of damage.
Thought he had a 3rd there. Forced
Push out. Yuri. Even more, and this time MongolZ seems interested in giving it a go. Up in the air. MongolZ, they're closing in. They can't find him.
What the?
How many times is he going to get away with these misses?
Zontix just
Ugly
about.
1v1. MongolZ trying to put style on it with the AWP.
Every time you think, I don't have another shot, I'm not going to get another shot out, Zontix is going to kill me. He runs out of ammo. He's going for a last bullet, 1 tap, gets on the clock. MongolZ pulls pistol. He probably wins that round, but desperate. And now Spirit get that AWP for free. That's what they wanted. 3-1 lead, money control. FURIA flattened. But again, terrifyingly close. Okay, Kayserato, that's unreasonable.
Zontix just got annihilated. And now lobby lost. Spirit slow to a crawl. Kayserato still killing.
This is 1 gun. And he's arming his team. MongolZ goes up the ladder. FURIA don't give a damn right now. They're just running at you. And Spirit can't even stay alive. Standing still, dead every step they take. Yuri's got another, surely locked in. As Shiro in spawn, they want that AWP back. They're going to come and get it. Flash, flick, Shiro getting surrounded. Good call.
Gets the AWP out of there at least. But look at the net closing in on Shiro. They swarm him.
That's a 1 rifle round, right? That's a round that Spirit win. In the second with Donk on a Hero AK getting triple entry, Kayserato goes and does the same thing. For the longest time, Kayserato, a player we said was wasting his time in this team, in this organization. He could aspire to greater things. He didn't want to play on a non-Brazilian lineup. Well, somehow he's gotten the best of both worlds, staying inside of Brazil with a core, with Fallen, while still having an international flair. And my God, does this new FURIA have a flair.
And it feels like, for FURIA, all playoffs long, you felt the confidence from this team. Hell, it started back in the groups. And, like this Brazilian style, always one that's been about sudden pace changes, not being afraid to take risks.
Unorthodox.
And so seeing that, flair alongside this sudden increase of confidence is a beautiful thing indeed. for fans of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And the two pieces they have seem to complement that style very well. No doubt that Yakindar also prone to taking risks. Now this one out in the yard, it started off strong for FURIA, but now we get into this 2-on-3 with Chopper let off the leash down in lower, bomb on his back. He should have a plant here.
Hey, he's realized the opportunity. FURIA are fighting with a lot of players outside there, all the players in fact, so Chopper just speeds up, down Secret, gets the plant, but he still needs his kill against Fallen, who's been holding his own on this rifle. Another kill for Fallen, and that's going to be the defuse. There's nothing Magix can do about it. FURIA onto a third. And Magic's holding for a player that doesn't even exist. Very fluid rotation there for FURIA.
And that's FURIA winning out the early game on Nuke, right? We've had these force by wars back and forth. Hero gun round out of K-Serato to kind of level the playing field.
They lose that MongolZ Zontix 1v1, giving Spirit an AWP. And they still come out 3-3 with money favor. MongolZ there, another head-to-head over Donk. Donk has said it himself, he hates AWPers. Remove the gun from the game, he said. And MongolZ, an unorthodox position, picks him before those smokes bloom. Spirit, give him yet another gun. And ask of him, give us a round.
This read is insane. They've just full abandoned the top site and lent very heavy over towards ramp. And sure, now they've kind of reconsidered a little bit, fallen back up into the heavens, but still, AWP will find itself in the right place. Yuri already down at that B site. Spirit look like they want to test the ramp control.
Yeah.
MongolZ combat AWPing, though, will be tricky here.
He needs to not get over eager in this position. A shot, jump over the railing, go down B, because these are Tech 9s that will run you down. Talk about eager, talk about keen. MongolZ forcing the issue. And they abandon ship. They go back to A. Is this A or is this Vent? Spirit side by side into the site.
Blowing open the main smoke. Good timing for K-Serato to catch them crossing in. But Fallen and him will get overwhelmed. Donk on a hero gun of his own. It was K-Serato with heroics for FURIA. Let's see if Donk can match him. He's already put Spirit in a fantastic position here.
Took some span damage, got out. He doesn't want to take that risk. He wants this in his own hands. Not again.
Sure, you don't get up the vent again in another one of these retakes. Yuri plays his hand very, very late. They do have a kit on Yuri. He's going to catch one for free. Both players in the site are accounted for. Yuri with the tap!
No.
Oh my God! Shiro needs to deny another one of these clutches, and Yuri closing the net.
Wait!
Time is real close, and he doesn't have it. Once more, Shiro is the safety net.
These rounds are coming down so close. Yuri dies to the bomb. FURIA save nothing. But winning these forces still gives them money, still gives them a chance to compete with this early skirmish. Back and forth we go. Spirit in the chaos, that's where I expect them to succeed. But FURIA are bringing a pretty rampant game their way.
Interesting to see how vocal MongolZ was being. He still has that AWP to work with in this next round. You know this is a guy who likes to call his shots. And so what's his kind of grand idea to open up with on this AWP? A turning point in this game now as Spirit continue those force by wars, that pressure never getting removed. MongolZ takes the AWP out into the yard. Feels like it might be unexpected, but leaving it to a timing shot. They've lost the element of surprise on this AWP.
I think if you're Spirit, the one thing you're saying is, hey, he's always going to have an AWP.
Look how confident he is.
He could have died there. He just keeps finding a way to get an AWP. FURIA makes sure it happens round after round. The Spirit always have to expect this at this point. Looks like we have a more standard approach here. Smokes go outside, but there's players on T-roof lining up util. So the option to execute in this upper site seems to be Spirit's design. Fallen 5-7 again. Weaker weapon. K-Serato hut roof. And 2B, a gamble. with MongolZ AWPing ramp. I mean, looking at the map now, you'd say 100% Spirit win this round. FURIA going to save. Maybe they're going to get a couple of kills, but they should have no business being in this one.
Instant death for the two top side players. The swarm of Spirit overwhelm the top site. Ooh.
No guarantees. Donk really dropped. Yeah, he's coming for this kill. Very trapped. As Donk figured that out, he looks very aware right now. Donk on the warpath. And Spirit, 2 smokes outside forces a heavy rotation from FURIA. They bait the reaction, they execute that top side. We're seeing Spirit's comfortability on Nuke start to show through. FURIA not going to be able to catch them off guard with a fresh map. And in the couple of games that Spirit have seen FURIA play on Nuke, they've clearly found the weaknesses they want to exploit. It looks like Fallen on this top side. It didn't pick Dust for a reason, despite being 22-3 on it in the last 6 months. Spirit. This is where they should start to take a real lead. FURIA broken. Just this AWP for MongolZ does confirm the outside smokes are a fake. Doesn't even hang around either. He knows if he wants to win this one, he has to be in the right position to perform. Resorting to ramp, but this is again the same round. Spirit on an upper exec. FURIA have everyone here, but it's 4 pistols. Again, seemingly no chance to hold this site.
Yeah, Spirit think they found their edge, just abusing these top site hits. Only on these vanilla pistols, getting away with a fair chunk of damage, but nothing to get too excited about here for FURIA. This was supposed to be the freebie for Team Spirit.
And it is. That molly's looking a bit scary though. I mean, it's meant to burn close hut to get rid of a player up close, but Spirit, it's also burning them on the entry. Almost cooks magics. Doesn't matter too much. Yukinda trying to make them die with a bomb, going very late here. Or maybe trying to get an upgrade here. He will die with no Kevlar, and Shiro has cover. So maybe back to business here for Spirit. 6 rounds on this T side.
I mean, the nature of this game does change a lot if Don gets switched back online. He just had one of his worst games ever in that last map. Bullied by early util, getting team killed down the end. Just felt like it could never get going. FURIA made life very, very hard for him. But I agree with your assessment. It feels like it's pissed him off. It feels like he's coming in with a point to prove here on Nuke. And so for FURIA, the bar has raised even higher for the heights that they're going to have to hit to quell this Spirit squad, who have started picking up steam. Now 6 rounds on this T side, last 3 in a row. A lot of that coming off the back of these early 4 spy wars, back and forth, breaking the money. Here's the reinvestment for the FURIA squad.
Boost on the ramp, but Spirit looking to up the pace. Again, looking for this A side. They are relentless, and they go instantly. Dom gets his entry on the main drop, and that's how the round ends in seconds, 130. And FURIA, the save call already uttered. They're going to try and poke around, see if Spirit overplay their hand, but even Chopper tucks him back behind main, not willing to give this round away. The bomb is a bit of a problem, but they'll chuck it over. And Spirit assured that this is a 7th.
I mean, the message to FURIA is pretty clear right now from Spirit, and that is we do not respect your top site hold. We do not think it's good enough. They keep running it back until FURIA can figure out a way to solve that.
Spirit are that kind of team, right? They're not going to overthink this one until presented with a problem. They know their solution. 4 A hits in a row.
And you know, even for FURIA, I don't think it's as simple as just more manpower is the solution, right? It's probably how it's feeling right now, but whenever you give to one part of the map, you take from another. MongolZ, very rotate heavy on the AWP, likes to be mobile, so he might seem like the obvious choice to bring over, but you know, then he kind of loses his signature thing, which is this great mobility, picking and choosing where he starts the round on a feeling. And you might end up playing right into Chopper's hands. This might all be part of a bigger picture, right? This is conditioning you to worry about those A-site hits. And maybe the time that you do is when Chopper calls for a change.
MongolZ starts here, goes straight to the hut with the orb. Pretty audacious play, but feeling like he has to be the difference maker. Spirit do make a change, they start outside. Donk moving behind the smokes. Can make it to secret. Awaiting nades that aren't coming from FURIA. They don't test or challenge this outside util, and it's a second wave, a second layer. Back garage player doesn't stop Donk. He does get a tag, but Donk is inside that smoke. He paths through, round the world, and back again. Yakinda trapped back garage, needs support, but he's on his own, fighting tooth and nail. Through the smoke comes Kazakhstan, and Donk is still challenging, still pushing forward, but he's lost the bomb in the process.
Donk has done all he can to carve a path out in this round, and he's done it all low HP, right? Taking this space away, winning that second fight. Look at these types of moves that MongolZ makes.
Audacious.
All the way through lobby, taking T-Roof, clearing out the spawn, but this is going to leave him away from the bomb. Now so retrieved late. Out in the yard. Kazakhstan, one bullet would get rid of Donk, and it lands. 2 kills from him to try and make this feel doable. Zontix is going to overwhelm Kazakhstan. And so in this 1v1, MongolZ on the aggressive reroute, so unexpected. A decision that could have left him far and away, but he gets back just in time. And that brief hiatus around from FURIA make you forget just how much this place loves MongolZ.
Yeah, after 3 saves in a row, he really wanted to get involved, to actually get a chance to play around. He is the winner of it in that 1v1. And so FURIA trying to land on their feet right at the end of this CT side as Spirit have picked up steam, picked up pace, and recovered well from what was a dismal train. Now it's FURIA tied to the tracks. Asked to one-up this on the T side as a new team. A very difficult venture.
FURIA are happy they squeak out that round, but it's still far from recovery. 5 rounds on the half, though. A bit of a breakaway back in at the end. That would feel like you found your way back in after a very lengthy economy battle to open up this second map.
Kinder's most aggressive start outside as well. He's been pretty passive on this CT half for his sake. Donk with a jiggle out wide. Catches Yakinda ADing.
And what you're going to learn, Yakinda, is when you meet Donk out in the yard, you have to hit that first bullet.
Yeah. And
you don't get time to get a spray off like that.
Donk hard to hit. He'll make it down secret this time. FURIA, despite all of the woes on this A site, they really want to flush him out. They put a lot of resources down the vent leaving A entirely to Fallen. This is a risky move if it gets spotted. The Spirit can just jump the gun into this A site. Donk is only a fake right now, lurking on the extremity. Spirit are going into Fallen, and FURIA will not realize. Back to what works. An impossible hold.
Yeah, Fallen needs a multi-kill. He's struggled getting away with more than one. Kazakhstan tries to lend some intrigue, but dead as he flies up through the vent in a desperate play. MongolZ is close by in the hut and left to the extremities in a lot of these rounds, left saving. Finally, the chance to play him, but a 1v4, odds overwhelmingly against him. Spirit charge him down. And a successful T-side venture as Spirit look to recover in this semi-final.
Yeah, they break FURIA over their knee, right? They reset that economy 3 different times. They hunt kills, they execute A, forcing FURIA to save. As a pretty relentlessly called T-side for Chopper, with 6 of the 8 rounds coming down to saves for FURIA.
And a simple solution to the complex problems that FURIA had been causing in this semi-final. They target Fallen's bomb site hard, with no faith in the hold between him and Kazakhstan. That quickly became a problem for FURIA, one that they were unable to rectify throughout that first half. Spirit found their weak point, and it's left them with a lot of breathing room.
What's Fallen got for a pistol? Util spread across the team. Donk, he's heard something all right. Top main position taken. FURIA drop in. They deny Donk immediately. Yuri with a lot of room. 5 on 4, feeling good right now for FURIA.
I mean, one thing FURIA will appreciate here, they get to set the pace, they get to set the conditions on these fights. Yuri very aware of that, and a wild way to go and hunt Zontix down over in lockers. Oh no, Shiro!
Maybe no.
Played the trigger discipline, wanted to milk that for all it was worth, but ends up with nothing. Dominant pistol from FURIA leveled against Team Spirit.
They are fearless. They know exactly where Donk's playing, and they still face him head on in that pistol, just trying to get him out of the round as quick as possible. So you must admire it for FURIA, but we still need to see some serious depth on this T side, akin to Train, if they're going to win this in 2. Pistol or not, Spirit are favored, are forcing, are confident. 3 kills from Yuri is a welcome entrance into the second half. Didn't really get to play CT side on ramp. Spirit barely came at him. Deagle for Donk. Well, it's not Katowice. Ikinda, luck on his side, but for how long? Checks Chopper. What a clear. FURIA have secret control. They want to bring the bomb. Well, they fight outside. Locker smoke, main smoke, dropping in again. Clear game plan of taking this control towards Hell. Donk, some missed shots. Skew whiff. Needs something here, or this round will peter out. Kazakhstan under the smoke, and FURIA a breath of fresh air, a sigh of relief.
Yeah, getting to play to their strengths, pack rolling here. Good grouping on the 2 long-standing FURIA members.
And I got to say, you know, that first map, it was crazy. It was out of nowhere. It was awesome for FURIA to watch them come through and have so many new ideas, so many ways to catch Spirit off guard, to humble Donk. But if they were actually going to win this series on a T-sided nuke, down 8-4 at the half, that would be a real statement. We don't have the same caveat of Donk coming in really cold. He's playing well right now. Okay, the Eagle shots missed, but he had a good T-side. This would be an unbelievable win for FURIA. Just saying that before it happens, whether or not it does. It would really galvanize this change. Or changes that FURIA have mustered. AK gets out of here. Don't know, Fallen's checking this one. Never seen a save here. Oh, I like that for Zontics. Cheeky. Keeps the pressure on FURIA's economy early in this half, but Spirit are still on eco. And Zontics gives Donk that AK immediately.
Might not feel like much for Spirit, but this was exactly how they broke back in that first half, right? After being kind of technically reset, they get out of the round with one gun. They entrust it to Donk. He goes on a tear, brings them back in. And that was what saw Spirit, you know, really change their fortunes in that first half. CT side, it's going to be harder to replicate.
Oh, down the vent and not quite about it. Kazakhstan now cutting off a key rotation point here for Team Spirit, and Chopper calls his bluff. You won't hold this. You made so much noise. You're not going to hold this at all. He's snuck down. He's behind the bomb. He's seen it on the map. He can call his team in from ramp. They're all here.
AK in the right place.
Bomb loose.
Donk puts it to work. Ball rolling now. And there's the help. Once more, a hero gun in the hands of Donk, combined with the quick thinking of Chopper in this one. Look to stem the bleeding for Team Spirit. Yuri in a rough spot, so many angles open here, and Chopper will find him.
That's such a sick read for Chopper. That only works against good opponents, right? That wouldn't work against noobs, right? It's Kazakhstan realizing I made so much noise that they'll never drop down the vent. It wouldn't make sense. I'm obviously holding it. That's why he doesn't hold it. That's why Chopper reads it. What a mind game for Chopper. Gets so much info, puts Donk in the right position, and Donk performs to find that force buy win for Spirit. And just as you say it, how they stormed away on this T side may be the same in the second half.
And I mean, it's all helped out so much by this, and you'll never hear this phrase, this progression to the mean, right? Donk actually leveling up here, giving us a very rough around the edges, quiet first map, getting bullied by FURIA. One of his worst games ever at big events. Well, now giving us the Donk you know and love. A difference maker when it really matters for Team Spirit. Yeah. And similarly to that first half when he broke through with his hero gun, look at what it's done to the FURIA bank accounts. This is going to cost them some much needed momentum in this second half.
Yeah, they don't go for the force, they just take the L. Oh my god, Donk gets glocked. Chopper makes the money. And it rains FURIA.
Oh, hang on, Yuri's retrieved that gun. You think Chopper's done enough here with that 3K?
Surely.
And really, he should have done.
Kazakhstan's going lobby with the Glock and the bomb.
But Yuri's being lent time to work. 16 kills deep in this game right now is Yuri. And looking for a way back in. Is he ready for Zontics? This is a very deep angle from the ramp side. He's holding for this exact move.
Yeah.
And Yuri's had his number a couple of times, but I think this is one finally where, yeah, as he tries to react off of Kazakhstan, Zontics, a safe pair of hands in that position.
Doesn't overstep. Very important for Zontics. After Donk gets glocked, Spirit still shut it out with ease. I like the Fury took that eco instead of just buying down and trying to battle with these faster rounds. It means they have faith in what they've got on this T side. I don't know how you top Spirit's T side, those brutal A executes. Oh no, Fallen forgot to buy armor. Fallen forgot to buy armor. He's got a lot to do right now. And so a bit of a mistake. Okay, he realized, swapped off for the Galil. Full wall outside. Fallen's got the bomb as well.
And I think that probably speaks to how much Fallen's got going on to try and micromanage, to try and take onus of in this round. It's an uncharacteristic error from a veteran of the game. But right now, you're trying to plug holes, so many of them, in fact, forgetting some of the basics. MongolZ has opened this round up, though. Donk gonna find himself in the right place, and isn't even a requirement. Zontix owns the ramp.
And they can speed up, but look at Zontic's realization. If they're hitting ramp like that, they're going behind these secret smokes. They're going into B. Zontix entrenches himself in the site with Donk covering from above. FURIA, this is a near impossible site to break into. They get a trade on Donk. It's a great shot, but Zontix is on for 4 kills in this round. And Yakinda's on the clock, drops in, gets that kill, but a 1v2 still to embark upon.
And right now they're kind of baiting him, right? They're taking a lot of attention over towards his single door, and that's lent time to Shiro, who drives the knife in. Shiro flexing in this semi-final, showing us a more confident, more influential Shiro. A change that Spirit won't just need here in Astana, but even looking further forward to that major. This is a Shiro you want to see.
We have got your number, say Team Spirit. And FURIA fall flat on their face in this T side. That force. And nothing since. Can FURIA break in? That's an entry. Hell of a shot. Gun gifted.
These hero gun rounds have been anything but a safe bet
for either team.
Crazy influential in this game so far. Yuri looking to have his time being the one with a swing round.
He's had a fantastic map, but he can't do it alone. And he's not surrounded by much. Glock on Fallen, spam, won't connect. Spirit have to muster up a retake. They have all the weaponry, all the utility they could possibly need.
It's a test of the crossfires, test of the synergy of a new look international FURIA squad. Donk won't be able to open, can't get a beat on Kazakhstan. Yuri takes it one step further. Spirit, they thought they had this one in the bag. Yuri and Kazakhstan, that Brazilian tag team, have made them have second guesses. And Spirit have to give this one up. They have to concede. It's only Chopper left standing. Huge round from Yuri.
Yeah, throws a strat book out the window, rushes the ramp smoke, and finds 3 kills in the process.
That's given FURIA such a lifeline. A chance at a second wind here on their T side. Still a ways from really, pushing Spirit to the limit, but that could happen in these rounds coming up. You're gonna get the MongolZ orb. You're gonna have that now before Nuke comes to a close. Bit of extra cash, bit of extra staying power. Spirit come back through with the buy, but they put almost all their money into this round, and so this kind of is the turning point of Nuke. If Spirit pick this up, they are on track to a third map. They're looking for that recovery. If FURIA win it, then the comeback is on and the gap is closing. This next round is for everything.
FURIA's biggest test yet. Felt like this match was already it. They took down a bunch of Brazilian teams, an 0-3 GamerLegion. This is a different beast. Team Spirit, undeniable title contenders, a map down, fighting for their lives and fighting well. FURIA, breathe easy.
Spirit are really ready for a yard fight. Yeah. They've got Shiro down in secret, Zontic's back of Garage, who Shaw is known about, but still has supported Donk out here in the yard.
Donk has multiple HEs to break these smokes as well. He won't get to use them. Yuri is his counter. They go clearing. They like what they find. 5v3 for FURIA. The floor is theirs. Dancing their way to hell.
In such an important round, you walk into what is essentially kind of a three-man play for Spirit out in the yard. You get out unscathed. That is huge for FURIA.
In a round that Spirit makes such a gamble, they leave ramp open entirely.
Job's not done yet. As they focus in over towards the top site, Chopper holds on to the lobby. Magic still, as a result of that, has this freedom to look into the heavens.
But even FURIA are aware they haven't got lobby control. Shiro's getting pressured down B, but they're never ending here. Yakinda can come up the vent if he wants. Avoid that AWP at all costs. Flashback sight. Magic sees him coming. Players on different levels, and he's peaked at the same time. Chopper cut down, and Shiro has got to save as FURIA look for a flawless round. Oh my. They make it look easy.
And, you know, for a team that have kind of been carried through on bravado, on this crazy confidence, that's a Fallen slowdown if ever you've seen one, right? He knows the importance of that round. The last thing you want is a back-breaking 5v3 scenario to get out of whack, so he kind of waits till they have better information to go off of. He lends a bit of time to their extremity player down at B. They spot the AWP, they focus in, they wait till they can play off of each other between heaven and main. It's a very composed round. And a turning point for FURIA as this game continues to close up. Now they're the ones in control of the money. They're the ones forcing Spirit onto these awkward partial investments. Kazakhstan spams and wins. Yuri watching for the ramp aggro, will get overran. MongolZ doesn't want to fall here, but you know this guy is stubborn about the lines he holds. He refuses to give it up, and he's actually cleared ramp a little deeper. Fallen. Oh no! A misstep from the captain. Kazakhstan still trying to find that bomb. Oh, Fallen had it on his back as he went out through the door.
I mean, your smoke's your best bet, but he doesn't want to put it down to risk. Yakinda misses that timing. It's only a pistol. Don can't punish. They give up the bomb. FURIA don't know that. Yakinda's coming in to backstab. It's still weaker weaponry, and with Spirit putting distance between themselves and FURIA, that only benefits this FURIA T side. Can they find that bomb? Can they pick this back up? Shiro's moving in on a flank. Magic's behind a Molotov, and this backstab might be everything. FURIA turn on a dime. 3-on-2. They recover the round. They recover the bomb.
Still in with the chance, right? Spirit have excelled, exceeded expectations in this round, but MongolZ cuts them out of it. And I think in a lot of scenarios, you would be worried. You'd be thinking, how did that get so close? But for FURIA, I'm worried that one makes them think they can win anything. Turning around a chaotic moment like that, bomb control lost, 3v5 to keep this comeback on rails for the FURIA T side. Here's their second big test, one that if they overcome, they tie this game up. They break Spirit's money one more time. And suddenly FURIA are right there in a photo finish between them and Team Spirit. This one's too close to call.
Already burned so much util. Fear of this fast round for FURIA. There's no kit for a retake. Smokes will go a long way. We'll make sure everything's in order. This is a fake right now. They are going towards the ramp. Can they draw a lot of attention is the goal of this execute. Yakinda strutting outside behind the smokes. Zontix, last time challenged, he got his double. Yakinda's shut down by Donk through the smoke, and Zontix blocks the play. He can call for support. Shiro is here at the right time. Furia's plan gets stalled out.
Nades are punishing, nades are brutal. And into the double stack they will go. Shiro, good for the first. Zontix hangs around to fight this, so Yuri's escape is not guaranteed. And Spirit know that Furia haven't played out into ramp. He'll catch Yuri on the fallback. Fallen dead. MongolZ 1v4. It's not gonna happen. Spirit with a backbreaker of a round.
Donk finally stops this outside for Furia. Break on the smoke, killing Yakinda where he stands. And everything slots into place. Great ramp holds for Zontix in these last couple of attempts for Furia. It's been putting up the barriers for Furia. That buy is a gutter ball. And a gut punch. 3 chances for Spirit to shut this out, take us to a third in the series. Take us to Mirage, Donk's playground. Team Spirit so close to victory, they can almost taste it.
Five kills to take us to Mirage. 5 kills for that shot of redemption. Spirit have tightened up here on Nuke. There's no denying it. And so Furia try and deal them a fast topside hit. That's what Spirit were doing all first half long. And they know how to repel it. They've got a Donk. Swinging wide through the main smoke. He locks Furia out of this. And they can feel it coming unraveled. All of Furia looking on as Yuri is tasked with the impossible. Questions around Spirit coming into this series, coming into this event, the favorite to make those finals. Some uncharacteristically close games across their run through the groups, taken further than you would like in playoffs. But looking to recover and make this a 3-map semi after all. 1 kill is all that separates them from that goal. And again, it's Shiro to deliver it. Spirit are here to play. This semi-final just got real interesting. And it all ends on a classic map. One that's for Brazilian Counter-Strike has been up there, where Donk made a name for himself. The score is settled on Mirage.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Do you know what's really rad about being here in the arena is that the Russian desk is right next to us and I get to watch them sometimes. So I want to steal some of the ideas I've seen there. Dust, one of their analysts, wears really cool shades. Would you be willing to put shades on the desk?
I mean, as long as they're my prescription, I can see. Yeah, I guess we could do that.
Fine, if you have to be difficult. Yanko, they do TikTok dances as well, one of their analysts. Would you be willing to do TikTok?
Absolutely not.
Thank you for ruining my dreams.
I will wear funny glasses, though.
You'll wear funny glasses. Okay,
There's
Dustin.
nothing to look at anyway, so, you know, it's fine.
Wow. Nothing to look at, but we did look at that game, and for a moment...
Well, yeah, when the game is going on, there's something to look at, but not when you
you're
know,
on the
we're
days.
live. Yeah, you know, what is there to see? I already know everything that happened.
Yanko's taking the glasses. Dust will be doing TikTok dances in our next desk segment. Sorry about that. He is the senior in the group, so he takes priority. Let's talk about what we just saw, though, because there was a chance. There was a moment where FURIA fans and the whole of Brazil was rejoicing for a grand final, and then Spirit said, hold on, we're going to make you figure that out on Mirage.
Indeed, they did. I mean, a very scrappy game to begin with, for honest. The first 6 rounds were very back and forth. No one could really get their economy going. But I think the big thing that Spirit did to jump out in front was just successfully defend, or successfully attack the upper bomb suit, rather. I mean, this is a new role for Fallen, having to anchor this upper site. I feel like they really tried to expose as much as they could in the middle of the half.
First of all, Donk arrived. That's the most important thing. In some of those early rounds, right, when the economy was going back and forth and he was having the hero AK, he was able to win rounds of his own right. And Shiro, in this round, also just doing a great job of staying alive, clutching out. He was able to find impact again. And I think that was the big difference. I think also what was true on Nuke will remain true on Mirage. Like, Fallen is going to be targeted, and they're going to have to figure out a way to win some rounds there, you know, and I think also they had their opportunities on the CT side in some of those low-buy rounds for Spirit, but FURIA just couldn't convert, you know, like what we saw from K-Serato and some of the other guys on map 1 or MongolZ, basically everyone just being able to close out. You see when every round doesn't go your way, how different the game becomes. You
did mention this when we were looking after Train. You mentioned the attitude in Spirit, where sometimes if they're not having a good run, the whole team kind of just seems to struggle to get back on form. Is that a problem, though? Because, yes, Donk arrived now, but if he hadn't, the rest of Spirit has to be able to pick up the pieces, surely, in times like that.
Yeah, it's a very good case, but luckily for them, they didn't have to really worry about that. Again, I think that their upper attacks was a great counter against the defense that FURIA had. I also think that one of the key matches we talked about that was going to be a problem was the Ikendar versus Donk outside on both sides, and Donk clearly dominated that matchup as well, particularly down the stretch on their T side with plenty of multi-frag rounds really helping them, you know, clear things out. So it was just a matter of, you know, the Dragon finally waking up on Spirit. You know, they were slumbering around on Train, looking very much not themselves, but here they look much more like the team we're attuned to seeing.
I think there was definitely some anti-strat, but I think it was also just the economy was the problem for FURIA. Sure. You know, like, how are you going to hold upper if you have 5-7s or you don't have your utility, right, to block them or to stop them early on, right? Like, it just becomes very difficult, and Spirit was doing a great job of sort of mixing it up just a little bit, but ending more or less the same, and FURIA didn't have an answer for it.
In that first half, I mean, we've spoken a lot about this duo. We have to speak about them again. The Donk and Shiro pairing. Yanko brought them up right at the start of this desk. They just, when they are working in synergy and doing what they need to do, which is killing other people, it's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it's a very symbiotic relationship, right? Because Donk does all the aggression, all the opening, and Shiro does all the closing, right? And he's incredibly good in those situations, and when he can be put in those scenarios is where you will get the most out of him.
We had a chance to see that, though. I think it was round 3 and 7 where you actually saw these two working really well together.
Yeah, and I think it was the 2 key rounds early on, right? We had the whole force buy back and forth. FURIA wins the pistol, or Spirit wins the pistol, loses the second round. Then we go into round 3. Donk gets that AK. right? They're sort of simulating outside pressure when they're actually like going down. Donk is going to find 3 kills in this round, 2 openings and that one. Shiro closes it out, and then in this one it was an A pop, again in a low buy. Donk found a couple of kills with the AK, and then it was Shiro at the very end, right, with the Tech 9, finding a few kills, but mostly just playing for the round, staying alive, winning yet another clutch, and it was these 2 rounds that really propelled Spirit into a strong first half.
Is that something that you need to think about if you're a team going up against Spirit, about how you are going to shut down this duo? Is that something that you should be prepping for? Can you even prep for that?
It's really tough because, like, you never know when Donk's going to come flying at you, right? Like, obviously, you kind of know what his default positions are going to be, but once Spirit wants to call a change of pace play or something along those lines, and he's going to be the guy that can either lead the charge or be the big trader. It's like, yeah, knowing's kind of half the battle at that point, as we just saw a series of 4 rounds in a row, kind of building off the back of the round that Yanko showed you, where they just keep hitting this upper bomb site. Magic's a guy who can do some entry work in his own right, was actually paving the way forward a couple times as well. So it's just the combination of a limited economy and just a barrage of upper executes that FURIA could not handle is just, you know, led to their demise in the first half.
Don't really focus on them too much, and especially a team like FURIA. You don't have the luxury to think about how am I going to shut down Donk, because you don't have the protocols just, you know, to stop, I mean, anything, in the sense of you could see what happens when they just target the upper bomb site, and it's just tough for you to play against a team that's as good as it's been together for as long as Spirit. Someone like Vitality has the luxury to, you know, sort of target Donk with some things because they have the basics covered, they have the fundamentals covered in their game, right? For FURIA, that's a lot more difficult because, you know, you're missing that's like the 5th step. You need to get to that point where you can start to sort of have little things just focused on one guy.
And putting the wagon before the horse, I think, is the
saying.
saying.
Exactly.
It's like a Richard Lewis saying. Old men use that all the time. Let's talk now about a round that I would argue was pivotal in this case, where Chopper just got an early read and he was able to sort of send Donk around. We can walk through it again. I do think that we have it. And Yanko, maybe you can explain to us exactly what we're looking at.
This is actually a round I picked out here where Caserado tries to get quick down the vents, and Chopper immediately follows him down with the P250. And he's also able to call the rotation from everyone. He gets the perfect read. He's even going to spot another player here, so he knows it's a full lower commit. He just kind of slinks back, stays alive at decon, calls the rotation. This is a round where they were low buy. Donk's on a hero AK, and he's able to deliver with Chopper. So not only do they win this round, which puts it 9-6, then FURIA have to save. That's all of a sudden put him at double digits, creating a nice gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the round before this, it's a 5v2 for FURIA, right? And they're just so careful and so slow, you know, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and all of that. Oh, there's a nice little AK there for Magix that Zontix then ends up with and drops to Donk, and he gets, you know, a multi-kill with it. So the butterfly effect really on display there. And yeah, you can see that FURIA actually, it's going to be easier for them on the T side. You know, because they can at least dictate where the fights are going to happen. They can play off of each other. Their players are actually doing pretty well. It's sort of when they need to react to what Spirit is doing where they run into trouble, right? We talked about how communication is going to be not incredible for them, how the team play is still not there. They haven't been together for long, and you really see that starting to show when they're on the CT side.
Let's be fair, here at PGL Astana, and we said this at the start of this game, FURIA hasn't really played the hardest opposition. This is the first time we've had a chance to see this international lineup against what is one of the best teams in the world. We've now seen them on 2 maps. What do we think of FURIA in this new roster?
I just think you're seeing the limitations of a limited amount of time together and with the diverse things that they have going for them. I mean, I think that they are kind of forced to play a little bit more one note, just a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more structured set pieces. I think when you stick them in, you know, slower mid-round situations, when you're in tense moments or in key 3-on-3s and you're trying to communicate just exactly how you want to work things out, that's the moments where Spirit are going to thrive because they just have a more diverse way of playing. They have more chemistry, and they just have been through the reps of the team play in those moments a lot more. And so it just kind of forces FURIA to have a very particular game plan. It really has to rely on that.
I've been really impressed with them. You know, they're hanging in there with Spirit, who's one of the best teams in the world and the favorite to win the whole thing. You know, it comes down to one map. That's all it takes, right? And FURIA is going to get to start on the T side. So it's going to have to be more like Train, where they're playing from ahead, where their guys are finding the key kills, when they get a couple of clutches going their way. And listen, if you're talking about inexperienced rookie players, I mean, Mirage is probably, especially for a CIS player, that's where they've had the most experience of any sort of competition. It's what they play the whole damn day. So that's where you're hoping for sort of the X factor to come in and maybe, just maybe, give give you a miracle.
Before we talk about Mirage, I just need to point out, Fallen is going to be 34 in a couple of weeks' time. I mean, this man was heading for retirement. He looks revitalized. I know it's only 2 maps, but damn, I'm suddenly very excited about Brazilian Counter-Strike all over again. FURIA for the first time.
All it took was for them to dump a couple of Brazilian players from the roster and go international.
Exactly, Yanko. It's like you've been saying that forever. Let's talk about Mirage now, though, because this is the deciding factor as to who makes it through to the grand finals. Team Spirit on one side, FURIA on the other. Yanko had some choice words about Mirage at the start when we saw the veto. Before we get to that, though, Dust, I'd love you to weigh in. How do you think this is going to play out?
Well, so far, you know, FURIA hasn't shown us much on Mirage. It kind of got blasted by MongolZ and GamerLegion, the games they've played on it so far, and they do feel like they're just very A-heavy, whether that's just straight up A-set pieces out of spawn or whether it's heavy mid into connector and just trying to split the A-bomb site. And so I think we're going to need to see them kind of expand that a little bit. You know, try to pick on Magic's at B-bomb site if you can. Try to just throw in some different executes that we haven't seen before, because right now I don't think, you know, there's much for Spirit to worry about. They just have such a well spread out defense. They're very good on Mirage, and what I've seen from FURIA so far just seems, you know, a little too one note to be able to handle a team like this.
I mean, it revolves a lot around Donk and just his aggression in mid and constantly being able to find either openings or multi-kills or whatnot. And this was actually one of the maps where Shiro was more predictable and more passive at times, and that where he's tried to switch it up lately. So I think that could have a lot of impact for the side of Team Spirit if he's able on those aggressive plays to find some openings and to disrupt FURIA.
Yeah, I agree with Yanko 100%. This is a map where I've seen Shiro be willing to get down and dirty inside Akon, fight past utility and still go for picks, or take very aggressive forward lines on B apartments and just be a very dynamic, aggressive opper. That's going to be a constant thorn in FURIA's T side where they don't have that much experience. Meanwhile, Spirit are just a much more diverse team on the attack. They have a lot of different things they can go to and a lot of different weapons they can utilize at all stages of the round to be successful.
So Yanko always likes to tell me that there is always a chance, but if we're realists, Spirit, the protocols, the fundamentals, they are more than likely going to win this one. I can't see a world where Fallen is suddenly able to get these boys together to do it.
Yeah, but where's the fun in being a realist? You know, the real world sucks. I think it's much better to dream about, you know, FURIA being able to roll back the years with Yuri and K. Serato, the fangs of FURIA looking sharp again, right? MongolZ in his first outing, this mercurial young player, Yakindar, all of a sudden, he got, you know, hypnotized into thinking he's on VP again, and James is IGL, and Fallen, he's there. He can come up with something, I'm sure.
What universe are we in where Yanko on the desk is the most positive? What has happened? I need to know what you were drinking earlier so we can all have a sip of that. There we go. Out of all the people in Counter-Strike to start hyping you up about this FURIA lineup, it is Yanko. There's always a chance. That's what he likes to say. Maybe FURIA has a chance. But I was going to actually let Harry and Hugo take that over, but apparently everyone has loved Yanko's positivity so much. Why don't you give us a resounding speech like that about Team Spirits?
Me? Yeah, I think, well, for Team Spirit, look at Dong. Look at that Dong. Guy. That's not a happy person, right? He's so mad that he dropped a map in this tournament. He's going to come back with a vengeance. He only started going just a little bit to nuke. This is where he's going to unleash fully. He's going to have such a game that even Zontix might crack a smile.
Oh, wow.
I think, yeah, you'll see Shiro going to show his other side, aggression. He's going to put MongolZ in his pocket and remind everyone why he's one of the best toppers in the world.
The most unrealistic thing that Yanko has said this entire time was that Zontix would smile. I just want to put that one out there.
This is my favorite timeline of. This is my favorite Yanko. I'm so glad we got this. Harry, Hugo, let's get into game.
Spirit have undoubtedly re-emerged as a big threat in this series. Donk coming back to life on Nuke. And now for FURIA, it is hard. If you look at the numbers, you look at the data here, there isn't a lot of a case that can be made for this FURIA squad. It's going to come down to on-the-fly problem solving for Fallen. It's going to come down to MongolZ not crumbling, being elevated in the pressure of this semi-final. You got to see just how far they can take it. They weren't the favorites. They weren't supposed to put up this much of a fight. Let's see what FURIA can do on a Mirage that has felt anything but homely.
Yeah, they've had troubles on this T side. Just a couple of games played, and FURIA have not stuck their landing. Spirit, this is their playground. Boost into the apartments in this pistol. I'm expecting a confident lead here from Spirit in this CT side. Magic spots the rush. Donk is in position. We've got a B stack. Spirit have read it well.
Donk in the kill feed. The stack now known about. And Donk still going. 2 kills deep in the pistol. He'll round it out with the hat trick. Leaving an impression early on to open up Mirage.
Yeah, I just saw the most emotion from Donk after that round that I have all series. He was a shell in the first. He got resuscitated CPR for the second. And he is not about to lose this series without having his say. Team Spirit event favorites, Na'Vi already removed. This one is on a plate for Spirit, and Donk is going to make it so. Not only does Fallen have to call an absolute masterclass on this T side, but he needs every single player to pull their weight in this third map.
Oh, they all come back and chase Shiro there, caught out on an island. And FURIA say thank you. We weren't expecting much out of this round.
And they're probably still not going to get it. I know it's a USP for Chopper, but it's armorless Glocks for the most part. And wherever Donk is, I have a little bit of faith clearing the middle.
This is a very, very good Donk map. This is very much one of the ones where he kind of made the name for himself. Coming into Katowice last year in his debut, whenever you caught this guy, you know, getting aggressive through mid, disrespecting top-tier opposition. But hell, even past that point, thinking back to, you know, the Shanghai Major, you had the ludicrous Donk 1v5. So many of these brilliant Donk moments have occurred on this map. And so having him, you know, warmed back up and into the swing of things now, hitting hard and recovering from a very slow start at the top of this semi is a big problem for FURIA.
Ooh.
They feed the beast. Donk! My word! Gonna try and round it out. He wants all of them. Gets out with 1 HP. But on this map, this guy feels like a main character.
Yeah, Juggernaut energy. Gonna be hard to put down here for FURIA. Most frustrating part when he broke out was everyone knew what he was doing, knew the plays he was making, knew the positions he was taking, but you just couldn't really stop him. You couldn't really beat him in a fight. Running up mid CT Mirage, almost unassisted and finding multi-kills. That's the Donk we saw, that's the Donk we expect. So Spirit 2-0 start, FURIA find a buy. Important to set a precedent here immediately into the T side that they can tango with Team Spirit rather than get rolled in this final map of play. Kazakhstan just walks out under. They were not ready for that pace. Snuck the whole way. Shot Zontics in the side of the head. Donk and Shiro emerge into the map. Whoa, wall banged out.
He's been spammed to death. I mean, that's one way to deal with Donk. Never face him head on. Bomb is on its own on the back of MongolZ.
Both A players were picked for FURIA, so attacking here for MongolZ is nice. It's risky with the bomb alone, but it's also a position that Spirit aren't really expecting. They think it's all mid.
I mean, you've dealt with Spirit's opener, but their closer in Shiro on that AWP still alive and will be in the right place. Makes it over to jungle and scopes in on this AWP now. Going to collect a free kill on Fallen. Tipping the scales in Spirit's favor.
One is fine for Chopper. If he can just squeeze out a single kill here with Fallen on the stairs, he can expect an A play. MongolZ hits a perfect timing, but Chopper is also unknown about. Shiro checking out the site, considering all options. Can MongolZ find anything? Surely he's not going to go hunting on ramp. What a read from MongolZ. Is this a free kill? It certainly might be. 2-on-2 now. Shiro can stop all this funny business.
Shiro is here to close these rounds. And an open plant that will seal their fate. Kazakhstan, hold on a second. A rare miss out of Shiro. Very low on time, but he will be on his way to a plant here. This is a great round from Kazakhstan. Can he round it out with the clutch? No! Magic's up and over. lays it to rest.
Yeah, Magix is pretty ice cold on the clutch, right? We've seen him lose actually 2 pretty important ones in this series, 1 on each map. But right here, coming through to keep the board clean for Team Spirit. It's a crazy repeat for Shiro, considering he knows Kayserato spotted him as well. But I think at least there's one thing you could say about this series right now. Shiro's not playing too passive, right? He's not missing rounds entirely, skipping them and playing the save. He is feeling pretty involved, even on this CT side.
Fall through the apartments. Kayserato leads the charge. The rest of the team actually embark on a trip through lower.
Oh, this is an old school
Flashes in. Kayserato plays this hand. While the rest of FURIA look further afield, but you wanted him to get away with something there. You wanted him to keep pressure on. Spirit have no reason to bring anyone else over to that side of the map, but through the window, Yuri. That's a big pickup. Is he ready for a second player? There's a hell of a crossfire here. Out the mouth, the connector, Yakinda hard pressed to find a way in. And it's an altogether shutdown of this split. Donk even hunting. Hello. And Magic's rewarded for never moving a muscle.
I really like the idea there for FURIA, right? They force Spirit to rotate a third B with that pressure early from Kayserato. If he gets a kill, it really sells it. It allows him to find the timing to boost window. You saw Shiro was aware of it. He was clearing the left side as they come through on the boost. But Spirit didn't over-rotate like FURIA hoped for. I think they relied on a Kayserato kill or a panic for Spirit. Right now they're looking very calm, very composed, very clean. 4-0 lead. FURIA, some cheeky ideas, but right now just getting bested in these fights.
I mean, you know, this is where you look and it's like MongolZ's been great in these playoffs, but...
Oh my God, full blind.
This in a third map, your fate hanging in the balance in a game that feels so hotly contested. Spirit having warmed up into the fray. Right now, it's only Kayserato hitting. He's got MongolZ left up in this clutch round with him. A lot of damage done, and Magix could get caught on the spawn flag. Gunpole just in time. This fight means everything, and Kayserato can't get his bearings. Eventually gets past Magix.
All right, let him cook.
But
This
the clutch is just beginning.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is who you want for FURIA in these kind of positions. A 1v2 where experience reigns true and low players to finish off.
Zontix with a info play pushes all the way through the apartments. He's not seen nor heard anything, and Shiro sticks to the extremities. The last thing you want to do on this low health is give Kayserato a 1v1. And as he makes his way in, every angle could be the end of this round, the continuation of this steamroll from Team Spirit.
Wow,
But Kayserato's unwavering and continues trusting his gut on this push all the way through jungle. In with a backstab now, Shiro scoped up at the spawn. No idea the move that Kayserato has just made. He will have a plant here and a fighting chance in this clutch.
Offered him a path, he will take it. A plant as well, even better, sweetens the deal. But Kayserato isn't going to stop at that. 2 kills into the round, 2 to find. Spirit group together, side by side. Kayserato, a potent position. He can't peek too soon, and Zontix finds him on that repeat. A little more delay would have gone a long way, but Spirits stay flawless. 3 kills from Zontix, 5-0 up on the CT side. It takes a fully blind Yakinda even to flush Donk out of middle. But it's not conducive to the round here for FURIA. They call a timeout.
It's promising that Kayserato's looking good. The problem is everyone on Spirit is activated. Everyone on Spirit is switched online. And outside of a few glimmers of hope in clutch scenarios, from Kazakhstan. We still have yet to see the rest of FURIA get going.
Yeah, this crowd's still chanting MongolZ's name, trying to get him activated in this third map. That nuke must have felt hard for the young guy because he was just simply out positioned. Once Spirit realized, hey, they're making him get the AWP no matter what, they just started busting that top site, and FURIA just never had the AWP in position. So he's got to re-emerge in this third and final map, or this fairy tale run, this dream run in his home city is over. It's starting to feel that way. And FURIA changed their tune.
Play a little faster, but that leaves them in the firing line of the Shiro AWP. FURIA just can't find these openers, these kills to kind of get the ball rolling, and even when they have, the responses have been swift for Spirit. Kazakhstan even risking it to a spam there, a sign of desperate times, calling for desperate measures.
Smoke behind him, Chopper just pushes Palace, but it's going to offer up a free kill here to FURIA. Guns traded out and back to this B bomb site, knowing Spirit going to pad it up. That Donk will almost always be on A over B. So FURIA take their chances with the apartments. Magic swapped off, takes the AWP from Shiro's hands. And they want to reclear mid for info. This leaves a temporary window where FURIA can contact into this B site. The smoke is buying a few seconds. Can Magic get back in a powerful position?
See the util coming in, get the early warning sign. Fallen, dead fast. And this B hold is unwavering.
Locked out.
Don't even make a dent to FURIA, as they can feel how times have changed in this series. Spirit swelling up, looking to swallow them whole. Yuri forced into a save. And still flawless on this CT side, as there's not a weak link in sight for Team Spirit.
They are just playing a solid defense here. No crazy plays, no audacious moves, setting up their stars. Good swap off the AWP, just trying to min-max this half, trying to make a statement that we may have lost this first map, our first map in the tournament here in this series, but we damn well won't lose our second.
With FURIA's move to international, that gives them more home crowds to play in front of, but the furthest you've seen this team go in those home crowd matches is the semis. It's an old Brazilian curse rearing its head for FURIA at a horrible time here in Astana. Chopper feeling some pressure, does have support on the way, but there's no stopping Yakindar from running over him. Pace change for FURIA, nets them a couple of openings, but they've got to try deliver on this round. Low econ as they come into it, but it's given them hope. It's given them something on this T side. Donk still in the picture, and you can never count this guy out. His footsteps in towards the spawn. Knows he's going to be unaccounted for on a deep angle.
What's the goal here? You've burnt half the clock already, and FURIA is still considering this position. He was hoping maybe they wouldn't. He's going to move in for kills, but there's no winning this round now. Zontic's out in con. FURIA, damage is the goal here for Donk. Min-max, as I said, as FURIA will get on the board with their first round.
Well, it's a liberating feeling if you're FURIA to finally break through, right? 6-1 now, you at least get that round. You do it on the Tech 9s, it's a little bit faster. You play like you have nothing to lose. For that one round, the pressure was off.
Yeah,
and FURIA do find success with it.
I like the chaos, right? FURIA have been trying to play a pretty regimented T side. Not really doing too much mid control. They know what Donk's going to be doing there. They're going for sight hits. Slow mid rounds. They just throw caution to the wind, push through some smokes. Hard clear. Chopper back sight, Shiro on the stairs, and it does net FURIA around, but is it reproducible? Or is it just a breeze here on this T side? The Spirit looked to re-solidify after saving 2 guns.
MongolZ with a spawn. He would clash with Donk here. Donk isn't one of those guys who's fearful about going for a stairs fight, but early on he plays to contain middle. That orb won't be given a fight here for a long while.
It's a lot of noise in mid right now, and Spirit aren't buying it. They say, screw it, we'll go stack the bomb site, we'll go play inside A. They know FURIA's end goal. There's dust set on the desk. We're expecting these con splits for FURIA. That's exactly what we're getting in this round. What they've been showing in those couple of maps played already on Mirage, and Spirit are well prepared.
Magic's gonna get dealt with though. They were ready for him up on top of Balk. Here comes the heavy hitter. Dead after one. Kazakhstan deals with the Donk problem. And that opens up a bit of a runway now for FURIA. The freedom you feel when the guy who's 13 and 4 is dropped out of the server. The rest of Spirit, can they stumble back into this one? Fallen, bested, down in the connector. Kazakhstan still lost to the hands of time, and that's as Chopper makes his move. Fangs of FURIA, Kazakhstan and Yuri. The two in this FURIA squad for some time coming have got to hit hard here. Just Zontic's left to beat. 2 kills for each of them, and Yuri absolutely nails it. Far from comfortable, but a round nonetheless.
Yeah, nice read for Yuri on that fake pun. He repeats. He knows even if he dies, he's going to get traded by the close con player. And in the clutch, you hear the plant. You go for the play. You try and take your 1v1 while you've got it. FURIA find back-to-back rounds. Any round the Donk gets 1 kill and gets traded is a round well done for FURIA, as far as they're concerned. Oh,
that is a hell of an opening from Yakinda.
Missed window and he's ready. You wonder if it's on purpose. It is FURIA. They did have a habit of missing smokes, but Yakinda very aware of that fight. And Shiro, missed shot in the last, missed shot here as well. Both could cost them rounds. With rounds come economy. This is Spirit's final buy. If FURIA can win this 5-on-4, they are in this T side. Palace contact play. Who's ready for this?
Magic's certainly not looking like he is. Timing's weird. Timing's out there. Oh, Yuri, no. That was supposed to be both of them on a platter, but in comes Fallen and lend a helping hand.
Nice.
They will get past Magic's. Missed shot. Zontix is in no position to go for this, low on health. Donk very far away, holding on to an AWP for rounds to come.
Could have gone a lot worse there with that whiff from Yuri, but Fallen happy to be the sacrificial lamb, jump in, allow those trades. FURIA now go for the hunt. They know the value of these guns.
I mean, no doubt FURIA feel like they're finding a bit of a rhythm in this game. First round they win, coming down to a tight clutch scenario. Second round, Yuri and Kazakhstan having a battle back. But this one, far cleaner. Donk does at least go and retrieve that AK.
Yeah,
and that's a pretty big deal. Donk the one to get it.
Yeah, it's a big deal for anyone, but it's an even bigger deal for Donk. Time to kill just dropped.
And with the tendency of these hero rounds to find a lot of success, even though the money bottoms out for Spirit, they have an AWP here for Shiro, and they have Donk armed with an AK.
And what's been arguably the most important thing, especially in that last map, along this series, though, it's been these one rifle rounds. It's been Donk winning rounds. It's been Kazakhstan winning rounds when his team have pistols coming out of nowhere, farming weapons for your team. And it's more than that here. Spirit say they want to take the risk. They buy around these rifles. 3 MP9s fully kitted. So Spirit calling their second tag. Halley jumps on it early, knowing that winning this round could propel Spirit forward on this CT side. I like this risky buy.
Yeah, it is high risk, high reward for, well, there's not really a lot of reward in it for Spirit. They have faith, though, that they can win this round. It's not like they're going to break FURIA's money or anything on the back of this. But they put money in, and I think that comes from the success of these rounds in the past.
They just don't want FURIA to feel like they got into this T side and level out 6-6 by taking an eco. They want to keep the pressure on the entire time.
They win it, they're going to feel invincible. But if they lose, ironically, they will give FURIA that chance back in.
Well, that's the chance you have to take. That's playing from the front. That's the mindset of a favorite, of a champion. And Spirit certainly are and should be here in Astana. So who am I to doubt them? How will the setup look? MongolZ is coming shaky to this final map. He's been playing safe, but he's missed his couple of opportunities. Right now, faking mid-solo with that AWP, while FURIA just go again into this A site. They've manually cleared this position before, but Magix is baiting for it. That makes Chopper all the more valuable. This could go very wrong for FURIA.
Yeah, this crossfire is so gnarly to break through. That's guns picked up. AK's gained, man advantage taken, and that's before you even take into account that you're going into the full stack at this A site. MongolZ left to look on as once more a rough round falls against FURIA.
And it doesn't get better than that. Spirit have the read. Gotta give it to them. I don't know if that comes from Halley or if it comes from Chopper, but off the back of the TAC timeout, they read. That setup's entirely for Palace, right? The top bulk and default. It's the dirtiest 1-2 punch. As soon as FURIA contact out, looking at Magix, Chopper swings and activates his trap card. It's literally the perfect read from Spirit. And boy, does it pay off. 1/2. And Spirit try and make it better. Hey!
They're doing all they can to try and bring MongolZ back online.
Vitality send their regards. Donking connector and an under-defended A site. Spirit getting aggressive in middle. Okay, Serato. Oh my god.
That's a crazy catch. Don't get in the kill feed, but there's so much more to this Spirit squad in this third map. Only Yakindar. Zontix, hello? What's going on? Burns down so low. And that's giving Yakindar not just a low HP player, but info to go on top of it. First kill comes in. Magic's even spotted and heard getting into that corner. Right now, Yakindar is piecing to get there. Everything he needs to give this round a go, but it's a swing from Shiro that seals his fate.
That's an aggressive Spirit. That's a confident Spirit. Felt like they were ready to throw that round away, and I think the playing passive would be a mistake. They trap Yakindar in the open. Magic's making steps, and Shiro swings in. Good 1-2 punch. Spirit are playing off each other really well in this third map.
I think Shock and Awe hit Spirit hard in map 1, right? Giving some respect to FURIA. A slow start, but staggering back to their feet with a convincing second map look. And now here in the third, just stretching their legs, a real comfort map for Spirit. FURIA don't have the tape here. MongolZ caught up in the occasion, the pressure. Finally, you know, having to try and deliver on the back foot when these stage games don't go your way.
Yeah, it's
when
fun.
the crowd are chanting your name, but you're not bringing anything to the table. And you feel like you're letting them down. It's very, very hard to switch back on. Been so impressed with how he's done on the big stage, the biggest stage he's ever been on.
Oh, Tom.
But it feels like you found the limit.
They try to activate him again, a quick mid-take. Donk denies it. Shiro in the sight. Sniper bearing down upon A, pushed out of position, and Yakindar punishes with 2 more kills, but then Donk answers the call. 17-5, he has simply had enough. He is going to that grand final, whether you like it or not. Donk over the top, rushing through the smoke. FURIA changing the plan. They're trying to reset, they're trying to get out of here. Run away from Donk.
Where do they go? They're going into CT. Look at this. Oh, no!
Hello!
After a slow start, And Spirit's ruler, the Prince of Darkness in his final form, nearly 20 kills deep on a dominant first half from Team Spirit. They are running away with this.
Donk's playground, and he is just swinging on the monkey bars. Up and down on the seesaw, crushing FURIA's face. 19-5 on the CT side. And MongolZ has his head in his hands.
There's not a lot that can prepare you for this type of situation. Most pressure you've ever felt. And lacking the reps to deal with it. Felt the highest of highs on these stage games has MongolZ. But you see him there, you feel his pain in the player cam.
Same setup for FURIA, the Spirit ran as well. They go for the quick boost, they get the info, but they've still got to stop the roll, slow it down. Don coming out apartments is put down by Yuri. 2 kills and then the trades are in. Spirit own the site.
This is brutal 4v2. Kazakhstan brings a glimmer of hope. MongolZ doesn't play early, and that lets ODDIK get this bomb down. Goes for the short fight, will get run through. Kazakhstan doing all he can to keep FURIA in this game, delivers them a pistol round. He's the one guy, him and Yuri, the old FURIA duo, kind of giving you some semblance, some string of hope. It's not a lot to go on, but they are both delivering. They are both looking good. It's the floor that's the problem for FURIA right now. The floor is lava.
Getting swallowed whole. Yuri had a great nuke. Individual output was immense. And Kazakhstan's doing his best to keep FURIA in this hit. Could a pistol round set them up? We got to buy immediately. 3 rifles. You barely know who won that first round. MongolZ given an AWP. Again, FURIA continue to try to activate this young player. He finds a 5v4. They fight mid with force, and they take a 4-on-2. Unbelievable that they again drop him that second round AWP.
I mean, as we said, right, like the rest of FURIA, they are the experienced pieces. This Brazilian trio, they know the pain of losing in front of the home crowd, and they're doing all they can to get MongolZ online. They keep dropping in these AWPs. They want him firing on all cylinders. And that can feel comforting. Your team have not lost faith in you. FURIA stick the landing on the conversions. They break through the Team Spirit force by no problem. And so one more round should be bestowed upon them.
This would be a comeback of a lifetime. Too early to see a way in for FURIA. Fallen 1 kill right now. MongolZ hits his 3rd in that previous round. Team Spirit have room to breathe. An eco to catch their breath. Donk Stiegel searches the apartments. Chopper does the same on A, but blocked on both fronts. FURIA want nothing to do with this. Fallen good position to clean up this eco round. Chopper's crept out. MongolZ's got to be cautious moving into this position. Yuri has not been peeking this. He's playing an off angle. Chopper walks in. Oh my God. Good cover. Spirit back to the ramp.
Gun round coming up next for Spirit, and I think they know they still have FURIA shaky and nervous. Curious how Chopper is going to look to try and use that. And I mean, this round is far from over with the ODDIK finding an opening. Missed shot for MongolZ. Suddenly he's being asked of in a round that they thought they'd won. Here's his team moving in, lending that helping hand, and MongolZ will stop Donk's roll.
He's in flow state. I don't know how he gets into it, Donk, but it's hard to get him out of it, that's for sure. Sickening DIG to finish that eco round, but it is 3 in a row for FURIA off the back of that pistol. This is where the true test begins. Shiro here to meet MongolZ, maybe in the middle.
Yeah, look, you put yourself in a position where the comeback is possible. But this is the round that is the spirit test for how excited we get. How possible it really is. MongolZ back to trying to make plays. And once more looks to do battle with Spirit's Demon.
Look who he's against. Donk doesn't go too far. Does Yakinda know the Chopper's behind the box? He could kill MongolZ right now. I don't think this info is a clear. Flash up top mid, missed shot. MongolZ recovers.
That's huge. Sure, doesn't find Donk, but one hell of a recovery. Even tries going fishing for a little bit more. Donk still unable to trade out through lower.
Gotta respect the orb. He won't overdo it. Gets his nades in, gets out. MongolZ has no room to move right now. And they're climbing over Tetris as we speak. Magix can find an angle. MongolZ resets. Joins Kayserato. Takes up his position as Kayserato reinforces A, but Spirit have a lot of space inside of the site.
Magic's out deeper than they're ready for. Zontix even with the spot on a CT. And they might be lulled into a false sense of security. Magix has some serious ground gain. Donk ready to spring to life through the connector. What? Yuri gets deleted. Shiro in the board next, and Donk let him off the leash. He is not missing a beat. A point to prove. After a disastrous start to this semi-final, you can't doubt Donk's form by the third. These peaks are terrifying.
Dude,
this is world-class players not given more than a millisecond to respond, even when you see it in slow-mo.
Yeah, the setup is excellent for Spirit. The way they trap the site, the way they squeeze the map for FURIA, but it's so easy to overlook everything they do on the map when Donk just comes up with a double entry like that. Jumping on the box. I thought he was gone when I saw his feet off the ground. And Donk deserves that final. He is dragging Spirit there. This round would really drive the knife into the back of FURIA, leaving them with no money against 11, forcing an awkward decision. Donk looking to do it again, looking to devastate, dodges the orb, just gets up past it. He is at the front of middle at 140 on the clock, and he is putting the pressure on.
I mean, he's so oppressive, but will get dealt with.
Hello. Where did that come from? Spirit had so much room. And somehow the MP9s, a single orb kill, and they get vanquished.
It's such a huge pickup for FURIA, and it comes from nowhere. A lot of time for Shiro. 1v5, not a round you would ever see him look to go for.
You can't play too passive. You have to hold some position because FURIA want to come for this gun.
The double push down ramp. Yuri holding on to Palace. They are wrapping him.
I mean,
They're going to find him, you'd think.
And now that they close that gap, kind of the net tightening around Shiro.
The noose round his neck. He's read it. But the trade is not guaranteed at all, apparently. Fallen 2 and 14.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Don't
get ahead of yourself.
Shiro.
2 quick kills, 24 seconds left, but he still just commits to the save on this AWP. If only he knew the routes that were open and lied away ahead of him. They continue to close in. Shiro finally brought down. Ends up being an expensive round.
Yeah, too expensive. FURIA don't want to muster that. Was it worth it?
It's still a huge one for them to pick up nonetheless. And the hunt can be justified short. You've ruined your own money, but in your mind, you've done a number to Team Spirits.
Final tag for FURIA.
Not entirely off the mark, right? This is a cobbled together force from the Team Spirit squad. But more than enough guns to get it over the line. You've seen them do more with far less than this. And it's how you deal with the huge setbacks like this, the feeling of elation turning to panic, anxiety. That's what makes a champ. No one in the room sounds like they've stopped believing in MongolZ.
Yeah, I mean...
He's found a couple of kills down the stretch here to try and bring himself back into this game. He's got the best gun in this round. Doesn't have an AWP to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, I'm surprised FURIA is still in this map, to be perfectly honest, with the way the Spirit came in with a 9-3 lead. It comes down to that high-impact 5 alive round, at least initially, for FURIA. And now they can send Spirit into economical turmoil. It's a big if. Donk's got an AK, 24 and 9. From one of his worst maps of all time in this series to an absolute statement Mirage. Coming out of under, Spirit take middle. FURIA look to threaten it, and Donk's transfer is denied. Again, you'll take that 1 for 1, but there's more where that came from. Shiro at the top of middle, Spirit trapping into this A-bomb site.
The only man here is MongolZ with his AWP. There would come a moment in this game where Kazakhstan, where Yuri weren't enough to keep it alive, and MongolZ had to be the guy on this AWP. Hits the first. Magic now out of the round. Yuri catching them on the cross. And MongolZ keeps the pressure on. Still harassing out from the spawn. Plant comes in, but FURIA hold the advantage. Even time to get back into these post plants. MongolZ caught on the creep out through the spawn. This is where Fallen with 2 kills needs to try and uplift this somehow. Shiro on a jiggle, 7 shots in the AK, falls.
Reset.
At the hand of Fallen, are they ready for Zontix over at ramp? Defuse! Oh! And the lineup has just put Spirit in pole position in a big way.
And Donk's got a smile on his face as well. He doesn't even need to do it. Relies on his team for once. They take it over the line. Big double for Shiro, bigger double for Zontix. And Team Spirit find that crucial money-breaking round. The round that would have let FURIA back into this third map is the very round that might just take them out of it.
And that's it, it's back-to-back forces now for FURIA. They have to try and upset with lesser guns or else this one's over. But these hero gun rounds have been threatening regardless of who wields them. Kazakhstan feeling pressure to make a play, gets involved early. It goes untraded, but look at the space that Spirit have in middle. They didn't have the firepower to fight for this. They instead look to the extremities, and that's given Chopper an awful lot of room. Kazakhstan has missed these timings. Kazakhstan should be a dead man. Oh, Chopper not ready for more. His teammates moving in to join him. Whoa! MongolZ left as the last man in B, and that Deagle's getting whittled down. Once more, he had to deliver, and once more he's been locked out. Yakinda moving on in. A round that comes close, but the Spirit shut them out of. And things don't get better for here on out. Spirit are gunning for that spot in the final. They were the favorites to make it there at the dawn of this event. And they've had to end the dream run of FURIA to do it. They're looking to do so convincingly.
And no team more deserving in Astana. Shiro is playing some excellent CS today. We're seeing aggression in the post plant, forcing the finish against FURIA as this new international team. A valiant effort, but getting cut limb from limb in this final map. It was never going to be easy, but Donk makes it impossible.
They want to close this one out here and now. No funny business, no chance that they come back. Donk will get vanquished. And a final last-ditch effort for FURIA sees Yuri flung into the top of mid. A double hold should mean his death is as good as guaranteed. Spirit hear this, they've got all the info, and the patience is rewarded. Sometimes you don't know your demons till you face them, and Donk is that demon. He tears through FURIA on this Cinderella run, stopping them in the semis. For MongolZ, the greatest of days yesterday, today the most painful. And for Spirit, a grand final versus Astralis lying in wait.
Spirit saved their souls. An admirable run from FURIA all the way, beating up on every Brazilian team, even threatening Spirit in this semi-final. But it is a new project, one with potential. Donk is potential realized, and Team Spirit, haymakers, expected victors, grand finalists.
Astana has erupted and Spirit have reached the grand finals. Astana, one more time, make some noise for Team Spirit!
Ну и перед тем, как мы начнем уже поздравлять спиритов и общаться с ними, давайте еще раз поаплодируем Фурии и Молотову!
Shiro, talk to me about this game because it looked incredibly tough for you guys. Let's start back on train. You're 10-2 down, you can't find your footing. What were you guys struggling with when trying to take on FURIA on train?
Ну что, давай расскажи нам про эту игру, потому что она показалась максимально сложной. Первая карта, трейн, вы проигрываете 2-10. Какие мысли были у команды вообще? Как вы это все переживали?
На самом деле, трейн у них очень силен. У нас не настолько сильнее, ну, получается. Но в массе своей мы допустили 2 ключевых ошибки, и потом они нас засноуболили, и мы уже не вели игру, как бы сказать. И поэтому они взяли много раундов слишком, тяжело было камбэкнуть. Но в целом они очень круто сыграли, и им респект.
So the FURIA has very strong train, and we made 2 very important mistakes. So after it was very difficult to come back. So that's it.
We keep seeing this from the side of Spirit. These mistakes keep happening. Is it starting to get frustrating? Are they starting to get tilted by any of this? And just how did they try and reset after that?
Мы продолжаем говорить про то, что вы совершаете ошибки, и насколько эти ошибки влияют на вас сейчас. Возможно, они как-то немножечко вгоняют вас в тильт или расстраивают. Как вообще вы с этим живете, как вы это переживаете?
Ну, у нас, наверное, даже по камере видно, что много эмоций. Мы хотим выиграть этот чемпионат, и мы сейчас дошли до финала. Это минимум для нас был. Завтра мы встретимся с Astralis. Наверное, поэтому мы реагируем на ошибки больше, чем обычно. И тем самым мы не выходили давно в финале, и теперь мы тут, и это круто. Поэтому мы стараемся с этим бороться.
Окей. As you see in the cameras, we are more emotional than other tournaments because we want to be in the final, and we are in the final tomorrow versus Astralis. So these mistakes are getting us more emotional than we are, but it's okay for us.
It's okay, and they did get the win. They did make it through to the grand final. What does he think, though, about facing Astralis in the grand finals tomorrow in a best of 5?
Ну и, конечно, мы не можем не спросить, гранд-финал завтра, Астралис. Что думаешь насчет этой игры?
Это будет очень сложная игра, наверное, как и для них, так и для нас. У нас будет мало времени на подготовку, но мы постараемся показать наш максимум. И, надеюсь, мы выиграем.
So it will be epic, and we will try to do our best to win it and to get this trophy to Team Spirit.
Nice. That's what we're looking to see. Lastly, Shiro, anything you want to say to all the fans out here? They've been cheering for you guys.
Ну что, и сейчас у тебя есть возможность обратиться ко всем зрителям, которые собрались здесь на арене, естественно, на трансляции. Так что you're welcome.
Я постараюсь, чтобы у меня услышали все. Ребят, завтра у нас финал, и я хочу, так как мы не часто играем перед такой ареной, когда за нас болеют, я хочу завтра, чтобы арена просто сильно кричала за нас и поддерживала, если это возможно. Такие моменты, у меня слезы на глазах, но я максимально держусь. Ребят, я вас всех люблю. Надеюсь, завтра будет сильная поддержка. Алга Team Spirit.
Wow, it was so emotional. I will try to translate it, but I'm not sure in myself. So tomorrow we will get the final, and it's very important for us that arena will support us, as you can support us. So right now I have something like tears in my eyes. I love you and all the best. I love you, Kazakhstan.
Beautiful words. So Astana, one final time, make some noise for Shiro and Team Spirit. And with that, we're not done just yet. MongolZ, come join us up here. Come on, Astana!
Ну поддержите еще! Молодой!
MongolZ, let me start by asking you, I know this isn't the end of what you wanted. You would have loved to have made it to the grand final, but how was this for you this time around? How hard was it on this stage in this matchup against Spirit?
Мы понимаем, что это не та точка, в которой ты хотел бы сейчас быть. Понятно, что ты мечтал о гранд-финале, но все-таки расскажи о тех эмоциях, которые ты пережил в этом полуфинале.
Хочу всем сказать, во-первых, спасибо большое за поддержку моей команды и меня. Я очень рад, что именно в моей стране меня поддерживают. Я благодарен всем, кто пришел на этот матч. Спасибо большое. Во-вторых, моя жизнь так связалась, что мой первый турнир именно на моей сцене, на моей родине. Да, это мой первый турнир. Я не переживал, но это мой первый турнир, и надо входить чуть-чуть в ритм турниров. И я думаю, что в дальнейшем с моей командой у нас все получится, потому что мы Фурия, я представляю свою родину, свой родной флаг Казахстан. И хочется, чтобы Казахстан был всегда высок, всегда был на высоте. Это моя мечта, чтобы показать Казахстан в топе мира по киберспорту. Это моя мечта. Соперник был не из легких, но все проходимые, и надо всегда к чему-то стремиться. Я думаю, это наш не последний турнир и не последний мой. Я еще покажу, на что я способен.
Ты нормально мне так придумал, что перевести. Спасибо. Молодой, еще поаплодируем. А я пока подумаю. So, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for your support. That's number one. Secondly, I hope and I'm sure that me and FURIA will have very successful tournaments in the future. Because it's very important for me, it's very important for my teammates. Thirdly, it was and it is my first tournament. First tournament in my native country, in my native city, in my native arena. And to be more efficient, to be more successful, I need to improve myself, of course. Finally, the main is that I hope that Kazakhstan and esports in Kazakhstan will be in the top.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. MongolZ, you have impressed. You have done so incredibly well. You still have one more game tomorrow for that third place decider. How confident do you feel for that? You got a smile on your face right now.
Ты впечатлил нас невероятно своей игрой, своими эмоциями, своим отношением. Но завтра еще одна игра, матч за 3-е место. Насколько уверенно ты себя чувствуешь перед этой игрой?
Я всегда уверен в себе, потому что я такой закалки, что мне без разницы, против кого играть, вообще без разницы. Хоть будет Зайву, хоть Simple, хоть Донг. Вообще особой разницы для меня нет. Я всегда стараюсь навязывать свою игру и стараюсь быть лучшим на сервере. Просто, я не люблю говорить, что это мой первый турнир и так далее, брать на это смазку и так далее, но я задам еще свой ритм в этой игре. Дайте мне просто время. Я люблю Казахстан. Алга!
So I'm always confident and I don't care versus whom I'm playing. Versus Simple, Donk or somebody else. Now I need to get my rhythm, to improve myself and to be the best, I guess. I love Kazakhstan. Alga!
Well, he loves Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan loves you, so let's get it out in the right way. Astana, join me! MongolZ!
We'll get into Team Spirit making the finals in a little bit, but for a moment, let's talk about the gents on your screen. Plucked from obscurity by a legend himself, Fallen found him. He brought him into FURIA. They turned the whole lineup international. His first LAN here at home, not only at home, I think it's his first proper S-tier LAN, full stop. He makes it all the way to the semi-finals. I wrote them off at the start. I think a lot of other people did as well. We thought it would be a quick 2-0. They went to 3 maps with Spirits. They tried so damn hard to bring it back in the second half there on Mirage. What a showing he has, and what a way to start your top-level career.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was really impressive, right? Like for such a young kid, his first Tier 1 event, playing on the stage yesterday and then today going up against Team Spirit. Sure, there's definitely Mirage is going to be a map for him to forget, but in general, it has been a great experience. And I like his attitude. You know, it's just his first tournament, right? He's hoping to play in many, many more, and that he'll become better, he'll come back stronger, and I'm sure he will.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that his demeanor on stage with a mic in his hand matches the confidence that he plays with inside the server. He's a very forward and transparent person on the mic to his crowd. He doesn't shy away from it. Even in defeat, he still gave this, hometown crowd a big speech. And despite the fact that they got, a little bit handled in this third map, I thought throughout the series he still played pretty well overall. He's played well this tournament. It's kind of funny that this kid went from playing on a team called Barys to playing in the Barys arena. To see him be able to be not only in his home country but home city for his first international land, is going to be a memory he's going to remember forever no matter what. And the fact that he took FURIA this far and they still have a chance to get a third place finish tomorrow is certainly very admirable, and it's a really cool story to follow.
New FURIA is fun. That's the TLDR. Let's talk about Spirit, though. They were the favorites coming into this tournament. They were the favorites to make the final. They have done just that. I think FURIA is the only team to take a map off them in this tournament. The rest of the time, they've had clean sailing all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were a little bit shell-shocked on that first map, completely dominated by the side of FURIA. But they did what they had to. They were able to bounce back after that. 2 very convincing wins, especially on Mirage, to secure a spot in that grand final. And Donk absolutely lights out on this one from the get-go, like just over 138 ADR, 2 rating, 2.12 impact. I mean, put his stamp on this map.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were kind of talking about in the pre-match about how FURIA, so far on the Mirage games we had seen this tournament, they were pretty one-note, very A-heavy, whether it was A set pieces or just trying to get heavy mid-control and come up connector. Well, guess who's that connector? That would be Donk, and you saw the heat map. He was rattling them almost every single time they came his direction. I think he had more kills than the entirety of FURIA combined through the first 6 rounds of the game. So when you have that hot of a start and you're just dominating them that much, it's just tough to come back from. And I think the fact that FURIA didn't really have any other pages of the playbook to flip to when their initial A-sided game plan didn't work out was certainly very damning, and they ran out of gas. That's plain and simple.
I think they had good opportunities, and I don't even mind that they were trying to go A so many times, because a lot of the rounds were winnable. The one round where they had no chance was where the 2 guys were up close with the MP9 of Abs, and that didn't work out for them, right? But it's just, when Fallen has 1 kill and MongolZ has 2, you're playing 3v5 in some of those rounds. Really, none of those 2 could make a play. None of those 2 could get a trade, help finish, close out the round. And, when you have that on one side and on the other side you have Donk and Shiro playing some very good Counter-Strike, you're not going to find much success.
I think the more damning aspect of what he's getting at is when those 2 guys are only getting a 3 combined kills. Those are the 2 guys who were taking over half of your opening attempts with the T side and were usually winning over half their duels. So when you go from that level of entry success to all of a sudden that type of stumble, that just has even more impact on the game.
Thanks for mansplaining it to me, Dust.
You're welcome.
I thought he was mansplaining it to me, to be honest, and I was just going to keep quiet because I
was just adding supplemental info to the world.
Let's take a look at what you've seen today and how we got to our grand finals. Astralis up against Spirit tomorrow, and we will see FURIA face off against Aurora for that 3rd and 4th playoff. I suppose they'll be lucky they get a little bit of sleep before they have to leave Astana. What do we think of this grand final? I was surprised that Astralis made it through. Not today. I kind of thought they had Aurora's number, but just their performance in this event so far, Janko, has impressed me.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone is surprised to see them in the grand final, but the way they're playing, they just have an aura around them. It feels like in this tournament, you can tell how much more fun they have just playing Counter-Strike. HOOXi fits in incredibly well. He's managed to somehow put a couple of game plans together with, just a couple of days practice with the team. And I'll just tell you, crazier things have happened, right? Like, we've had some ridiculous upsets when it comes to BO5 grand finals. Think of Dallas and Stewie 2K and G2. Think of, FaZe versus Astralis in Sydney, the Astralis, like beating them 3-0. Like, so many of these where you can take them for granted, they can come and sort of surprise you. So I wouldn't put it beyond Astralis. Tomorrow I'm hoping they can make it close and we get an exciting final.
Yeah, shout out to them for coming out on what was the most deadly end of the bracket in many people's eyes with how many top teams were on that side, and they come through with their first event with HOOXi, and then obviously Spirit just kind of cashing in on the expectations, another top 4 finish secured, and now a chance to get another trophy as they were kind of in a situation where it was their tournament to lose. A little bit of roughness there, but they still got through in the end, and we'll have a fun 3rd place decider as well against 2 teams.
You guys want to come in and invest with me and we buy Astralis?
We could crowdfund it. Pimp wants to do it.
Yeah, it would be 10% of my holdings, so yeah, I'll think about it.
Janko, come on, join us. There we go. Astralis up against Team Spirit. That is what you get to see tomorrow, the grand final here at PGL Astana. And we'll raise the curtains, of course, with FURIA up against Aurora. The home crowd's going to be going mad for their boy MongolZ. Make sure you set your alarms, get here bright and early. We're all going to say goodbye, but we will be back tomorrow morning to bring you all the action. We'll see you then.